Welcome to Bonsai Acres.
And welcome everyone to the 2025 Bonsai Live on YouTube. This is super exciting. I'm glad to have everybody here. A lot of people jumping on board early and doing some chit chat in the comments. My thanks right off the bat to my buddy Mark. Ryan will be joining us as well. Mark is in the studio and looking at comments. If there is a question that you need to get to me, I'm looking at the camera, I'm looking at my computer, I'm not looking at the comments as often, so I might miss a few things. So welcome. This is going to be an absolute blast. Having a lot of fun talking to all of you and having us all talk bonsai for several hours. Yeah, I kind of think of it like the Jerry Lee Lewis telethon right back in the day. If you're old enough to know that in the States, the MDS or the MDA, MDS Marathon, Muscular Dystrophy Association. We're just going to hang out and talk bonsai, and we got a few things to think about. As always, I want everybody to do what they always do. So let's stay kind and courteous and just have a good time together. Keep the comments real nice and respectful. The reason I'm doing this YouTube Expo more than anything else is what I'm doing right now. I get to hang out with my good friends, and my good friends are all of you out there. My buddy Mark in the studio, Ryan's coming by, all the folks with Minnesota Bonsai Society. This community, as I've said over and over, is second to none. When you find something cool in your life, something you're passionate about, and you can share that with other people, that's just awesome. And so my road trip last year and this expo this year was me wanting to meet everybody and just hang out and do bonsai with people who understand what you're talking about, can accept the passion, and just talk nonstop about bonsai. We have a great lineup for you today. I want to thank everybody who has helped out. And so let's go ahead and throw this up on the stage. This is just some of the people that'll be a part of this expo today. So this is a word wall that showcases, I hope, most of the people that either sent me a picture and or a video and or will be here live. I just couldn't have done this, of course, with all of you. Now I have a lot of video on standby. We're going to show a lot of video. I'd like to have enough time for us to have some chit chats, and we will have that. So I'll try to keep my chit chatter to a minimum brevity. I'm always working on it. You know, everybody put the scissors down, Dave. Now the comments are going to be, hey Dave, let's air another video and hear from some other people, because I tend to talk a lot, as you all know. So thanks to everybody. I'll forget some people, and I think there's already a person or two on there that I have seen in the last 24 hours that's missing, and I just didn't get it on there. And one of those people I'll share in just a little bit. So there are the people that are part of this show in one way or the other you will see, hear from, or talk with today. So thanks to Nigel for being our keynote presenter a little bit later on this afternoon. And Jonas Dupuich is our guest professional on this channel. See, this is a YouTube event for YouTubers and hobbyists. Jonas Dupuich is the only main person on this day today that's earning a living doing bonsai. Most of us are hobbyists doing this YouTube thing and having fun and just trying to get better. And that's one of the themes of today's expo. How can we just all improve our game? And we can do that by sharing all the knowledge that we've all gotten through YouTube, through professionals, through chit chats over in Steve's backyard last year on my road trip. We learn something every time we open up the conversation of bonsai and see a different tree. Turn it around, twist it, tip it this way, that way, your backyard, mine, your microclimate, mine, and we just keep learning. So let's keep the learning going strong. And we've got some newbies in the YouTube world. We're going to show some a YouTube video from a guy who just started here in Minnesota, literally in the last couple of weeks. I squeezed him in. He's a buddy from the Minnesota Bonsai Society, so that's pretty exciting too. And my attempt to appease Xavier from Xavier's Bonsai Retreat, a little humor for you all this morning. Take a peek at Scott Johnson's drawing there. I thought this was quite funny and would bring it to y'all's attention. Don't know if you've seen this around the interweb and social media form there, but this is a pretty fun little video to get us started, or a little comment there. So a couple things that I want to mention. We are going to be giving some things away today. So in the chat, we're going to go ahead and we are going to drop for you. We're going to drop the link that lets you sign up for the giveaways throughout the day. So right now, I'm going to paste that into the chat box right now. Mark's trying to help me with that. His wasn't going through, but there's mine right there. So if you hit this link in the chat, this is going to bring you to a Google form. It's just your name and your email. Now, I need your email in case you win. I can email you and get your full address. This way, you're not sharing anything over the interweb with all these people across the world. You'll just be communicating with me. So during this day, you can fill out that form. Please fill out this form only once. Mark will help me remind you of that. I'll help you remind you of that. Just fill it out once. I don't want someone filling it out 600,000 times and winning all 10 or 11 prizes. So again, let's be good, let's be kind, let's be respectful. Let's just fill out that form once. I will cut and paste all the email, or all the names rather, into my flippity chart. We will have a spinner that will pick the name randomly every time we do a prize. Our first prize will be about 9:30 or 10 o'clock in the morning, my time here, in the next 30 minutes. So that'll be fun to give some stuff away. We have some pots, we have some fertilizer cakes. We're going to talk with the person who created those. We have some books, and we have, let's welcome everyone to the stage. Here we go. Oh, Tom, I'm forgetting this one's name. It's not Pinky because he's gray. This is from Tom from Grow and Clip Bonsai for Seniors. Now, if you haven't checked out his channel, go check out Tom, one of the nicest men on the planet. And I've been to his Chicago home twice, and this will be in one of the prize packs, everybody. So your chance to be able to water your trees, care of Tom from Grow and Clip Bonsai for Senior. So thank you to Tom for that. Silver Pinky, Mr. Elephant. There we go. See, thanks for the comments. I'll be able to see those once in a while, but so many will flood through that I will probably miss some comments. So yeah, so fill out that form and you will be good to go. So again, thanks for everybody's help with this. We're going to get through all the kinks and all the issues that we might have. And first up on our display today, I'm going to go ahead and be quiet so you can watch. Now, several of the people out there agreed to be interviewed by me, or they just provided me some interview answers to questions. And I put those together in a little hodgepodge. So throughout the day today, we're going to go visit those people, just a few of them, and they're going to answer some of the questions I asked about bonsai and also about a YouTube channel that they have and why they do it and those kind of things. So we're going to go ahead with bonsai question number one, and we're going to make sure that we can get that on the screen for you here next.
I started out in bonsai about 6 years ago. I first got a ficus tree from IKEA or B&Q, and then I got myself, or someone got me, a maple tree. Within the first year I'd killed it because I followed someone on YouTube saying that I should defoliate the whole of the tree. So I listened to that and defoliated the whole of the tree, and I killed it, obviously.
During 2020, during the early parts of COVID, when we had a lot of time on our hands, when I was at home, you know, it started with avocados for me. I found like a little avocado seed, and it started with that. And I was like, well, if I can grow an avocado, let me try an apple tree. One thing that really hit it off was when I got a text from my brother who sent me this video from Bonsai Relief. So I saw that, I was just like, wow, the amazing things that you can do by miniaturizing a tree.
I found a friend who had probably about 8 or 9 trees. Next thing you know, I had this Japanese white pine, which many have seen, a Korean hornbeam, and yeah, the rest is history.
Myself and my wife were in a garden centre, and we were looking for some plants for the garden and stuff, and I spotted a little tree. I think it was a little Alberta spruce, and I said to my wife, that'd make a cool little bonsai tree. So she said, why don't you just get it and do it? So try it. So I did. That was it then. I came home, I did that, played around with it, went back, got some more trees. And then I found myself every weekend going to garden centres looking for plants that I could have a go at making into a bonsai tree.
Thanks to those folks for the first question of the day, kind of why and how they got started into bonsai. It's a little bit different for everybody, but some great stories. One of the things I love about bonsai is the legacy of trees. I now own a couple of Candace's trees from Bonsai Science, and now Steve over at Steve's Backyard Bonsai has a couple of trees that were in my possession for a little while, but then were Candace's before me. And the stories behind the trees and the legacy is always fun. So I love hearing people's stories and how they got started, what happened, when, where, and why. Just some fantastic stuff. So we have a whole bunch of giveaways today. And it's not just my stash here in the studio. My friend, bonsai comrade, bonsai YouTube channel comrade, Jason Hanrahan over at the Bonsai Garden has a video that's coming out, or I think it already came out this morning over there overseas, and it's something you can watch later. So check out his bonsai pot. If you've not seen it already, his bonsai pot giveaway, he's got 3 bonsai pots that he is giving away, okay? And so here is a little tease for his bonsai giveaway. Listen up, everyone.
Hi, I'm Jason from the Bonsai Garden. Now, we all have our favourite bonsai potters and ceramicists, and I'm no different. One of my favourites is a British potter, Tom Butterworth, and a number of my trees are in Tom Butterworth pots. Tom's pots all have a beautiful wabi-sabi aesthetic. Wabi-sabi is a Japanese aesthetic centred on the beauty of imperfection, impermanence and simplicity. It values natural materials, asymmetry, roughness, and the quiet elegance of age and weathering. The pot should reflect nature's quiet humility and support the tree's story, rather than compete with it. Now, I've teamed up with Dave to offer you a chance to win one of 3 beautiful Tom Butterworth pots. Pot 1 is this medium to large drum.
So thank you very much to Mr. Jason for these pots. So let's take a peek at these pots, and you get a close-up look. You will be able to win one of these 3
style pot constructed from standard stoneware with decorated feet and foot ring, and glazed in a bright reactive blue glaze. One of the things I always love about Tom's pots is the effort and detail he puts into the feet. Pot 2 is this taller cascade pot in a turquoise colour, in an unusual engraved or decayed look. Pot 3 is this medium flared round pot in a drum style with decorated feet, and it has studs placed around the top of the pot and has had the upper section glazed in a speckled granite green glaze and a dark oxide wash on the lower section for effect. Like many of Tom's pots, it's got beautiful detailing on the feet, in this case ginkgo leaves. The draw is open to anyone wherever you are in the world. So for your chance to win one of these 3 fantastic bonsai pots, scoot along to my channel, the Bonsai Garden, and check out my latest video on bonsai pots for your chance to win. And good luck.
And good luck. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Jason.
Let's pause him right there. There we go. Back to my thank yous. All right. Thank you to Jason for the pots there, those 3 to be given away. So anywhere in the world, and he will ship them out. And that's the kind of effort and my extra thank yous for people who are doing that. People have mailed me things, and he's going to ship those out, and that is fantastic. So thank you to Jason. Go ahead, head over to the Bonsai Garden and watch that whole video in its entirety. Jason does such an exceptional job with his videos, And he's got a lot of good discussion on bonsai pots. And oddly enough, one of the other themes of this expo is not just camaraderie and community and getting together and talking bonsai, but more specifically, we're going to talk about greenhouse, people that have greenhouses and the pros and cons of that. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on. And we're going to have a discussion with Nigel Saunders, just kind of open for discussion. I'm going to start off the question with Nigel, and people can chime in. And Nigel, we're just going to talk about his successes and possible failures and things he learned along the way as our keynote speaker. And pottery is a big theme this year. I was able to connect with several potters in the potters community. So if you go to the bonsai potters community, Angelica Ramirez, we have an interview with her as well later on. And there's so many great pots out there and great discussions around pots in general. So that's super cool. And we're going to have a great time with that. So this is a station or a concept, YouTube, that, anybody can be on YouTube. Anybody can go ahead and show their journey and throw stuff on there. So we all kind of share what we've got, and it's really cool to see. I've got a new friend from Minnesota Bonsai Society that just started his YouTube channel. Let's check out Mr. Kirk Mona and his new channel called Shady Bonsai. Let's watch this, everyone.
Hey, I'm Kirk Mona. Welcome to Shady Bonsai. Today, what's this all about? I started my bonsai journey about 25 years ago when I got my first tree. Didn't know what I was doing, kept it inside, made all those beginner mistakes. And of course, it and many other trees died along the journey to trying to figure some of this out. Got a little more serious maybe a little over a decade ago. Started joining our local club, learning more about what I was doing, working on my collection and on my knowledge of how to keep these trees alive. At the time, I was living in St. Paul, Minnesota, in a yard that I could only describe as the surface of the sun. There was so much sunlight. I was having to rig up all kinds of shade cloth to try to give my plants some shade. And because of my job, my day job, my 9-to-5 is that I am a professional interpretive naturalist. I actually get paid to teach people about nature. It's an amazing job. But that job is a bit further west. So we packed the whole family up and moved to the western side of the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. And this is where I live now. It is a beautiful place, a yard that has all kinds of stonework and decades of plants that have been put in. It's also extremely shady. And so the problem is that first winter when I moved, leading up to the move, obviously been really busy getting the house ready to sell. So probably neglected my trees a bit. Moving is itself stressful for trees. And then once we got to this beautiful new space, probably neglected the trees again because we were again busy on getting our house all set up and ready. Combining that with a really bad hot summer and an exceptionally cold winter. And 1 year from having moved into this home, none of my trees were alive. And that was pretty hard to take, losing these trees that you spend so much time developing, so much time thinking about, staring at, contemplating. They become kind of like friends, and losing all of them was really hard. So it took about 5 years or so for me to sort of get over that. And then the itch kind of came back of, I got to get back into this. I got to get my hands dirty. I got to get back into bonsai. The problem is that this yard is much, much shadier than I ever anticipated when I came to live here. I think at the most I maybe get 3 hours of sunlight in one little spot. And so I'm having to restart my journey, restart my learning. Sure, a lot of the wiring principles are the same, a lot of the soil principles and things are the same, but the species are different. There's not a lot of species that we work with that are really shade-loving species. So that's the journey I'm on right now. I'm on the journey of finding out what species will grow here in the shade. How do I treat them differently? And what do I need to do to be able to keep trees alive in this new setting that I find myself in? So I'm bringing you along on the journey. We're going to be looking at different species I'm trying out, and they're all experiments to see what's going to happen. They're not amazing, magnificent, expensive trees because I know I'm going to lose a bunch of them on this journey as we find out what this microbiome of my yard is like and what will survive here. So I hope you'll join me on this journey over the course of years as we find out what grows here. This is Shady Bonsai.
Fantastic. Again, thanks to Kirk, Mona, Minnesota Bonsai Society member, and new to YouTube, less than a month old, everybody. Less than a month old. He's only got, I think, 2 videos on his channel right now. And there's a couple other new ones that have hit this YouTube world recently as well. So some of us will hopefully shout those out today. And one of our questions today are what we're going to call waterfalls, are going to be a question about YouTube videos that you would recommend someone else using. So very thanks again to Kirk and everybody again who has given me some things to share with the world. So we're going to get a few more video things going in a moment. I've got the YouTube question number 1 coming up in just a moment. So I will show that in a few moments. So remember, if you want to be a part of the giveaways, we'll start that in the 10 o'clock hour. First giveaway, top of the hour. It's going to be the Adelaide Pottery package. So we have Mr. Luke Parsons from Adelaide Bonsai, Pottery rather, from Adelaide, Australia. So the Australia folks are probably in bed. If not, they're staying up late, or they're going to take a nap and wake up really, really early. But we're going to see his video in a little bit as well. So if you want to be a part of that giveaway, remember to fill out that form that is on the comments. And I'm going to cut and paste it again because it's still on my computer. So here we go. So you should see on the comments there a place there to sign up to win. And again, please, only one name and email per person. We want to keep this fair. We got 11 prize packages to go out today. Can't wait to send those off in the mail. And so let's go ahead to our first bonsai YouTube question. So again, we're all a bunch of YouTubers, many of us just watch and soak it all in. But there's a lot of YouTubers out there. And why do we do this? So of the folks that I talked with, I added the question of YouTube questions. And so here's question number 1 for everybody.
Okay, when did I start my channel? I started my channel 2 years ago. I always kind of, when I started doing my bonsai, I used to watch all the YouTube videos, and I used to think I would love to be able to do it. And then I used to make videos and keep them on my phone, just off the trees or photographs, but my phone was full of hundreds and hundreds of it. So then I decided I'd just give it a go and do a YouTube video. And yeah, that's where it started then.
In March of 2023, I started recording in about January, and I banked a couple videos just so I could, have a little bit of cushion space for posting. And why? I started off because I just wanted to document my trees.
I think we'd have to go back to, in fact, I know it's all the 2s, 22nd of February, 2022. Yeah, I'm in my 4th year now of doing YouTube videos, and boy, have my videos changed from that first year. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. So what I want to remind folks of is that, again, super thanks for those guys sharing that with me. I edited down some of the questions for this whole day of events because I have a lot of video to show, right? And so I hope Xavier's not crying over there across the pond right now and going, Dave, you cut out the funniest stuff. Now, Xavier, if you've not watched his retreat channel, Xavier's Bonsai Retreat, a very funny man, and I appreciate his videos, and he has a really good time, and he does him. And that's a lot of theme you're going to hear in some of these answers today. We do this for ourselves, and we just do it. And some of the advice they're going to give later on is if you do a channel, be you, and he's him, and I love that. And if you want to see the full interview questions in their full entirety to get some of those other funny comments in there for you, of course, after the expo comes to a close later on this afternoon, over the coming days and weeks, I will be releasing portions of little snippets of the expo, like those interviews, in a more extended form, or just the interviews for the YouTube questions, just the bonsai pot stuff. I'll be releasing those. So you will be able to go to the channel and find those because they're really worth watching because they put a lot of effort into their videos, and I don't want to leave those on the editing room floor, as they say. So next up, I would like to invite a friend of mine from the Minnesota Bonsai Club again onto the stage with me, and he is here live actually. So he either got my questions, got my links. He's one of those gentlemen we're gonna make fun of each other and tease each other till the day we're not doing bonsai anymore. But he's my right-hand man at the Minnesota Bonsai Society workshops, Mr. Kevin Rabadou. Did I say that right, Kevin?
You got that right.
Oh, there he is, my friend Kevin. So, Kevin is the first to show up at my workshops, and he's 9 times out of 10 the last to leave, unless he's going to watch his grandchildren play baseball, and then he comes back. So I could not do the workshops without this man, and he sent me a few photos a while back. It got lost in the email streams, and oh my gosh, I lost it all. But I found them, and I want to show his trees, the 2 that he showed pictures of, and he live can talk about his trees. So we're going to go ahead and add one of his trees here. Kevin, can you share with everybody what this thing is all about?
So a couple of years ago in that class that you were talking about, we did a Premna, or not a Premna, excuse me, a Melina.
Melina, yeah.
A parrot's beak. And so I got one after the class, and if you look on the right-hand side, it's a little hard to see in there, but there used to be another trunk going straight up. It looked like somebody glued a wooden dowel from Home Depot on there. Dale will love me for that. And then it had a fluffed bunch on top. And I took that completely off with an air layer, made another tree, but then I had this leaning like this. And I just liked it like that, even though it didn't look like that when I started, but I just liked it like that. You can see a little guy wire because I'm pulling it just a little further now. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the ones that I really have fun with this tree.
Very nice. Now, Melina, I have one as well from that very same year workshop, and it's in my garden right now. So it's also called a parrot's beak. I believe if you let that thing grow long and in the wild, they get some pretty wild, funky flowers. Don't think that they flower in bonsai form. But any growth things you've discovered with your tree, Kevin, like how does that thing grow for you? And I'll tell you how mine grows.
I have pruned this one specifically 5 times this year.
Wow.
I don't let it get way out of line, but I mean, it goes like mad. And the air layer that I've got that I took at the end of last year, it is growing the same way.
Nice.
I have no problems with this one. It's out on my patio. It is in full sun. You can see a little fertilizer pots there, and it does it by itself. I do next to nothing.
I think I've pruned mine twice this year, and I've noticed they seem to, for mine, it goes in spurts. I'll have a little bit of hesitation after a prune, and then I'll get these 5 or 6 leaders that just go boom, and they explode. Yeah. Very nice. Well, thank you for that one. Let's go to the other one. It's the Zelkova Forest, everyone. So, Kevin, a little bit about this guy.
I think it was 2 years ago. You posted a video where you had gone and bought 100 Zelkovas out from Bonsai.
Yep.
So I immediately went on and bought 5 of them.
Awesome.
This is 3 of them. It's a Serapot, and I just started this type of forest. I lost one of the 5. I've got one separate, and then I've got this. Now, what you're seeing right now was a couple of months ago, and if you saw it today, I almost brought it in here, to be honest with you, for this, but if you saw it today, you cannot see the soil. It is completely overgrown, and it is about 6 to 8 inches taller.
Okay. Yeah, they do grow like weeds, don't they?
They grow just fantastic. I haven't had a lot of luck propagating it. I don't know why I'm missing, but otherwise it does very well. And it was part of that whole thing that he had done out there at Bonsai. And you know, you had some that went well, and I had mine that went well. And I bought them in January, and he shipped them in January. And usually you don't do that with bonsai. That's just not safe. But they came in and they worked out fine for me.
Yeah, very nice. And as Shady Bonsai just said, hard to go wrong with a Serapot. So welcome there, Shady Bonsai. Yeah, I agree. Sarah, of course, is in our backyard in Red Wing, and if you can get a tree in a Serapot, that's fantastic. We'll hear from Sarah a little bit later today, so fantastic. Well, Kevin, I do appreciate you hanging out here and being live with us and sharing about your trees. I'm glad I found your trees before the premiere here. And enjoy the rest of the show as much as you can enjoy, and enjoy your baseball games if you have a few of those to go to.
Sounds good. Thanks, Dave.
All right, we'll talk to you later. All right, this is my friend Kevin. Again, I could not do the workshops without him. He is amazing. So we are coming up on 9:30. Look at that, everybody. We survived the first half hour of the marathon, and we are ahead of schedule by just a little bit because Kevin's section right there was a little extra, which is awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get rid of his last tree there. And then I'm going to talk about Adelaide Bonsai for just a nanosecond because we'll let him do the talking. So Luke Parsons is his name, and he's from Adelaide, Australia, and it's Adelaide Pottery. And he's involved in bonsai in many, many ways. Let's let him talk about it, everybody. Enjoy this next video. This is the time, if you need to, quick coffee break, bathroom break. We'll be back live to chit-chat in a little bit. But we have Adelaide Bonsai here for the Expo Live.
Welcome, everyone. We're inside my kind of refurbished plant room here. I'm doing some painting and cleaning up, and I've got a special guest with me today. I want to welcome everybody to Mr. Luke Parsons. Luke, thanks for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks for having me, David. Yeah, for those that don't know me, I'm in Adelaide, South Australia, and I run a small business called Adelaide Bonsai Pottery, producing handmade pots like this that I sell around Australia and increasingly overseas with more customers in the US now. I'm also with one of my other hats is president of the South Australian Bonsai Society.
So it's not just all about pottery, I take it, for you.
Trees as much as the pots. Yeah, I guess it was pretty early on that I realized, I got interested in bonsai when I was young, and it's all about the trees. And yeah, very quickly realized, look, this isn't just trees; it's trees and pots. What am I doing? Just making trees? I've got to make the pots as well.
So you started with the trees.
Yeah, but it wasn't long. I guess that's by just how I operate. If I see something, I have to know how it works. I'm not content to just say, yeah, that's a nice pot, that's great. I have to figure out how to do that thing myself.
I would love to get into it as I get closer and closer to retirement from teaching. I've got a couple of friends in my bonsai club who have started to make pots already, and I'm very envious of that. I got so much on my plate, I haven't been able to think about that, but I would love to dive in the future. I think that'd be a fun thing to experiment with. One of the first questions I want to ask you, you're into trees, you're heavy into bonsai, you're making your own pots. What really, if you have a style that you go for, what really got you to start making the pots the way you make your certain style? Was it that you felt there wasn't anything out there that you liked for your trees, or what kind of led you to kind of your current style in bonsai pottery?
So initially, I started making pots that just looked like commercial bonsai pots. So they're geometric shapes and look very much like a pot that you just buy off the shelf in your bonsai nursery. And it took a few years, I think, to actually start to develop my own style. First you've got to get the technique right of how do I actually build this pot without it falling apart, how do I make it dry without cracking, how do I actually fire it. And yeah, after a few years of doing that, I've actually started to develop what I think now is my own style, but also quite uniquely Australian as well. So I do a lot of bushwalking, getting around in the bush, and you see, in the Australian environment, different colours, burnt colours.
Beautiful.
And that started to filter into my work. So instead of just having standard geometric shape, this has a bit of a burnt edge, which is what you see in the Australian landscape. And yeah, so I think I could fairly safely say now that I've actually developed my own style.
I discovered you, of course, with the Discover Potters community with Angela Ramirez, and I had met her a couple years ago with Chris Baker at the Chicago Botanical Gardens, and she's kind of interned there and helped out with the trees. And I really started to pay attention to the Discover Potters community, and I get more hits from that than any other part of my social media. And that's where I discovered you, and you stuck out to me, and I said, I got to reach out to this guy and see if he'd be a part of this expo that I'm doing, this online event where I want to introduce people to just more people that are crazy about bonsai. And I just loved everything I've seen from your pictures on Facebook. And so I'm excited. If I'm not mistaken, let me see, it's Wednesday here in the States. Did you put my pots in the mail?
Yes, they have been posted. They're on the way. I'll send you the tracking number when we're done here. They're probably I don't know. They might not have left Australia yet, but they're certainly on their way. Yeah. all bubble wrapped up.
Yeah.
They only just fit in like the largest size box I can actually send in the post. My trick for sending pots anywhere is to have the box that they're in way bigger than the size of the pot. So somebody
Yes.
could drop that box or whatever, and
Yeah.
the wall of the pot would be nowhere near the wall of the box.
I just can't wait to have them and see what I hope to put in them. So I'm super excited about that. In this journey of just making these pots, you said that it took a little while to find your style, and it's very Australian in your opinion, just kind of what you're seeing out there in nature. What's been your favorite part so far about your pottery journey? What's been the favorite part?
I mean, I enjoy the process. I enjoy making the pots. That's great fun. And every time you open that kiln door, you're never really sure exactly what the result is going to be, because sometimes the kiln decides what the final result is, and sometimes that's bad, sometimes it's really good. So that's so that's an exciting process. But I think the most exciting part really is just all of the people involved. In terms of my customers and that end result of tree and pot. So, I've connected with somebody through the Facebook page or wherever, and they've said, I like these pots, Luke, that's great. Can you make me one? I need it, because most things I make are made to order.
Okay.
And so we make this pot, whatever size, shape and color it needs to be, send that to whatever part of the world it's going to. And usually what happens is, as soon as, it's quite exciting, as soon as that person's received that pot in the post, they've got their tree into the new pot, taken a photo of the complete package there of tree and pot. I then say, look, that looks great. Can I share that? I share that photo on the Facebook page, and everybody says, hooray, that looks fantastic. Seeing people excited with what they've achieved with their tree in this new pot. So it's not, as I often say at the South Australian Bonsai Society when I'm teaching there, or just doing a demonstration or something, look, it's great that we have all these trees and pots, but if we don't have all the people there, all of our members, it doesn't work.
That's why I do my YouTube channel. That's why I'm doing this expo. I'm doing this live stream crazy marathon 6-hour expo because I love bringing people together to do exactly what you just said there. It's like, if you can see the results of your pot and someone's tree in there, then share that and people get excited about it. That just keeps the hobby just really moving forward. Do you do more commission work and like, hey, I want this size, about this deep? Do you do more of that, or you just make them and hope to sell them?
Most of it seems to be made to order. I do try and keep stock on the shelves here in the studio, because lots of people come to the studio to come and have a look. But what has happened is that somebody has said, look, Luke, I like this pot, I like that sort of shape and that color, but I really need one that's about a wee bit bigger or a wee bit smaller. And I've said, well, sure, I can do that. So that seems to be the majority now. It is a little bit of a challenge then, because somebody has said, look, I want this thing, exactly this many centimeters or inches long and deep. And because the pots are shrinking as they're drying and being fired, I have to do a bit of math there, a bit of arithmetic to try and calculate the correct size, and just making sure that people are actually happy with what they receive. So there's some sort of, I shouldn't really, but there's some sort of anxiety there for me that customers are actually going to be happy with what they receive. And 99% of the time that seems to work really well. So so I'm happy to do those commissions.
Do you ever worry about that becoming too much? I have a small business on the side that I run, my bonsai acres that I'm doing. I have a little trees. I sell soil to the club members and people in Minnesota, and I have trees in the ground, and I'm doing lots of experimenting. It's just a small little business, and I've heard every professional out there say at some time or another, the Ryan Neals of the world, and Andrew Robson has talked about this. A couple of the folks here from the States that are traveling around and doing stuff, and we've had them work in our clubs, and they say this, their bonsai hobby is so secondary to the business, and they're so busy and traveling, and I've said to myself, I never want my little thing to take over my joy for bonsai.
So do you worry about that commission work or pottery just taking over, or are you able to balance it pretty well so far?
Yeah, there is that worry that it becomes more of a job, and I don't want it to be that. But I don't know if this line is used in the States, but certainly here in Australia, people say sarcastically, "Oh yeah, living the dream," like they're trudging through their day-to-day job, and there's this sarcastic, "Oh yeah, I'm living the dream," and I have to sort of remind myself sometimes, look, I think I might actually be doing that. I'm doing what was my hobby, and yeah, we've definitely crossed over now into a business. I don't think I could argue to the Australian Tax Office that this is a hobby. It's definitely a business. But yeah, I've still got my family to look after and other things that they're doing. Yeah, it doesn't seem to intrude on that. I'm happy with the steady amount of orders that keep coming in, and I do think I've found that balance.
So kind of a spin-off to that question then too about living the dream and it getting to be maybe too much of a job. Besides that, is there any real tough part about your craft, your art and making these pots? Has there been a real tough moment at all in your journey so far that you can think of?
Only when there's a higher than usual failure rate. So making handmade pottery, there is some failure rate. To say that every one of the pots that I made was 100% success would be a lie.
Right.
There is always some failure rate. Usually here in Adelaide, where summers are really hot, it's very hot, very dry, and pots can dry a bit too quickly and unevenly, and sometimes will crack. So there can be pots that I've spent hours hand building this thing, and then you get into the studio one morning and see the pot made yesterday. Oh, crack! Great. Go again.
There you go.
Send customer a message and say, look, I'm sorry, your pot cracked. I'm going to have to do it again. And the same when firing the pots. There is some failure rate. Sometimes things will crack or warp in the kiln, and they just have to be made again. And it used to really get to me, but now I just sort of accept it as being part of the process.
Sure.
And most of the time it's fine. There's really low rate of that happening, and it's fine. But yeah, occasionally in really hot weather here, you get two things in a row cracking. You think, what am I doing? I'm going to go play golf instead. This is already dreadful.
Let's go try to hit a ball in a hole for a while. Reset. I love it. Is there a kind of tree that fits in your pots better than others, or are your trees kind of like free game for anything? Because we can put anything into a bonsai pot and call it a bonsai. Are there some that really lend better for your style, do you think, or is it pretty wide open for you? Because I think your pots could put almost anything in.
Yeah, there's lots of different trees will suit my pots. I think anybody doing bonsai or pinching, you really just need to understand the stylistic differences. I've done demonstrations before at our Bonsai Club about that, stylistic differences. Whether you were looking at Japanese bonsai that is emulating what's being done in Japan, or my very much Penjing style tree here. Whether we're after that aesthetic, the Chinese Penjing aesthetic, or you're looking at what's happening in other parts of Asia or Europe or in Australia. We do, people have to recognize we do have different styles around the world, and you need to understand what your own style is that you're chasing and go after that. I would argue that I have created my own style in trees and pots. But there's obviously some influences, conscious or unconscious, from Japan and China and lots of different places that have filtered into what I'm doing. The pots that I'm making are suitable for a range of trees, but just as all those different styles of trees are different and these pots are different, it's about understanding what those stylistic differences are and keeping them together. So why would you, for example, let's say you have a Japanese black pine, and it's been styled as a highly refined looking Japanese style bonsai. Why would you put that into one of my rather Australian looking pots with this kind of burnt looking edge on it? It wouldn't suit. The two wouldn't suit each other If you've got a traditional looking Japanese bonsai, you probably just stick with a traditional looking Japanese pot. But if you are after something different, like I see trees being made in the US and parts of Europe, and here in Australia, people actually are chasing their own style, then fine, have a pot that is different, that recognises that difference in the tree, match the two together.
How are you firing your pots, and are they? We call it Minnesota hardy actually here, or is it cold hardy? Are your pots gonna stand up all across the country and all across the globe?
Had enough of these pots out there in the world now that if there was going to be some catastrophic failure, we would have seen it by now.
Good.
But the making and firing process. So the clay that I use is a manufactured clay body. So that means it's not just clay that's been dug out of the ground. It's a clay that has been made from different clays from lots of different sites and all blended together to make this uniform clay body. It's what they call a stoneware clay body, so it's capable of being fired to stoneware temperatures. So we're getting up towards 1300 degrees Celsius. And what that does is that makes a clay body or a pot that they'd call vitrified. So rather than this just being a bunch of clay particles all stuck together, this thing is actually vitreous, like a sheet of glass. Basically, it's impervious to water. So what can happen with, say, earthenware pots like terracotta? They're porous. They can soak up some water, and then that water, when it freezes, expands, and the pot would delaminate or crack or something. So it's about the ability of the pot to be porous or not. So these pots, while they're not fully vitrified, they will absorb some small amount of water, but not enough for them to be cracking in freezing weather, basically.
Nice.
So it's earthenware pots that absorb water that you would have trouble with in that climate. So what's usually referred to as high-fired or stoneware pots, you'd need to use in that climate.
Do you travel a little bit? Do you put your pots in shows at all? I'm going to be heading to the U.S. Nationals coming September for my first time. But do you have your pots set up in some shows around the world or the country?
Obviously, I have pots for sale here in my studio here in Adelaide, and our annual show that we put on every October. There'll be pots for sale there, and I guess people can buy them all around the world through the Facebook page, Adelaide Bonsai Pottery. But in terms of having them in exhibitions, I guess probably the best example is our National Bonsai and Pension Collection of Australia in Canberra. So I don't know if you're aware of our national collection, but it's a pretty, I'll get a plug in for that one. It's a pretty amazing facility. Lots of bonsai and penching there on display. And most of those are from growers around Australia. And there's a process. We select which trees are going to be on display in Canberra there. And so this is actually one ash tree here, this Chinese Penjing style tree. This has actually just come back from Canberra, a 2,500 kilometre round trip to take this tree from Adelaide to Canberra and back again. So it's been in Canberra for 3 years, and so I've just brought this one back from the National Collection and taken 6 more trees over there, 4 of which are in pots that I've made. So that's kind of my claim to fame here in Australia is we have a bonsai pot competition at the National Collection every year. A few years ago, I managed to win first prize, and the pot is for a particular tree. So the tree that is in the permanent collection, in the National Collection there, is in a pot that I've designed and made for it. So I now have that pot in the permanent collection of the National Bonsai Collection. So that's that's a nice feeling.
Yeah, fantastic. Congrats.
In backyards all around the world now, I guess. It's great that there might be the occasional bonsai professional that uses my pots, but you know, most of us aren't bonsai professionals. We're just people in our own backyards having fun. And yeah, those are the people that I actually like to look after, is because, you know, that is the majority of people doing bonsai around the world. We're not all running bonsai nurseries. We're just in our backyards having fun. Yeah.
About how long does it take your pots to get overseas? You said to me like 5 to 9 business days. That seems pretty fast.
Yeah, not long. Yeah, within Australia, you know, a few days. Yeah, it's not really all that long. I've had some pots go to Greece recently, which took a little while, like a few weeks.
Okay.
But yeah, given the distances involved, yeah, it's really not that long. I think the estimate for the pots that are heading your way was yeah, 5 to 9 days. Yeah, the world is a small place, really.
I get to go see who's become a dear friend of mine, Sarah Rener, from my backyard, basically. So Sarah Rener, if you're not familiar with her, potters or pots out of Red Wing, Minnesota. She's 45 minutes down the road from me, and I get to go see her tomorrow. So I'm talking to you today in Australia, and I'm talking to her tomorrow in her backyard. And I love her point of view with pots. And she goes, if you're looking at a pot and you're even remotely unsure, she says, don't buy one right now. She almost doesn't want to sell you one right now. She's really all about, find that pot that's going to be right for the tree and right for you. And if it's not right now, bye, see you later. She doesn't want to force it. I just love her humble, we don't need to do this right now. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I'm probably not the world's best salesperson in that respect, and that I'm not just after a sale. I'd rather have the right pot for the right tree. I guess if I was just after a sale, I'd just buy a container load of pots from China and sell those. It'd be a whole lot easier than trying to make these pots. So yeah, it is about finding the right pot for the right tree. And for a lot of people, I think that is difficult. What are we looking for? So I do a lot of that, just talking through, well, let's have a look at your tree, send me a photo of your tree. Let's have a look at the colors present in the tree, the textures in the tree, and see what we can make. So I've got a little fig tree here at root over rock style. I make lots of root over rock style trees, and so this is a good example, I think, of where I've had a look at the colors present in the tree and in that composition. So the pale color of the tree's trunk and roots, and the sort of dark brown color of the stone that it's on.
Yeah.
And chosen some similar colors for the pot. So there's the dark brown clay body of the pot, similar sort of tone to the stone, and the pale cream colored glaze, similar sort of tone and color to the tree's trunk and roots. So not exactly the same colors, but similar colors. So that's one way of having a look at what's actually present in the tree, colors and textures, as a guide for what colors and textures to use in the pot. I've told the story a few times at bonsai club meetings here, where I had one of these fig trees, bright green leaves. It was growing on this quite sort of reddish colored stone. And I'm looking around for a pot. It was a pot I'd made that had this really nice blue glaze, like quite bright blue glaze. And I've got this tree with its green leaves and its red stone into this bright blue pot. And it was just instantly, oh my God, what's this kaleidoscope of color that I hadn't realized until I got the tree in the pot. Because there were too many different colors and too many sort of primary colors, I think, there. And the blue colors in the pot, a color that wasn't present there in the tree, and it was just way too many colors for your eyes to take in. It was immediately obvious once I got that tree into that pot. So sometimes, what you think is going to be a good match ends up not being a good match, and you could try again. But I think if you can look at, what's the tree actually doing? Have a look at all the colors and textures present in the tree as a guide for what to do with the pot.
One of my favorite trees is the larch tree. And, the deciduous conifer larch that turns a beautiful golden color in the fall and loses all its leaves. You've got a tree that's bright green in the early spring, dark green when it hardens off, golden color in the fall, and then it's a silhouette in the winter. What kind of pot? What kind of pot would you recommend for that? Where would you go with that tree if you've done it before, or what do you think is the best pot for that one?
Well, I guess you've got to look at what might be the same in that tree. I'm guessing that tree is going to have the same coloured trunk colour all year, so the leaves might be different, but the trunk colour is going to be the same.
Right.
There's probably some sort of grey, colours present in that tree that, maybe that's the colour to.
There's the larch right there.
So if you have a look at that tree and that pot, I think what's going on is that the pot seems quite visually heavy, not physically heavy, but visually heavy, because of the dark brown colour of the pot. The tree seems lighter than the pot does. And you could say, well, that's great, it makes the whole thing feel grounded. But I can't help but wonder that a pot that had some grey tones similar to the colour in the trunk would actually suit that pot better, that one that would feel a bit visually lighter.
Yeah, I like that. I don't remember why I picked this pot. Maybe it's the only one I had.
Well, that's usually what we do, isn't it? We're
well, it is
to get a tree into a pot, because that's what a bonsai is. And we look around the backyard, look on the benches. Oh, there's a pot that looks about the right size. That will do.
That's all we do.
Yeah, and I've been guilty of that many times too. But yeah, I think if you can slow that process down, and most people, we don't have those discussions. What is the visual weight of this pot? Is it visually heavy? Is it visually light? The same sort of process that we go through looking at the trees. Is it masculine or feminine? Is it formal or informal? The same can apply to your pots.
Yeah.
And I guess realistically, you go to your bonsai nursery and they'll have some unglazed pots and some glazed pots, some bigger, some smaller, and there is your decision process. You're sort of forced to be limited to what's available. So you have to just take pots off the shelf because that's what's there. But with the process of making a pot like this, well, it's infinite. I can vary the texture and colour, and glaze and form and everything almost infinitely. And then it's the opposite problem. I have so many choices now. How do I narrow it down? What pot's actually going to be suitable for my tree? Yeah, but it's a good problem to have.
For sure. Well, I've already been thinking in our time together, been thinking about a pot I'd love to commission to you someday. I won't get into details today, but I have a concept of a tree that it's a kind of a penjing foresty type thing that I'll run by you in the future, and we can talk about that and what might happen. So I'm cruising through Facebook and I see this with a cat and the expression "cat in an olive tree." Explain that pot to me. Like, where did that come from?
So in the Adelaide Hills, we have, let's see, we have many feral olive trees. So these things just grow as weeds.
Really?
In the Adelaide Hills, and we get around and dig them up, and they make fantastic free bonsai.
Yeah.
And so I guess the same process with with this tree. What are the colours and textures that are present in the trunk, and can we use that as a guide for the colours to use in the pot? So we've got these similar sort of grey tones in the pot as we do the trunk.
Yeah, fantastic.
And we've dug these from the Adelaide Hills, and there's some sort of stony outcrops there. I guess might have influenced the shape of that pot going on there.
For sure.
So
beautiful. Oh.
You've got to open your eyes a bit. I think have a look around to see what's actually in the environment where the tree is growing. Whether that's a real environment or an imagined environment. So it might be where you've collected this tree, what was actually present in that environment, can that influence the style of the pot? Or it might be an imagined environment. So
Well, that's about all I have for you tonight. I certainly appreciate your time. Is there anything else you'd like to add about what you do and where you're at? And again, people can find you on Facebook, but anything I left out or any other comments or yeah, you got anything?
Yeah, I think you've got a bit about me and a bit about the process of making these pots, and yeah, the whole process of people ordering pots. Yeah, I guess would just be have a go, and if you're not sure, ask me. You know, we've gone through this process of Q&A on how would you match a tree to a pot, and that's essentially what I'm doing with my customers too. Not everybody is sure what they want, but yeah, you shoot me a message on Facebook to the Adelaide Bonsai Pottery Facebook page, and send me a photo of your tree, and we'll have a chat. You're not obligated to buy a pot. Just send me a photo, and we'll have a chat. I'll draw some sketches. I'll draw some designs. I quite enjoy that. It's quite good fun doing that. Nobody's obliged to buy a pot from me just because I've drawn them a design.
I talk a lot about the journey of bonsai, and what I've appreciated more in the last couple of years is the people I've met. So it's been a pleasure to meet you over the old internet. I'd love to see you face to face someday in the future. That'd be fantastic. And now what I love the most is that I'm going to have a bonsai at some point that has a story because it's going to be in one of your pots, and someone that I got to chat with, got to connect with about bonsai. And I love trees that have a story. So thanks for sharing your story and let me be part of that story. And I hope we can get together again soon.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to seeing what trees you put in those pots, and yeah, be sure to send me some photos, and I can share them on the Facebook page. And yeah, people in the Australian bonsai community here, because yeah, I really do believe there is an Australian bonsai community, and yeah, and you know, perhaps world bonsai community too. Everybody can see that. And
fantastic.
We'll share in the fun.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a couple people that watch my YouTube channel from Australia. So I know one of them, his name is Brian. I can't remember his last name, but hopefully Brian is going to be knocking on your door someday soon because he knows I'm talking. All right, man. You take care. And again, we'll talk soon.
Yeah. All righty. Thanks, David.
Many, many thanks to Luke Parsons out at Adelaide Bonsai, his Adelaide Pottery in Adelaide, Australia. So fantastic conversation with Luke there. So we are a little after 10 o'clock Central Standard Time. It is time for our first giveaway. So let me go ahead and put that in the chat one more time. Please remember, if you've already filled out the form, don't fill out another one. We're going to give away 2 things an hour from here on out. We're in the 10 o'clock hour, first giveaway moments away. It's the Adelaide package. So if you fill it out, just your name and email for right now so I can get in touch with you and I can send that out. So big thanks to all the people around the world who are tuning in. We've got New Zealand here. We've got New York here. We've got Alaska here. We've got Connecticut here. We have, who else we have, Mark?
Yorkshire.
North Cornwall.
New York. South Dakota.
South Dakota's here today in the house. So way to go. Utah. Indiana, and a whole bunch of others we're missing, of course. Thank you so much. So fill out that form for the first giveaway. I'm going to copy and paste from the Excel spreadsheet as it comes in through the interwild web. And then we're going to give that first giveaway. So you don't have to be present to win. I am going to keep that up because I don't expect anybody to sit here for the entire 6 to 7 hours like I am. If you do, fantastic. But if I draw your name, I will email and reach out to you. So many thanks. I also want to thank those who have sent a super sticker out. I want to make this announcement once or twice today. That is so appreciated and so lovely. And here's my thought, everybody, on super stickers. YouTube is great except for the commercials sometimes, right, y'all? We can turn those features off and everything. This is a free service. People can watch for free and they don't have to pay. But some of us pay for some stuff, and that's your choice, right? So here's my ask. If you are willing, able, desire to give $1 or $2 or $3 in a super sticker, that is fantastic. What I am going to do is I'm going to take a snapshot of all the super stickers from this premiere, this live stream. And here's what we're going to do. The first few bucks are going to come in and pay for shipping for the 10 or 11 prizes. So I can take care of shipping across the world and no one else has to pay for that. So shipping will be free. A couple other administrative fees, I'll have those transparent, everybody listed out into what I'll add a couple there if we raise a little bit of money. But here's the big part. If we raise money to pay for shipping, if I raise money to pay for a few of the nuts and bolts to have this up and running, anything above and beyond, I want to give away at least 2 prize packages to viewers. So here's what I want you to think about. Doesn't have to be this moment. It can be sometime in the next couple of days for that matter. So here's what I'm hoping we'll do. I want you to nominate someone and contact me. And so when you contact me, you're going to contact me through my Bonsai Acres Gmail, right? So here is my address, bonsaiacres@gmail.com. If you have someone in the bonsai community that could really use a helping hand right now, then tell me about that person, and we will get some cash left over from this, whatever's left over from after all the bills are paid. I want to send money to 2 people. Now, there are 2 people in the United States who have been dealing with some severe weather. And some of us might be with us today now. They don't know that I'm saying this. So this is a complete out of the left field here for them. I'm not going to mention names yet. But there is one person in this discussion who we'll talk to later who lost their greenhouse due to a storm. There's another person who responded to me a couple days ago, looking forward to the expo. They had a tornado go through and almost lost, well, I don't know how much they lost of their personal goods. Bonsai were put in garages and hopefully salvaged. But people have been dealing with a lot of life things, and it happens to all of us, and we could all use a little help once in a while. I want to give back. So if you are sending a super sticker and give back to this, I want to give that, anything we make, to those people. So we'll pay for shipping, and I want to send a little bit of a thank you to those people for being part of this community, and a little bit of money to get their bonsai journey back up and running, whether it's part of a greenhouse fund, whether it's part of a bonsai pot that cracked and broke, whether it's, who knows, just to get through and get by. One of the things you'll see in some of the questions and interviews I've had with people is they'll say how bonsai has been therapy for them. It gets them out of bed in the morning. It's getting them through tough times. And one of my most memorable moments in bonsai to date is Tony of Tony's Bonsai. So here in the program is where I just want to say a big shout out to Tony's family. And Tony, rest in peace. Tony passed away, who brought so many smiles to this bonsai community. And I can never stop thinking of him with just trying to crank a tree and bend a tree with vet tape and all that. Tony has left a legacy in this community that's going to last forever. And I still have a picture of his hanging up in the PSGF. Tony reached out to me several years ago and said, "Hey, Dave, thanks for your inspiration. And partly because of you, I created my bonsai channel." Oh my gosh. So tingles, goosebumps on my hand, just thinking about the fact that we touch people's lives and we make people feel better and heal and get over things and just keep marching on. So keep that going in this community. Thank you so much for that. And no one has to give a penny. So this is not something that I want to spend too much time on. So there it is. Give if you want to, if you can, and we're going to put that forward and give it to someone who might be in need. So thank you very much. So if you have now had the time while I've been yipping and yapping to sign up for the form, if you did not sign up yet, you will have 10 more chances to win. So here we go. I am going to cut and paste the names of all the people who have signed up so far. I'm going to copy and paste them into my fantastic little system here that's going to give us a spinny thing here. There we go. I'm going to generate my spinner. And here we go. You might hear this, but oh my gosh, look at all those names. That's fantastic. We have about 95 listening right now. Hope we push over 100 a couple times today. So here we go. My spinner for the first pack. Let me get this up here so I can show you first before I push this. Let's take this off. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so up for grabs for the first pack is the Adelaide package. It's going to be a little blurry. So this is one of the pots that Luke sent me for the giveaway. So you're going to get this wonderful pot from Australia with this beautiful teal colored top colored here and beautiful natural looking clay. I love the clay. It's a little bit blurry, too close. There you go. Got the drainage holes in there, some wire screens. Great little pot for a shohin. Inside this giveaway package as well from Susan Wildwood, we're going to talk to her later. We've got some wonderful tubing. If you're doing some guy wiring, if you're doing some protection of roots, whatever you're doing, you can never have enough medical grade or fish tank tubing. We got some of that. And her package of fertilizer. So she's making this fertilizer. She's going to tell us how she makes her fertilizer later in the show. We're going to talk about that. And thanks to Dave Seymour for the bonsai book, The Blue Skyway. So if you've not seen Dave's bonsai videos, check his YouTube channel out, right? Blue Sky Bonsai. He has some great tutorials on his channel. He couldn't be here from prior commitments. He would have been on the show, but he sent a book along for this first package. I am thankful for that. And I also have all the paperwork from Susan about the fertilizer cake. So whatever you miss on this great expo today, you will have all the nuts and bolts of what she does. And I'm sure we can pass along contacts. And from the one and only Bill Vilvanis, I was over at his property last year, and he had a couple of books at his place that he's put together over the years. And he said, hey, Dave, why don't you just grab some of these? So I've got an International Bonsai little book here, never been touched by anybody, brand new. And it's some great information on bonsai. So that's bonsai package number one. And the winner is, let's click on my little thing here. Here we go. Woo-hoo! Winner number one. We have Alex. Now there could be 14 Alexes on there. So I got to find who Alex is and see if there's any additional names on there in the email. So we will find Alex. Let me mark that down right there. Alex, that's all I got to go by. So if you have a common name, give us your last initial, please, so I can give it to the right person. So there's Alex. We'll make sure that Alex gets that one. All right, and we'll have the next giveaway in a little while. So I appreciate that. All right, so we are going to take a short little break here, and we're going to go ahead and let me get rid of this. Here we go. So here is bonsai question number 2 from those folks who answered questions for me. Here we go. Let's take a peek at this real quick.
Here in Grantham, well, I don't know if you can hear it, but we have got wind. Well, the washing's going everywhere. In fact, the washing has gone everywhere. I better go collect that. But yeah, we get loads and loads of wind, and it's the UK, so we get an awful lot of rain. And as a result of that, we'll find that within our soil type, we will also get loads and loads of weeds and that horrible algae moss.
So I live in London, UK, and my microclimate is oceanic, temperate, CFB, and basically where I live is I get the sun all day from morning to night. So I'm east, south, southwest, west facing. So I get the sun from morning all the way round, and I have no shade at all, so it makes it very difficult to grow things like maples and other species. You know, I'm watering 3, sometimes four times a day in the summer.
Man, I'm not the greatest, but I think I'm in zone 6B. So I'm in the Lehigh Valley area in Pennsylvania. So, you know, we have really cold winters. Like we get down to, you know, a couple days below 0 Fahrenheit. And, you know, in the summers, we get well over 100 degrees in the summer too. So it's a varying range. I unfortunately don't have a cold frame at the moment. So winterizing my trees is a little difficult. When I overwinter them now, I actually keep them in my attic, which is, it's not finished or anything. So the temperature range is probably between, like, you know, 50 to 65. So it's not the greatest.
Yeah, we don't really get very hot summers at the moment. We're getting a bit of a heat wave. It's about low 30s, which is the hottest really we ever get. It's like 31, 32. Winters, again, the same. We don't really get really bad winters. Like last winter, I think we only had 2 3 nights that went below zero, -1, -2. Quite wet, it can be quite wet. We could get a month of rain continuous, every day it raining. That would be out of the norm. So we do get quite a bit of rain, all right.
Back live, Bonsai Expo on YouTube. We are at 10:15, and I got to show this right here, folks. Almost Bonsai, get out of town. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Again, nobody has to give anything. If you gave $1, this is awesome. So Almost Bonsai, I can't thank you enough. That is amazing support. This will go to a wonderful cause. Again, we're going to pick someone from a couple locations. I'd love to have someone from the United States and someone from across the pond. So if you know someone who could use a little pick-me-up for their bonsai or their world in general because they're having a life situation, thanks to Almost Bonsai and everybody else that just shot out a few super stickers, super thank yous, whatever they call them these days. That is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. Can't thank you guys enough. So we're going to do something fun now. We're going to do this a couple times in the hour just to break up all the video stuff and all the chit chat you're all having, which is lovely. And by the way, I've seen some conversations now when I've been watching videos. People are talking about chicken grit. And what is chicken grit again, Ryan?
Crushed granite.
Crushed,
decomposed granite.
Decomposed granite. Who knew that before today? I didn't. We're learning stuff. Everybody's learning.
Or crushed oyster shell.
Or crushed oyster shell. So some people have used that in their bonsai soil. And that's a huge subject that no one wanted to touch. So we're not going to spend hours talking about soil. But on here in chat and when you talk to people, talk it up. And people talk, someone asked a question about masculine versus feminine pots. That's a great conversation. And, some people don't use masculine, feminine anymore, but, it's just, we got a little bit more rough around the edges and bold and strong, but, we can have both for both categories, and feminine, a little bit smoother, softer pots, and some trees lend themselves better in some of those kind of pots because they're a little bit more that way. Literatis, elegant, long, and elegance. And so, so those conversations are happening, and that's how we learn about bonsai. I've been in bonsai for almost 10 years now, and I still go to even intro workshops and learn new stuff. So we have a great video coming up. The one and only Candace is back in town. We've been waiting. I teased some people about what's going on in her world, and she's going to tell you a little bit here in this next video. But before we do that, let's finish answering your friends on the chat. But now you're all going to chat with me in a moment. But here's the key. For this to work, we all have to wait and not push send. So nobody send a new message after the one you're going to send right now to a friend. Send that real quick. And then here's the question for this first hour. I want you to answer with just one word. Do you prefer to work on in your collection, not to view or whatever, but in your collection to work on, or what's the kind of tree you prefer the best? Would it be a tropical, a deciduous, or a conifer? So you're just going to type in one of those three. Nobody say I like them all. I don't have any favorite children. Let's just see which one is kind of your go-to and you like the most. You're going to type in tropical, deciduous, or conifer. And when I say, then you're going to hit return. And we're going to have this big old flood whoosh, of people answering the question. You're going to see what your friends in the bonsai world are liking in their garden. So when I count to 3, you're going to hit the return button. Ready? So tropical, deciduous, or conifer. Ready to hit send in 1, 2, and 3. Let it fly, everybody. Let's see what people are liking in their neck of the woods. Tropical, deciduous, or conifer. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Deciduous, deciduous, deciduous. Ooh, I'm surprised. A lot of deciduous. Tropical, deciduous, tropical, conifer. That's the first conifer I've seen. 2, 3, conifer, deciduous, tropical. Matthew Davis. Susan likes deciduous. Tropical. Look at all those people. All right. Cool. Way to represent, everybody. That's question number 1. We have a couple more questions throughout the expo here, and kind of what your preference is. And that first one, deciduous, conifer, or tropical. And of course, that's different for everybody for different reasons, as is bonsai in general. And it changes in your career. If it hasn't changed already, it probably will. Well, let's go ahead and do this. I know she was on earlier, so I hope Candace is not. She might be in her mutter run. She's, you know, always active, always very physical, weight gym, you know, pumping up. She's on a mutter run or something in the middle of the day. Don't know if she's still there. Bonsai Science, Candace, if you're there, she'll watch this later, though. She sat down and talked to me. Let's all meet up with the one and only from Bonsai Science. Let's see what's going on in Candace's world, everybody.
Fantastic. Cheers.
Cheers. I'm alive.
What a perfect place to state.
I'm alive.
She's alive. Well,
I'm
thank you
here.
so much for doing this, by the way.
No problem.
My gosh, you're coming off of a shift, so let's just start there. Remind everybody what you do. I mean, how do you earn your living? Because you're not doing bonsai anymore.
Yeah, that was where I got my living.
That's where you lived
That's
before.
where I was doing my living.
You know, you're a nurse.
I'm an ER nurse, and then I also do forensic nursing on the side. Okay. So, and then based out of the emergency room. So,
okay.
So all night shifts. I do 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. 3 days a week. So I have 4 days off every week, and we've been doing a lot of traveling. So
very, very cool.
And this is our first summer here, because we moved in the fall. Everything for outside just was in like storage scattered everywhere. Yeah. So we're still trying to.
You're still in that year of discovery.
Yes, and there's a lot to discover, and I haven't been sure.
Yeah.
What's real and staying in plants, and what's weeds, and how to handle fruiting trees, like.
But you're learning.
But we're learning. Yeah, we're learning.
You
so
pruned a couple of apple trees and stuff, right? Or
correct. And we pruned all the stuff on the side here because it was dying because it was all shaded out.
Yeah.
So.
Once you're a bonsai people, you don't look at trees and shrubs the same way, do you?
No, and you're more confident with handling them because you know what you can and can't do.
Absolutely. And you moved to be closer to family and
yep, closer to Mike's family, closer to work. I'm like 15 minutes from work now instead of an hour.
Oh my
so
gosh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, Mike's parents are 15 minutes away, so they help with the kids too and stuff. And
so I have to say, from the moment you left bonsai and reached out to me, and I got a lot of your stuff. And then people like, where's Candace? How's Candace? I've been the go-to guy to say, how's Candace? And so I thought for this expo, we got to talk to Candace because I have not gotten more comments, questions, requests, curiosities than you out of all my bonsai videos.
So what if every time someone asks, what if you charge them $1 before you answer?
Ooh, $1. I was going to say a quarter.
Quarter.
$1 it is. You heard it here first. Okay, so if people want to get a question about Candace,
Dave's got the answers.
Pony up. I'll get the answers. Well, fantastic. So what I do know about your personality, when you dive into something, you kind of go all in, don't you? And so how did bonsai start for you?
I was actually at work on a shift, and a friend of mine at work mentioned that her husband was always interested in bonsai, so she bought him a bonsai for his birthday. Yeah. And like most people at that time, I was floored because I was like, well, I always thought bonsai was cool. I thought that was a specific type of tree and you had to be in Japan to do it and you had to be in Japan to get it.
Yeah,
and I was like, what do you mean you got him a bonsai?
Yeah.
And she had bought him one of those exorbitantly priced 4-year-old little junipers in a pot for like $90 or something, you know?
Dead upon arrival, as some people will say.
Right. So then I was like, whoa. And with everything, I swear, it's probably the ADHD, but if you have ADHD, you can go from no knowledge base to a professor of college if you're interested in the subject within 2 months.
And that's what I'm talking about with the deep dive.
Like,
you called your channel Bonsai Science.
It was...
And you knew how this worked.
And it wasn't just general. It was like, how do I handle each tree? Not just like, how do we water bonsais? But like, my neighbor's really cool. He's like 80 years old, and he's a retired veteran.
You're shooting a raccoon right now?
He reloads his own ammo, and I bring him eggs for free. He's like, can I give you some bullets in exchange? I'm like, we are in the backwoods here.
As long as he's shooting that way.
He does.
We're good.
He sits out his back porch there. I didn't know he'd be shooting, obviously. So first, when I first started doing the bonsai, I went on and bought, I think like from different, I think it was maybe Brussels, like the Nursery. Yeah. Bought probably 3, 4, 5 of that. Started watching other YouTube channels, researching different types of trees. and then found out you could go to nurseries and bonsai them. That was expensive, and that was dangerous because I don't think I could go into a nursery without coming home with 3 to 4 subjects to start to work with.
And were you the discount person, or did you just go and find a tree you liked?
I could
go
just
to the discount section a lot.
I went to all the sections and I could spend hours in there. So I had like my root rake hidden in my sleeve, and I'd be like, is anybody watching? And then you just kind of like start digging away to find the base and how's that Nabari, and then you start looking at it, because you get then the more you know and learn, then you don't come home with as many trees,
right?
Because you know what to walk away
You know what
from.
to walk away from, right?
So you might see something then with a thick trunk as a nursery stock and be like, that's coming home. But a few months after that, then you start thinking, to start this as a bonsai, I have to now get rid of this big whirl of branches, and there's 5 branches here.
Yeah.
And that scar's not going to heal, and it's going to look real messed up.
Yeah.
And so now you start looking at all of that other stuff. Because that first stage of development, when you first grab like a deciduous material, I mean, it's like chop.
Yeah. That's all you have to do.
Chop it up. Let it go then, let it grow.
Yeah. What was your best form of education? Did you read? Did you YouTube? Did you talk to any professionals with the club? I mean, what really got you into that ADH world of, I got to know more?
I think for me, it was Ryan Neal.
Oh.
A lot of Ryan Neal stuff, because he also took a scientific approach.
Well,
but he could be difficult for regular people to follow and understand, I thought.
Oh my God.
So he'll sit there and talk but he's talking over. So it was taking that stuff, but then being able to simplify it.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody watching can have that same piece of information, but have it in an understood way that they can apply to their home material. Because most of us don't have
what they have
collected $1,500 pieces from the Nevada desert.
Exactly. What do you think was one of your bigger successes? What kind of made you go with a couple of your trees? Is there something that really stands out to you from those trees?
Honestly, I think handling junipers. It was I was always good at picking good common garden juniper stock from a grow bucket, nothing fancy, and looking at it and just being able to take a vision and then bring it along fairly quickly to actually look like a decent bonsai.
Sure.
So, and you have some of those, like the one was a reject from one of those classes that nobody wanted.
I don't know if everybody knows that story, but I tell it at the workshops every year since.
Okay.
Workshop since. Whenever I do a garden juniper workshop, I say, and I bring that tree. And I said, this is a tree from one of our former members this was a reject, everybody.
Nobody wanted it.
Because nobody wanted this one. No one knew what to look for, because you're all newbies. But we now know more what to look for. But she picked this as a reject tree and turned it into this, and this is still only 2 or 3 years in development. 2 or 3 years.
I think that was the tree too that I was trying to get into to root rake, and it was actually like I was like on the chair in it because it was so buried deep. It was like standing on a chair going to town because it was like a monster.
Trees, we called
it was
the
big.
Trees. They had 8 tentacles going different
directions.
Right. And then that pot. Tell me about that pot again that it's in right now that I have now in my collection. That tree, that cascade, in that pot.
Yeah.
Tell me more about that. Someone make it for you? Did you make? I don't remember.
I think was that a Steve Gossert pop? I probably have it in my
black stone kind of just.
And it kind of like
it
kind of goes like that, like it pieces together. Yeah, I have it in my bonsai album still. I could tell you who made it. I don't remember though.
You can look it up later.
So that's the other thing is you start with trees.
Yeah.
And you spend a bunch of money collecting trees, and then you learn about air layering and yamadori. And people start off yamadori collecting twigs that are like 1 year old.
No,
it's like that's not really it.
But we need another stick in the pod. We need to find.
You want to get that big in.
Yeah.
And then you learn about air layering, and then it's all of a sudden you're out there and you have air layers on your lilacs and your maples, but then all of a sudden you realize it's actually a boxwood instead or something or.
Just air layer. You get free trees when you're trying to save some money.
And then you go down the pot route.
But people buying pots and then doing a tree to fit that pot instead of having a tree and trying to find a pot that fits the tree.
Mm-hmm.
Your thoughts on that? Like, let's just get some pots first, and then, or do you have to know bonsai first? What's your opinion on that?
I think you can go both ways. I think when you find a pot that's unique for a good price, that you're like, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And you don't know that you have a tree for it yet,
right.
Snap it up. So some of my most amazing pots I got very inexpensive because it was, I don't know if you know the name, but Iana Glosh.
I don't think I do.
She's on some of the bonsai auction groups, but she was just starting out and she was her stuff was getting buy it now, and like it was really really good stuff.
Nice.
So I had bought up some of her pots just because I was like, once this girl realizes
Yeah.
that her artistic ability and what her pots should actually be selling for,
Sure.
I said it's going to explode.
And most people won't
Sure
touch
enough,
it
I
anymore.
look, her pots, instead of what was, she would put it out there for $40 or $60, they're now $300 to $500 this year.
There you go. Wow. Yeah.
And sometimes I've had trees where I'm like, I know exactly the kind of pot I need and the material I need, and then you're just waiting to find that pot.
Right.
So one of them that I can think of was the stone carved pot that the windswept Chinese elm is in.
Yeah, that one. Let's talk about that one.
So I knew that was the kind of pot I wanted. I wanted something that was going to feel like the edge of a cliff.
Yeah.
So I wanted something that was going to be stone.
Yeah.
And it had to be big,
Yeah.
and it had to be long. So I had found a guy, that actually carves out, he collects these stones and then carves out the pot.
Sure.
So that pot, absolutely gorgeous. It was under $200, including shipping.
That's nice. Yeah, the kite that was off in the wind and this, just stunning. So cool. Who was judging that year?
That was,
do you remember?
Was that Peter T?
It might have been Peter T. What did he say about your display?
So Peter T actually said two things. He said, because for the show, it was great for the boy and the kite. But obviously, if this was a higher level show, he would have done it different. Not the boy with the kite, with the tornado, because the feeling doesn't match. So what he really, really liked, though, is that you rarely see a destructive element of death and danger in a bonsai presentation.
Interesting.
And to have that tornado there, where what's happening, this tornado's coming, this tree's bent over, we have death, destruction, what's it going to take out? He said the feelings that elicited, he said, was different and powerful, and he actually enjoyed that quite a bit. So, and I think as we get more people in North America creating bonsai displays, and not just us trying to recreate what's already been done, I think that's where we're seeing the most growth in the U.S.
Yeah.
Is we're getting U.S.-based potters, because I always try to use potters that are in the U.S. versus buying Japanese pots. I always try to either create and do my own scrolls, or obtain them from a painter in the U.S. and have that spin on it, versus trying to take scrolls with Japanese writing that nobody here can read and understand, and doesn't actually have that personal component and that meaning with you.
We're not connecting to it maybe as easily.
Correct.
Or understanding maybe even what the feeling is.
Yeah.
If we don't know what we're looking at. Or
our culture is different. Our experience is different, and we should reflect that in what we as a nation are trying to create in our bonsai.
So I think you answered the question then. I've asked almost everybody in my interviews in the last couple of years, are you more traditional or more natural with trees in the look? And the artistic thing you're talking about seems more natural, but not that traditional cookie cutter Japanese bonsai.
Right.
Would that be a fair statement of you then?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it also depends. I think you need to also be a little flexible in your pieces.
Sure.
And that creates more fun. You don't want a bunch of maple trees that all look like miniaturized, perfect little sculpted maple trees.
Right.
So I think it's good to understand and try to recreate natural trees in their miniaturized form.
Yeah.
But also have stuff that you are putting your artistic flair on, like Nigel with the recreated 3D printer and the root over, doing root over rock using that. That's cool.
Yeah. Let's go to one of the biggest challenges in bonsai for you then.
One of the biggest challenges.
What do you think? What was the brick wall you hit, or what kind of made things tough for you in bonsai? Some people could look
I
out
think
for.
what made it tough for me was, I think in our area we just don't have access to routine good professionals. We have to bring them in from across the country, and we're all learning and we're doing good.
I think what MBS has done well, again, is we support the early newbies, right? Get them all excited, workshops and all kinds of stuff for them.
And we're really good and competent there.
We're pretty darn good
there.
And not to toot my own horn.
You are great.
But the last 4 years have been a blast, and we've had bigger numbers and more retention. But it's that middle ground. When you hit that bump on the road, that's been a hard one to plan for.
And I think the hardest part for me with that was at that time is we had the Peter T group, but there's no openings. Nobody was ever phased out. So I finished all this, and now I'm on my own, but my knowledge base is much higher than the novices that I also went to the workshop with very quickly.
Very quickly, right.
And it was like, well, you have to wait to get in, and it's like...
Yeah. Tell me about Portulacaria Bridge. Tell me about that one next.
Oh, that one was fun. Everybody, I think, wanted me to do that as a cascade.
Okay.
It's a jade. They're kind of just fun bonsais. They're not
are.
anything you're ever going to see at a big expo.
Not a ton.
No.
Although I did see a 40 or 60-year-old at Chicago. Their one big PA is pretty stunning.
But you can, and they're easy to take care of.
So easy.
But I was like, I thought it would be a disservice. I was like, I don't want to make another cascade, and I don't want a jade cascade. Their growth is hard to lend to looking like a decent cascade, I thought, if I tried that.
Yeah.
And a cascade's a dime or a dozen. So who's ever done a bridge tree? So I'm like, we're going to wire this. We're going to replant and root both ends.
Yeah.
And we're going to make now individual trees that come up this way.
It's still doing okay. I'm
So-
letting it just explode this year. I haven't repotted it yet. I don't know when it was repotted last. Obviously, at least 2 years ago minimum.
Right.
3. What?
And one of the trees went to Steve, right? Or 2?
Well, 2.
2 of them. I saw those.
Yeah, so the juniper on the rock, which was stunning. I had a hard time letting go of that one, but I thought Steve
That was
would
the
love it.
first thing I put together.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, he is.
Ever.
Thank you from Steve, if I haven't told you already. Thank you. He just, through you, he was so tickled pink to receive the 2 trees, and he really loved that. So I haven't seen an update on either of those trees. I saw one. He did do a little bit of trimming early on. But yeah, that one, and what was the other?
It was another juniper.
It was 2 junipers. It was that one on the rock, and I'm forgetting what the other one was.
Oh, it was the one with the deadwood that had started. It was the Shimpaku juniper.
Oh, yeah.
So that,
which he didn't have.
And that was from a Peter T workshop that I went to, and that was the only one that survived that workshop out of everybody's workshop.
So Steve is super thrilled,
Yeah.
and he's watching. So
Hi, Steve.
yeah. Say hi to everybody. Awesome. Cool.
Yeah.
Have you missed it?
I think I have at times, but also it's like just now I'm starting to feel like I can breathe. Like the last year and a half has been just a whirlwind of like craziness.
Yeah.
Like
And you quit bonsai because you knew you couldn't give it what it needed for anything to survive. Much
It wasn't
like what
going
you
to.
had. So you left this bonsai hobby at the time you did for what main reasons? Just because there was too much going on in your life.
too much. So So I just like finalized the divorce.
Yes.
I knew I was listing and selling the house.
Yes.
Well, then you have to also match up and think, I'm going to have to buy a house and move. Is there going to be a house ready that I want to buy after selling that property? Am I going to have to go into a rental for a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Also doing a lot of travel. I was going down to see my daughter in West Palm.
Mm-hmm.
We went down there we were just down there a couple of weeks ago too. And then just all of that. So it's like, I can't think of
hard
like,
in life. Just life.
if we have
then
to
you had
move,
bonsai.
where do the bonsai go? Who can I trust to take care? And there was too many. It's not like I have 5 trees that someone could be like, or you just bring with you. It's like, and we were going into winter.
Every other day.
And then going into winter, it was like, okay, we're going to be moving in October, November.
Yeah.
What if the place doesn't have a winter place set up?
You'd be
So I was like,
scrambling multiple times.
I didn't want to make any money or anything on it. I was like, I wanted them just to go to someone that would keep them, sell them, disperse of them, and then all the stuff also. Like, just at that time, like that was it.
I am at that stage after talking to Jonas now and coming up on 10 years that I need to go from my 150 cuttings of stuff, and I also work with Bonsai Acres and trying to get people started and everything, but I need to go down to like under 20 trees.
So you're going through that same thing now. It's like instead of having a bunch of first level development trees, take your favorites and you want to add to quality. You don't want to bring in anything that's not going to at least match what you currently have.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at, and there's still trees though in my collection that are in development that I go like, oh, but that could. You still have that in the back of your brain.
Absolutely.
But that could be so cool, and that's the only triple trunk I have. I just need to, Do you feel like you won't get into it because you won't be able to get into it with as much passion as you'd like, or what would keep you from getting back into it?
If I get back into it, trying to find that balance that wasn't like it was before, like maintaining balance. But here's the other thing is when you're doing it and having a YouTube channel, you have to have enough material that you can frequently and routinely put stuff out. So I had the material for that, and you get into the cycle because you can't prune the same tree every month.
You can't love it to death.
You can't. And if you're putting content out every Tuesday and Friday, you have to have enough trees to support that content being available. but also respecting where they are in development and not overworking them. So it's kind of like, if I do it, I don't know that I would be able to do the channel with it.
Yeah, yeah.
Or do I don't know, you guys tell me, do I
Oh, they're gonna
do I
watch your
get my
back.
3 to 6 trees and be like, you know, or maybe it's maybe subscribers send me their videos and their trees, and in those off weeks maybe we talk about what I would recommend or do or answer.
Just change it up a little bit.
We work on their tree online. I don't know. I think that's the hard part, because I'm sure you know, like, and Nigel knows, like, you have to have enough trees to put out your content.
Yeah. I mean,
and you have Bonsai Acres now too.
And no disrespect to Nigel at all, but it's his lifestyle.
He's retired.
And that is
he doesn't have a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old now. I got a new child too this last year, so we have Levi 24/7. So that's an adjustment.
So your first go with the channel, Bonsai Science, why did you create it, and like why did you do a channel? What was your kind of? This is an expo about bonsai.
So
bonsai
I did not start bonsai with the intent to ever do YouTube. I thought that was that era where YouTubers were kind of weird. They were weird. Like there were, but I did look at stuff. But here's what I found is when I went on YouTube to find information, I didn't find the information that I wanted to bring my trees along and up their level of development and up my skill level. I found everybody doing the same thing, which was showing us them cutting trees and doing this. And it was like, but nobody was saying or explaining the scientific background as to how to handle the tree or why they're choosing that cut or why are they pruning this tree now or not pruning it or.
Yeah.
And then there were a lot of people then just putting out more videos of the exact same thing, but there wasn't any learning. So then everybody's copycatting, just doing that. But now they're doing what they're doing, but they're doing it in October, which is the wrong season because they didn't know that. So I was missing that scientific component of explanation as to
you filled the void.
That.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I guess I'll start making videos.
Yeah. What was the hardest part about doing it?
Editing.
Yeah.
Editing is time consuming when you start. Like in the beginning, it wasn't so bad because I wasn't so great. So it was easy to edit in the beginning because the editing sucked. It was like, yep, we're just going to tape it. And I didn't even know you could I didn't know that you could turn your phone to the broad view. So my first videos are like this big pin nail. Like I am not an IT person at
awesome. That's
all.
Great.
And one of my viewers was like, why don't you turn your phone around the other way so the picture's bigger? I was like, well then.
Way to go, community.
And then it was getting like, clicker starter and, microphone. I mean, nothing as elaborate as your setup, which probably uses a computer and is way too advanced for me.
What was the most fun about the bonsai, or the most successful, do you think? What was your favorite episode, favorite series? Like what was a big success for your YouTube channel that you felt was a success?
I think it was just growing. I think what I liked was just the meeting the people online, and then having them come back, like when you post, and then having developed that relationship, and then with them. I think the most helpful videos I put out to the bonsai community were the Dawn Redwood ones, because
Steve and I've talked about it.
Those are common trees. People love, and there wasn't a single video that I could find on how to handle Dawn Redwoods as bonsai. It just.
I think you fueled the fire there, and it's been duplicated now. And
if I got another one, I'd have to go back and watch my own videos and restudy again.
There you go.
But
there you go. Cool. That's cool. Yeah, the community is. It's kind of why I keep doing it, and I've just been recording my journey.
Yeah.
I wanted to take really good pictures of my trees over the years. But I've always done video in my family since I was 8, 9 years old with my brothers and stuff, and home movies and all that kind of stuff. I was like, I'm just gonna do this YouTube thing, and then now I can see my trees over 10 years now, or 7, 8 years.
That's
now.
the cool part.
And that documentary style, look at the trees and like go back. I love that part of it, and I hope I've provided enough information and knowledge to people.
Well, I think we've watched you grow too, like the knowledge that and how you do it now is very different than when you started.
Oh my gosh.
Like you started like just about everybody else that you see out there. They're just cutting and potting, and then you're like, oh, and then you're like, hey, now we're, as your education grows, now you're giving that to the viewers.
Yeah.
Like, I never want to hold education hostage.
Yeah.
I want to put it out there so we can all improve what we're doing.
And I'm still learning something from everybody out there. I say that about every workshop too.
Yeah.
I'll get a newbie that has no idea but then they'll ask a question. I'm like, oh, I don't think I've thought of that before.
Yeah.
So I think that's phenomenal.
Or, yeah.
Part 2 of the firing range. The chickens are all coming back.
Here, chick, squirrels.
We have chickens that are like, oh my God.
Yeah.
We got to talk about your bunnies too. Those were adorable.
My bunnies. Yeah, Emily has 2 bunnies in there in the house because we were in West Palm Beach and then we were in Nevada and it was like all of a sudden we were gonna have a heat wave this last week, 105.
Yeah.
And I was like, they're not set up for outside, so we put them in the house and I'm like, this isn't so bad.
And they're potty trained.
Yeah, they just. And it doesn't
Cleaner and
stink
less
like a
smell than
cat.
a
Right?
Yeah.
They don't smell like it's like the only thing I smell is like their hay sometimes, but.
So I'm sure the world is wondering how Emily's doing because everybody loved to see her.
Emily's great.
Prancing around the videos that you made sometimes.
She's grown up.
So
I mean, she's
tell
still
us
little.
about her.
She's still little, so she's going into 3rd grade. She's
my
an
gosh.
avid swimmer.
Yeah.
She does gymnastics, and I don't know. I think she's going to run away with the circus one day, but she's doing that, like, the silks hanging stuff. She does that stuff, the Circus Soleil stuff, so.
Very cool.
But.
Yeah. She seems like a gal who would be willing to try anything.
She is.
Does that pretty much sum her up?
And she has no fear. No fear.
Way to go.
So, yep.
And when those gunfires are going off, she wants to go there and check it out.
Probably. Probably. She wants to probably get her own out or something, or she wants to.
You're almost out of danger. That's funny.
Hey, girls. Chick, 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 chicks.
Come over
Come
and say
on,
hi.
girls.
We had a couple behind us when we started, but
hey, girls.
They're close.
Hey, chick, 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 chicks. And I also did some bodybuilding shows this last year.
Yeah,
so there was that. I was like, I needed something to fill my time.
You dove into bodybuilding.
So it was actually a revisit. I had actually done it before, probably like, I don't know, 14 years ago, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
So that was kind of.
Cliffhanger, everybody. Something just buzzed on my computer and I lost all of my studio images except for the lovely guests that will be with me in the next segment. So in the meantime, I've got YouTube question number 2 while we get things back in order, everybody.
Dave, I would say the friends, the people that are in it. I've made some really good friends through bonsai, and I'd say actually some of them friends for life, and that's I don't say that lightly, you know.
The same reason that I've been able to get through the death of my wife, really, community engagement. I think keeps me motivated to wake up each day, if I'm really honest, without being too serious, because you know me, I'm a bit of a joker, although not to everyone's taste. Yeah, so community engagement.
That's the community again. Yeah, so that's the whole reason that we do this, right? It's great to see, how Steve's trees are doing. It's cool to see what Tom's been up to with his tree. So yeah, it's just the community.
The thing I enjoy most about having the channel is probably the interaction with other YouTubers, other bonsai enthusiasts. In this country we don't have like a lot of shows and things like that, so you don't really get to show your trees off. You tend to only see them yourself, and you find then, I used to find I would look at my work on my better trees, or the trees I liked better, and kind of neglect my other trees. Whereas now I have my channel, I kind of work on all my trees, try and keep on top of all my trees. It makes you kind of work on your other trees as well.
All right, the bonsai question number 2. All right, thank you very much, YouTube, for those who do YouTube. All right, we had a little hiccup there. Nothing like being on the air and having dead air. Our local TV station just had a transmitter blow up in their studio, one of our local stations, and they were kind of off air for a little while. Nothing like dead air, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. All right, so we have another giveaway. So again, people have asked in the last during the last couple of videos, you only have to register once and you don't have to be present to win. So if you sign up now, you'll have a chance to win at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So let me go ahead and see if I have that link again. There it is. If you fill out the form, and that'll be on an Excel spreadsheet for me to click and drag and do the old flippity randomized session to see who can win the next one. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, see who's all loaded up for the next session here. We got over 60 people signed up so far on this list. All right, so let me put that in here and we will give, oops, I don't want that. All right, so we're going to give away prize pack number 2. I'm going to tell you what prize pack number 2 is in just a moment. Whoops. Let's do that. And let's do that. There we go. Generate my ticker. Here we go. Okay, so let's get me in full screen instead of my cartoon. And let me see here. Let's just take remove. How do I just let's just remove that. There we go. Here we go. Our next prize pack. All right, Mr. Elephant is going out. Thanks to Tom. I've got some more fertilizer cakes from Susan Wildwood. I've got some more of the tubes. Oh, and also from this is the Tom Nawalk pack, everybody. Nothing cuts wood like ironwood, y'all. And so you're going to get yourself one of your own ratchet pruners. You know, click, 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 and cut through almost anything. Nothing cuts through wood like ironwood. You're also going to get a T-shirt from my good friend Henry 2 Bonsai. Check him out on the Bonsai World. Henry is one of my friends from the Minnesota Bonsai Society. All the information from Susan on the cakes that you can make. And here is a golden statements book. This is probably one of the more history ones. Yeah, this is from 2016, you all. And you got this book. You can see some bonsai things in there, tricks and trades. And this is just a random pot. I'm going to be throwing random pots in here from my collection that I just need to start shaking out of my collection here. So here's a nice flat pot. There you go. This is a good forest pot for a small forest. So this pot is going in there as well. So prize pack number 2 is going to go to, let me get the whirly whirl going here. And then stand by for my greenhouse chit chatters. We're going to talk about greenhouses in a moment. And just if you're out there and can hear me in this web universe, I do not see Nigel and I do not see Wally online yet. So we're going to have to send you another invite and hope you folks can join us. Hoping to see Wally and Nigel here for the, I see Nigel chatted somewhat recently, trying to see if we can get you live and talking with the greenhouse folks. Here we go. Someone grab a pen and a pencil or something in there. It's not Alex this time, it's Chris. Again, just a first name. So I hope there's no more than one Chris with a C-H-R-I-S, but I will find you on the big old long list of names, and I'll hopefully find Chris. So I don't know if there's 3 or 4 Chris's, we're in trouble. So write down Chris and we'll look for that name as we get further on into the expo. So again, you can win throughout the rest of the day. You sign up once, that's all you need. If you need the link for next time, we still have 9 more things to give away, 9 more prize packs, so do not worry. So before we get into our next video, we're going to do a little live chat. So this will be our first one. This will require a little bit more patience. We might have a few bonsai people who maybe want to talk over each other. I don't know who that would be besides Dave. And so we're just going to talk and get a few insights on greenhouses, little pros and cons. And we are fairly good with time. We're running behind a few minutes, but that's okay. We're going to have a good chit chat here. So I'm going to welcome to the studio with me right now, my dear friend from Long Island. So say hello, everybody, to Steve. Hi, Steve.
Hi.
Thanks for being here. I do appreciate it. And since we have
Dave,
what's that?
I just want to say this is such an excellent thing you're doing, and thank you so much.
Oh, well, I'm so glad. Thank you for saying so. I know there's been a lot of excitement around it and brewing and people asking questions, and I think this is pretty cool. I'm having a blast doing this. Let's say hi to another Steve. So another one of my good friends from the road trip last year, super kind and courteous gentleman who took care of me a little bit on the road trip and since and become a good friend. Steve Meyer is here from Indianapolis. Hey, Steve.
How you doing?
You know, we haven't blown anything up yet. Just a few little dead spots, but we're doing all right.
Going pretty well.
Awesome.
Hey,
So,
Steve, how are you?
did he hear you? Oh yeah, showing off his. Look at that. I didn't ask these gentlemen to do this, but the requirement to be on my video was to wear some merch. I don't know about that. So, John, you're in trouble here because now we're going to go to John, and he does not have merch on. Steve, Bonsai Acres chopstick there. And from the UK, we have John with, he's going to go get his shirt real quick. Just go change it off camera, please. And then, oh, no, you're fine. Welcome, John.
Hi, thank you very much.
You're very, very
It's
welcome.
been great so far.
Well, thank you. Awesome to have you here. We got some more live people coming later in the show. I hope Nigel will be here. I know Nigel, a couple days ago during our test, said something about he wasn't at his PC. I hope he has a camera on his something or other. And then here's Wally. Now, Wally, we might have some feedback with Wally. I don't know if Wally, I can hear myself through someone's microphone. Wally had trouble hearing us before. Wally, thumbs up, or can you hear us, Wally?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So he's got his greenhouse behind him. So thanks for being here, Wally. And how hot is it where you are right now to be broadcasting outside?
Today is not bad. Yesterday was about 102 with a heat index of 124. Today we're sitting right now. We're sitting at about 83 degrees. It's nice and cloudy out.
You turn the air conditioning on. That's fantastic.
I turn the air conditioning on. Exactly.
All right. Oh, Nigel Saunders' device is not connected. So somehow, Nigel, you have to figure out how to connect your microphone through your internet connection or through your I don't know if there's a button. Do you guys all on your systems, did you have to do anything, or when you just clicked on, your mic was on, your camera was on?
It was a little difficult.
There's a mute button.
There's a mute button to not talk, but everything worked and you could see and hear everything. All right.
Yeah.
We'll try to get Nigel. If anybody in the tech world in the chats can talk with Nigel to get him to get his camera on. I know there's some tech savvy people out there. And while we talk about greenhouses, we'll have Nigel join us in a little bit because I'm going to ask these guys to all start and talk about their greenhouse, why we get Nigel here connected, because I see he tried to get on. All right. So first off, I'm going to start with PD out in Long Island. Could you please tell us, about your greenhouse, how long you've had it, just a little summary of what your greenhouse has meant to you?
Well, okay, along with getting my dog Luca, I got a greenhouse for myself when I retired. So this was going to be how I spent my time. So I got a 9.5 by 14 greenhouse, and I think the biggest mistake I made with it is that I also keep a lot of stuff in there. So I don't have as much room for trees as I would like to have in the greenhouse because I overwinter almost everything outside. And now that I, have lantana as bonsai, I just can't bring them all in the house. So last winter I kept them in my greenhouse, and as long as I keep the temperature, just above freezing, say in the mid to high 40s Fahrenheit, I can keep them through the winter, and I would hate to lose them. Yeah. I just can't bring everything in the house. And my biggest problem is that I also have bins of soil in there and lots of stuff, tools and things. So a whole one side of the greenhouse, I have no room for trees.
Yeah.
And I'm going to change that at some point, but I'm going to have to pull out benches and build something new. But that's my regret in the greenhouse. I'm seeing what Wally's got there with the benches on either side. That's great, and I don't see a lot of clutter in yours either. But that's not what you would see in mine.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, and I muted everybody else because we're having a little feedback on my end. So I will open up your mics here in a moment when I ask you a specific question. But let's go ahead and ask Stephen M. to talk about real briefly kind of your greenhouse and your early journeys here, sir. So Stephen M.
Yeah, so I think this is my 4th growing season with my greenhouse, and we've talked about this a little bit. I really didn't know what kind of trees I liked, and I started with tropicals, and then as I started growing more deciduous trees and cold hardy trees, I realized that I needed something to help manage the climate a little bit because I'm in Indiana, so it can be hot and cold. It's I'm sitting in the greenhouse right now. It's about 105 degrees in here right now. So, so yeah, it's been really helpful in extending the growing season, but also you know, making sure that I can overwinter things and it doesn't get too cold. And I overwinter everything in the greenhouse. So
okay, yeah, excellent. Some great. I appreciate Steve's comment about the space, because I joked in my PSGF if I would only made it 1 foot wider at least. You always want something bigger, but then I love the fact that my biggest pro, like you, Steve, has been the growing season and the shoulder seasons that give you a little extra growth. So that's really fantastic. Let's move on to Wally here. Wally, so tell us about, now you've got a little bit of a longer story about your gem of a greenhouse there, because you had a few issues with yours. So
Yes.
tell us about your greenhouse journey, my friend.
All right. Well, my name's Wally. I've been doing bonsai for right at 5 years, maybe just a little bit over 5 years. This is my third greenhouse that I'm on. The first greenhouse I had for 2 years was just a small, the little vinyl kind that cost you about $99 from Amazon. And I had it for about 2 years. And that's when I decided that I was probably in this hobby deep enough to where I could go ahead and get another greenhouse. So I got this greenhouse, not exactly this one, but one exactly like this. And it's did me really well for 2 years. I was able to heat it during the wintertime and it would hold the temperatures and everything. But on Memorial Day of this year, I had about a 70-foot tree that started listing to one side, and I called the electric company and told them about it because it was going to take down some highline wires. And they came out, looked at it, and they said, well, there's nothing we can do about it. We'll just wait for it to fall. So that I kind of panicked a little bit because it actually was hanging right over not just the highline wires, but also my greenhouse. I called a tree service and see on Memorial Day to see if I could get it cut down. They come out and said, we can come out in 2 days. And they had me put tarps all over the roots and everything, because what was happening is we had gotten so much rain that it was starting to uproot itself. And it was listing and everything. And he said he would see me in 2 days. And that was about 9 o'clock that morning. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the power went out at the house. I kind of looked out my back window and looked out here in my backyard, and the tree was laying across my fence, my privacy fence, and had crushed my my greenhouse.
Oh.
And so, and I really like this greenhouse. It's a very small one. Well, it's not very small. It's small. It's a small greenhouse, and I really liked it. I liked it so much that I went ahead and purchased the exact same greenhouse. I just got it finished I put it up about 2 weeks ago, and really just put all the finishing touches on it in the last couple of days. I built all these benches inside there with 27 different fence pickets. So that's how I made these benches. So at any rate, so that's my story. But I want to say one more thing, Dave.
Yeah.
I know you mentioned me earlier in the Expo cast that you're doing, and I appreciate you doing that. I want that money to go to somebody that really, really needs it, and I'm good. I'm fine. So I want to pay it forward to somebody else that really could use the money and everything.
When I first heard about Wally losing his greenhouse, one of the first things I thought about is that if we raised any money on this show at all, not that it was expected ever from the beginning, that I would love to throw some money his way to fix his greenhouse. And so thank you for that, Wally. We will pay it forward. For those who joined late, yeah, if anybody has been donating, thank you so kindly. And we're going to take that money, and all the leftover money after a few things are paid for, shipping and all those kind of things, is going to go to someone who's maybe in need to support their bonsai or their world, because we've had some tornadoes and nasty weathers in our country. And Wally was obviously an example of that. Thank you so much. That's super kind of you, Wally. Yeah. Let's go now to John, and then we'll ask a few other questions. John, you're up. What's going on with your greenhouse? Tell us some more about your journey.
I grew up with greenhouses. I've been in the horticulture industry for a long time, now retired, but I used to work in glass houses, growing commercial trees, shrubs, and indoor plants. So it was obvious I wanted a glass house when I moved up here to Nottingham. So I got a 6x8 and a 6x9 polytunnel and a 6x8 smaller polytunnel, which disappeared 2 years ago in the strong winds that we had. It just literally got ripped to pieces. But I find that the glass house is very useful for starting trees on, overwintering things. The polytunnel is very useful for overwintering. In the winter, it's covered with bubble wrap, and I use under soil heating. Find that really good, because what it does is it keeps the roots warm, but it keeps the air around the trees warm. You don't have to warm the whole glass house. If you put a couple of sheets of bubble wrap down across your benches, it keeps that quite warm in there. And last year in my polytunnel, I used air cables. Now, air cables are what they use in Japan and in other places to run around the plants in the cables. It's like you could say, like a electric blanket for your plants, but it doesn't need to be under the ground, and it's quite good, and they're very cheap. I mean, the ones I've had for 2 years, and it packed up this year, so I've got another one, and I shall put it in again this year for over the winter, and it helps keeping the trees just that little bit more safer.
Yeah. I know Ryan Neal talks a little bit, and some other people I've talked with in our club. Yeah, if you've done some work on some trees and worried about the roots, especially in your cold frames, there are several people that'll do the whole, put a little bonsai soil in a wooden box, and then you put that that reptile or that plant heater mat thing, and any of those is just going to get that temperature up a couple degrees. Then you put your trees in that area, and it just kind of has a little bit of ambient heat and some really good things for those roots throughout the cold frame season. So fantastic. Well, thank you for that. I have a question that I kind of posed to myself, and I have not answered my question yet, except for just either laziness or ease. But and anyone can. I'll open up all mics now for the moment, just so we see if we can get feedback and stuff. But I'm getting feedback the most from, I think, possibly yours, Wally. I'm not sure. I see Steve has a full greenhouse, Steve M. I've been to Steve D's backyard, and I don't know that I ever see a lot of trees in his greenhouse in the summer, and mine is full of trees. So real quickly, do a quick circle around here. Do you keep your trees or some trees in your greenhouse year round, especially in the summer more specifically, and why or why not if you don't? Let's start again with Steve D.
The only thing I have in my greenhouse now is just the tropicals that are in the house. But I also keep my my Central Park penching in there because the squirrels just have a field day with it. So that's really it. Just the tropicals. They seem to be able to stand the heat. My Schefflera's in there. A couple of holiday cactuses are in there. Nothing else could take the heat. You know,
Steve M., how about you? You're loaded in there. Tell us your story with keeping them in there.
Yeah, I keep most of my trees in the greenhouse through the summer, except for the ones that are really like just growing out, like your amber maple that is about 6 or 7 feet tall now. That's out on an outside bench, but I keep them in the greenhouse largely because I travel quite a bit, so it has irrigation. So I don't want to have to move trees back and forth every time I'm away for a day or two.
Mm-hmm. Can you give us an update then, or tell us about your irrigation? Is this an overhead sprayer, these drippers? What do you do for irrigation, Steve?
It's one of those just like Amazon things. It sprays right above the pot level. It doesn't spray from above. Partially just because it is so hot and humid in here. I try to keep the water off the leaves as much as possible and on the soil as much as possible.
Sure. Awesome. John, I'll let you go next, John. Talk about what you keep in that poly house during the summer, then those greenhouses.
During the summer, I keep some tropical stuff, some new seedlings. I'm terrible for getting seeds and sowing seeds. I love sowing seeds and I love seeing them grow, and I get seeds from all over the world. I did lose last year 2 Brazilian rain trees, and I've got to get some more seeds, but it's very difficult to get hold of Brazilian rain tree seeds. There's one place in the States that will send them to me, but they want £45 for postage.
There you
so
go.
I'm waiting for somebody to go over there to maybe buy some seeds and bring them over. But I think the most important thing is shading.
Okay.
I mean, I use shading on my glass house and on my polytunnel. I just use shading, and it's amazing how much that helps, especially when you've got high sun.
Sure. Yeah, there's I've recorded some temps in my greenhouse, very, very hot, of course, on certain days, and because of my windows angled so much for more the winter sun in the PSGF, in the middle of summer, the sun's way up over on the other side. So, but I still get plenty hot, and I've noticed a few trees that do kind of fry closest to that window. So I think shade would be a good indicator. Does anybody else in here have shade at all in their greenhouse? Steve, M, you have more trees in yours. Do you ever shade any?
So my greenhouse is under a gigantic maple tree, so it really only gets direct sunlight in the morning, probably till about noon, and then it's in shade the rest of the day. So yeah, and then the polycarbonate has UV protection as well, so it gets UV protection even when it is in sunlight.
For sure. Wally, how about you? You don't have your trees in there right now, but what do you typically do with trees in your greenhouse on a normal summer, and why would you keep them in there, and why not?
Okay, so I'm in zone 7B, 8A, and it gets extremely hot. The temperatures in this greenhouse, even with the shade cloth that I have on it, will get up to 127 to 130 degrees.
Wow.
And so I don't keep anything in here. It's a storage unit for me during the summertime. In the winter, in about October, I'll start moving some trees in here. All my conifers and or most of my conifers and all of my dawn redwoods and all of my bald cypresses and a couple of other different kinds will go on the ground next to the house, and I'll cover them with leaves. I don't have a tree in my yard anymore, so I don't know where I'm going to get the leaves at. But at any rate, so I'm keeping some smaller trees that have the pots that have a smaller pot, because my temperatures do get down to single digits. It has gone under 0 degrees before Fahrenheit. I have a heater that I use in here, a Dreo heater, and believe it or not, even though this is just a polycarbonate greenhouse, I can keep that temperature. Last year I kept it at 42 to 45 degrees. This year I'm going to go ahead because I put my portulacarias out in the garage and it got a little bit too cold. It got under 40 degrees, and a lot of them lost leaves. This year, I'm going to put all my ports in here, and I've got a lot of portulacarias for some reason. And I'm going to keep the temperature right around 50 degrees. I don't know. We'll see how that affects all of my other trees. I won't know till next spring, probably. We lost Steve.
Yeah, I still.
Oh, okay.
Steve's back.
So,
and then we may have covered this already. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if anybody's interested in a medium size or a small size greenhouse, I recommend this one really highly. It's a bear to put up, but once it's up, I love the polycarbonate panels and the way that they go in this. These are not the corrugated; these are the actual just clear plastic ones or clear polycarbonate. But they're in there. I've had wind speeds of 55, 60 miles an hour come through here and not affect this greenhouse. The only thing that's ever taken this greenhouse down was that tree.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, you maybe answered the question then. I want everybody, and I'll start with you because your mic is open right now. So if someone's thinking about a greenhouse, give your 1 or 2 things that people really should consider. And again, you may have answered this already with your response to just your summary, but what should people really seriously consider if they're thinking about greenhouse for their bonsai? Go ahead, Wally, first.
Well, first off, you need to make sure that you get a level foundation and make sure that you secure it to the ground really well, no matter what kind of greenhouse you get. And the second thing is kind of work out how you want the inside of it to be and what you want to put in it to determine what size greenhouse you need. This is a 6x8, which is really not that large, but it holds all of my trees, and I have Well, it holds all the trees that I put in here, and I have about 200 trees, so of various sizes. And so I recommend, like I said, the two most important things are cost and if you can afford to get one. This was about $750. But the foundation is the main thing, and location, and figuring out where you want to locate your greenhouse.
Yes, location, location, location. Thank you, Wally. Warm welcome to Mr. Nigel Saunders. Nigel, welcome. Nigel, let's go to you. Tester, can I hear you? Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, you're there, my friend.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I had trouble. My browser blocked the camera and microphone, so I had to figure out how to do that.
Well, thank you for figuring it out. So I'm going to backtrack to our original question, but it can kind of lead into this question. I just asked everybody to kind of summarize. Most people know you, Nigel, and probably have seen your videos, but tell us about your greenhouse and a couple of things in that journey that you've already undertaken.
Well, speaking of foundations, one important thing in a greenhouse is to make sure that there's no way mice can get into your greenhouse. So I poured footings, built a cement block wall, and then I filled it with about 8 inches of pea gravel. And that stops anything burrowing up underneath the foundation, because the pea gravel just kind of collapses in on itself, so you can't make tunnels or holes in it.
Yeah.
And it's pretty important because you're keeping your greenhouse, it's warmer in the winter, and it's a natural attraction for any animals outside that there's a warm spot. So they'll try and get in your greenhouse any way they can. So yeah, it's pretty important to keep it rodent proof.
Yeah. Nigel, how did it change your bonsai? How did your greenhouse change your bonsai?
It certainly made keeping bonsai in a cold climate easier. It gives you a place to work on your trees out of the rain and weather. I put a little heater in the greenhouse, so it on those days where it's just above freezing, you can still comfortably work in the greenhouse. In fact, you can work in it all winter. And it's just nice to have like this studio space where you don't have to worry about water running on the floor. It just, you can sweep it out and keep it clean, but it's just nice to not have to worry about, your clippings going everywhere. And so it definitely made it easier. And then on those nights where there's a chance of frost, you can move all your trees from the benches into the greenhouse, which isn't as far a trek for me as taking them from the benches to the house. So it makes it easier. You can just fill the floor of the greenhouse and all the benches, put the heater on, or just keep them protected under the glass for the cold night. And then in the daytime, you just bring them all back out again. And it's pretty nice to be able to do that. It saves a lot of carrying of trees. It makes the bonsai shuffle a lot easier.
Absolutely. Cool. Well, thank you, Nigel. We'll come back to you in a moment. I'm going to go to Steve D. Steve, a couple of thoughts. If someone's thinking greenhouse, why or why not, or what would you tell them?
Yeah, the location in the yard is very important. And my location was a second choice. Basically, after having a discussion with my wife about where we thought it would be, she said, well, what about over here? And that's where I ended up putting it. I was able to level it. It took a long time to level it. But the greenhouse that I chose has a foundation frame, an aluminum foundation frame that went down underground. And that holds it pretty steady. It also has a very high wind resistance. It's the onion shape, like Steve Meyer's. Very, very, and I also got a building permit to put it up because I didn't want any surprises, when the town came by and saw it.
Oh boy!
I got a building permit for it, and one of the requirements was the wind resistance, because Long Island is hurricane territory sometimes. So it's been pretty good.
Awesome. Very, very cool. Stephen D, a couple of yes or no's or things that you would tell someone who wants to think about a greenhouse.
The one thing that I did that, it's fine. We know who we are. The one thing I'm really glad I did have power run out to it, so it can be heated and cooled. It's open right now. My vents are up, open all the way. Both doors are open, and I have a fan running. And in the winter, being able to heat it, so it really doesn't get inside any colder than probably like 28 degrees. And so yeah, it was definitely it was a decision I was glad I made.
Okay. Very, very cool. How about you, John?
In my case, I would always say to people, get the biggest glass house that you can afford or you can fit in your garden. I mean, I've got a 6 feet and it's not big enough for me. That's why I've got a polytunnel, and that's why I had the other polytunnel as well. But I think, and also a very important thing when you're buying a glass house or greenhouse, whichever you like to call it, mine's glass anyway, is to have eaves troughs on it. So you can catch the water. Some glass houses don't have eaves troughs. If you haven't got eaves troughs on it, get some and put on it, because the amount of water that is wasted off the roof of a glass house is unbelievable. You could, right, Nigel's got a 1,000-litre tube. You could probably fill that up in 2 days off of a glass house. It is that, and the water is good. It's clean water. Where like on a roof, you've got all the dirt and dust and everything.
Yeah,
it's good, clean water.
Yeah, I've got some gutters on my PSGF in the back that go to my 1,000-liter or 350-gallon or whatever mine is tank, and so that water, that fresh rainwater, is pretty amazing to have. Nigel, I bet you've been able to utilize that water a lot, right? You got that water going to that tank, is that correct, Nigel?
Yeah, I have a IBC intermediate bulk container tank which holds 1,000 liters. I'm not sure what that is in gallons, but yeah, I have it running off the roof. My greenhouse doesn't have provision to put gutters on it, unfortunately. It's maybe something to look at when you go to buy a greenhouse, is to get one that has gutters, but I can't even add them really easily. It's just not designed for gutters, unfortunately. But yeah, it makes it easy. You want to keep your water source as close to your trees as possible. I have to carry buckets of water from the house to the greenhouse. It can be pretty tiring, especially if you're watering many times a day. Yeah. And about the vents, yeah, it's really important to make your greenhouse so if you are away for the day, that it doesn't cook all your trees. So have automatic vents that open. Is essential, because it'll just be like a furnace. It'll just cook everything in there. I think that's one of the biggest mistakes a beginner has when they get a new greenhouse, is they just think, oh, this is going to be perfect. And they go to work that day and they come home at night and everything is just cooked, because it'll get up, even with my vents open and the fan running, it'll get up to 50 degrees Celsius, which I think is 100 and what is that? It must be like 110 degrees Fahrenheit. John's checking here.
Yeah, that is very, very hot. I'd have to agree. The heat factor, and I have overhead misters in my greenhouse, and when I was on the road trip last year, when I could see on my phone 122, that's crazy. When I got really hot on my road trip, I had the midday mister go off for 10-15 minutes, and that dropped the temperature by 15 degrees. And so you really have to have some kind of that relief, not only with the fans and the vents. And the one thing that when I was doing my PSGF, and I've talked to people about this, and perhaps even you, Nigel, in our conversations, anybody who's doing a greenhouse, if you are making one or decide on what to get, you can't value the importance of enough ventilation. I mean, anytime, even mine, there's just not enough ventilation. And so I built it knowing that I have several vents, I have several ways to make it cool off, and you can't have enough. So that's super important, in my opinion.
A lot of plants can take those kind of temperatures if they're well watered, but if they go on the dry side, and then you get up to, 120 degrees Fahrenheit or 50 degrees Celsius, they'll be dead.
It doesn't take long.
No, it doesn't take long.
I also noticed that the winter time daytime temperatures can get pretty high.
Yes.
Because I have no shade in the winter time and even into the early spring. So that can get pretty hot as well. And a little hard to control. I mean, I go out and I open all the doors, and of course I got the roof vents, the automatic roof vents, they open up. But if I don't have the cross ventilation, even in the winter, it can get pretty hot in there.
Yeah.
And I think that speaks to the importance of what Stephen Myers said. And Nigel, you have heat out there too. So I have heat at the PSGF too, and I don't have enough sun for enough days, and I don't have my generator powered up with energy for my fans and such. I've got a power cord now that's, it's kind of backup, and I've had to use it a lot. And those drastic changes in temperatures in my neck of the woods, we can have rain in January and we can have snow in May. So just those fluctuating temperatures can be awful. And so that backup power is kind of crucial, I think, to balance the temperatures. Have you found that you've needed that, Stephen, or even Nigel? I mean, that's super important on some of those nights. I know for sure Nigel, but
we typically in winter will get a month and a half of cloudy weather, and there's no heat from the sun, so it's all your heater. It's the same temperatures outside if you don't have any heat in your greenhouse. One thing I would also caution people against if they're buying a greenhouse is don't buy those $200 or $300 ones from the big box stores, because the first windstorm you get, all the panels will blow out. It'll be wrecked. So if you're going to buy a greenhouse, I would spend the money and get a more professional greenhouse, because the cheaper ones, they just don't last in the weather. All the panels will go cloudy, and you'll get storm damage, and it has to have some level of durability. The cheapest ones don't work. I know so many people who bought them, and then the first big windstorm, they lose half the plastic panels, and then the frame buckles, and they can't get them back in. And it's just wasting your money, really.
Nigel, I have to ask you, when I mean, I watched every episode where you took apart that big polytunnel.
Oh, yeah.
And I wanted to ask, I know you put up those back supports and you kind of changed the design, but I want to follow that one closely. What are you going to do?
That was sort of a big dream. I kind of came to the conclusion that you can have too many trees. And I think if I built even a section of that poly house or a quarter of it, I would have so much space under plastic that I would be watering all the time, and it would be too much work.
Yeah.
So I decided I may still put up a section of it and kind of have a section that you can go under if it's raining, so you don't get wet. But it's nice to have your trees out in the open benches where they can get rained on and get the pure sunshine, because
you could utilize it to put a shade cloth up.
Yeah, I need to do that. That's another thing, is that when trees are in a greenhouse, they don't get the same sunlight as being out on the benches. It blocks the UV rays, at least glass does. Plastic lets the UV in more than glass. So plastic is better initially, but then over the years, the plastic gets cloudy and it starts blocking the transmission of light. So there's trade-offs. If you can afford glass, I would go glass, just because
definitely.
You can clean the glass and it'll look the same in 20 years as the day you bought it. Whereas a plastic greenhouse, it's going to be yellow and cloudy and full of algae, and the plastic has square tubes.
I think if you've got a lot of snow, where you both Dave and you've got, and I don't know about Steve, do you get a lot of snow there?
We haven't in the last few years. That was one of my dryness problems last winter. But
Well, a glass greenhouse is built to take the weight of the glass. So the frame is better. And if you've got a lot of snow on the glass, it's best to leave the snow on the glass because it's an insulation to your glass house. And so any heat that you might have inside, if you have under cable heating, it won't melt the snow above, but it will keep everything nice and warm in there. And in the winter, when I get snow on my glass house, the under cables will take my temperature up in my glass house on an average of 15 degrees centigrade. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. I don't work in Fahrenheit, but 15 degrees centigrade for just a few under soil cables, which use very little electricity, is very good.
Yeah. A couple of people are asking some questions on the chat, and Eric D had asked about anybody trying to put tarps over the greenhouse to make it more like a cold frame at that point. Any opinions from folks out there about the tarps?
I've done that.
I've thought about that.
I've done it. It keeps it warmer for sure. It's another layer of insulation. I do that on my poly house sometimes because generally you don't get much sunshine in the winter anyway.
Right.
And it also can avoid those temperature swings. Like if you do get a few sunny days in winter, suddenly your greenhouse goes from staying just above freezing to being, t-shirt weather in the daytime. And I don't think that's so good for the dormancy of the trees. So sometimes it's a good idea to block the light out.
Wally, I
didn't mean to cut you off there. I just realized Steve was talking.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll get to Steve in a sec. Wally, I just opened up your mic again because I'm getting the most feedback from you. But any answers to some of those questions, or shade? You have shade cloth on now. Tarps over the winter.
Yeah, I've used a tarp several times, but most of the time when I'm using a tarp, it's because of hailstorms that are coming, and we've had some pretty heavy hailstorms. A few times that I've forgot to put one up or didn't put one up, and it hailed. The hailstones were only about dime size, maybe a little smaller than that even, and it did not affect this greenhouse at all. And like I said earlier, this greenhouse has been through 55, 60 mile an hour winds, and the foundation does hold it down pretty well. I have concrete all the way around the outside edge, and I have rebar. It's mounted to 4x4s and driven rebar down into the ground.
Concrete rebar, yeah.
So anyway, I feel like this is pretty secure.
Yeah, I don't know about here. We can get insulated tarps.
For sure, Steve.
Sorry, we can get insulated tarps. They're filled with like bubble wrap on the inside, and then they're coated each side, and they work really well.
Gotcha.
To keep your greenhouse warm. Yeah.
Yeah, very nice. Steve, were you going to add something? Steve D.
No, I'm thinking about getting a tarp. Those insulated ones sound great.
Yeah.
John, you were talking about hoop houses before. There's a question. No one is talking about hoop houses. We have had a successful one for 15 plus years. Only cost $1,000 to install, 20 by 40. John, can you talk a little bit more about your hoop house success or what you've done?
The what? Sorry, the polytunnel.
They're talking about hoop houses and we've all been talking about greenhouses, but a lot of people just.
Oh, you're talking about polytunnels.
Yeah, polytunnels, kind of like even Nigel's poly house.
Yeah, polytunnels are very useful. I would say that during the summer, it all depends whether you use a colored polythene for your polytunnel. You can get the green netted covering. That is very useful because that is that helps to keep the sun down. But you can just put a shade cloth over the top during the summer. A lot of modern polytunnels have got air vents on the side. They work reasonably well. But a polytunnel in the winter, my polytunnel, I put bubble wrap inside. Big, large bubble wrap. Just lay it inside the polytunnel. Just attach it to the framework, and it's amazing how much extra heat it keeps in over the winter. I do the same with my glass house as well.
I think one of the key things with everything with a greenhouse and everything really in bonsai, because I've talked about this with cold frames with people. If you make a cold frame, I tell people never make a cold frame that opens like a freezer chest that goes up like this, because what are you going to do? You're going to use that freezer chest as storage at some point.
Yeah.
Horizontal surfaces.
More trees. Dave's frozen up.
Dave is frozen.
Unless
It's
he's
a bit
just
cold
doing
over
that
there.
on purpose.
I'm not frozen on my end, so you guys must see something different. That's what's going on.
Now
here.
you're unfrozen,
Am I
Dave.
there yet? Hello, anybody? Yeah. Fantastic.
But yeah,
Well,
I would
something
say
happened there.
if
Yeah, there's been a
anybody-
few glitches happening here in the last.
If anybody can't afford a glass house, then a poly house is ideal. But you've got to make sure that the poly house goes with your wind. Don't put your poly house orientated so that the wind blows to the side of the polytunnel. It's got to run the full length of the polytunnel, and so therefore it protects it from being ripped to pieces.
Oh yeah. Good.
Yeah,
And it might be that you're orientating it not east to west or west to east to get the good sunlight, but it's better to do it the other way so that it doesn't get damaged with the wind.
Yeah. And you can build some quite inexpensive cold frames or poly houses. It doesn't have to be a hoop house. You can build like your own greenhouse. Make sure the wood is kind of treated, and it'll last for a long time and give you a good feel for what it's like to run a greenhouse. And it can work really well. My original poly house I made, I think it cost me $400 for all the materials, and I put it together myself. And I just bought the plastic that they use for construction for vapor barrier, and it's lasted for at least 10 years, and it's a little needs a bit of repair now, but it's still lasting, and it might give you a good feel for what it's like to have a greenhouse before you commit to spending thousands of dollars on a more professional one.
As long as you have a lot of tuck tape handy, right?
Yes, exactly.
Another very useful thing is if you know somebody who's had an old glass greenhouse that has had the polycarbonate in it and it's been damaged, or the polycarbonate is broken and they've just got the frame and they've decided that's it, they don't want it anymore, then you could get the framework, put it up, and you could cover that in just polythene.
Yeah.
It works extremely well.
That's a good point,
so
John. I've seen a lot of people saying, I have this greenhouse in the backyard. If you come and take it, you can have it for free. And yeah, just use the frame and cover it in plastic, and you've got a good poly house.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. With a nice door.
Very, very cool.
Yeah.
Am I frozen, guys, or can you hear me?
You're there.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Am I frozen? All right. Well, we're past 11:30 now, so we're getting a little technical glitches and stuff. You guys are popping in and out on my screen, so I think we'll bring the greenhouse chat to a close. I appreciate your time. Thanks for being here. Anybody have greenhouse questions? Well, watch these guys' videos and send them a quick little comment in their video, and I'm sure they would maybe respond back. Let us know your questions. We could talk all day about all these subjects, but we got more stuff to show. So thanks for everybody for being here. I'm going to go ahead and mute you all here. I'm going to show some viewer picks in a little bit. My thanks to Nigel. My thanks to Wally. My thanks to John and Stephen and Stephen. And thanks for the patience of the technical glitches. And we're going to go ahead and show a video here in a little bit and do another giveaway. So thanks everybody, and let's add to the stage some viewer trees, everybody. All righty, we are live at 11:43 Central Standard Time in Minnesota. Dave Bonsai here with the Bonsai Expo. Thanks to everybody for being a part of this. And we have another giveaway to give away, another prize to give away. So if you have not filled in your form yet, you can fill in your form. I will have to try to copy that link for you in a moment. If you've already filled out the link, you cannot fill out another one. We just want one per. So make sure you've only done one registration, and once you register, you're in every single drawing. So here you go. So there's the link again. If you're new to the channel here, we're at 90 viewing right now. Some have come, some have gone, as expected. Thanks for sticking around, those who have from the beginning. We have another prize pack. So while you are registering, let me go ahead and just show you what we got here. We got some more fertilizer cakes for someone and some tubes. Again, thanks to Susan from Wildwood. We'll be talking to her a little bit later on in the show. Sarah Rener pot, everybody. This is an older one, a rare smooth glazed pot from Sarah Rener. Nice size here. This was donated from Jared Cruz of the Minnesota Bonsai Society for this event. So thank you, Jared, if you're around. If not, I've thanked you before. I'll thank you again. A little Sarah Rener pot. It's nice to have a Sarah Rener pot in your collection. I, of course, have all the paperwork from Susan, so we're going to talk about that in a little bit. I've got a couple more books, Bonsai International and The Golden Statement. This one's from 2015, and this one is from over up in New York with Bill Valvanis. So there you go, Sarah Rener pot and things for the next giveaway. So let's go see where people are at with signing up, and we will highlight and put that into the spinner. So if you've not registered for that, you've got a few more seconds to register before I go ahead and push the button. Otherwise, you'll be registered for the next one. So we're going to go ahead and copy that. I'm going to put that into my old chart here, and we're going to give another prize away. And then coming up, we're going to talk with Scott Buchanan in a little bit. Scott Buchanan is making pots out of stone. We're going to talk to him. We're going to talk to, or then we're going to show his video and talk to him. And we're going to have some other folks too who are doing some bonsai stuff out there in the YouTube world. So we will do that as well. Here's the latest drawing. Let's hear the little chime go on. Number 3. It's hoping not going to go to Chris. Devin Van Dyke, maybe. I can only see part of the name on there, but Devin, congratulations. Devin is going to get prize pack number 3. So we'll do Devin number 3. All right. Thank you, Devin, for being a part of this. If that's Devin Van Dyke, I can only see part of the world, so part of the word rather. Excellent. So coming up yet, we've got, again, Susie Nolan is going to be next here in a moment with Bonsai Druid, and a little introduction to her if you've not seen her yet on YouTube. Scott Buchanan out in Massachusetts is going to talk about his stone potware, where he's going to join us live. I see him in the queue, so that's lovely, and we'll have some more to give away. And we have our bonsai and YouTube questions videos coming up as well. And continuing with the pot theme, Sarah Rener is around the corner as well. So let's go ahead and let's visit with Susie Nolan and see what she shared with us today.
Hello, I'm Susie, the Bonsai Druid. I'm coming to you from Northwest Indiana, just south of Lake Michigan. And I'm happy to be part of the Bonsai Expo. And I'm pretty new to YouTube. I didn't find it soon enough. I've been doing bonsai since the late 80s, basically by books. So I didn't really have a whole lot of help in order to learn new ways of doing things. And I only just found YouTube a few years back. So I'm making up for lost time. I'll give you a rundown of some of the trees that I focus on. Right in front of me here is my redwood, dawn redwood forest. And this is a Kojo no Mai cherry, which is in development. It's still basically a pre-bonsai. I did put a wire on it and moved the trunk a little bit. We have some South African fig. This is orange jasmine, Maria paniculata, I believe is the scientific name. A small dwarf variety purple smoke tree that I'm going to be trying to bonsai here in the future. I just got this tree this year. I'm also doing some American species like this staghorn sumac, a wild elm species. Not really sure what this is. It's not American elm, but it's some other kind of elm. Portucaria afra, a blueberry. Making blueberries actually right now. I shouldn't have let it make blueberries, but it's my first year having it, so I was excited. And then a couple of birch. These are American birch, river birch. First time trying with those, so we'll see what happens. An Illinois everbearing mulberry tree that's in the process of making mulberries right now. I will be doing some air layers on this in the future. As you can see, it has some nice wide branches that arc off the sides, so I should be able to get some good air layers off of this. But right now it's busy making mulberries. My Arabian jasmine. I don't bonsai this anymore. It used to be a bonsai that I got from Meehan's Miniatures back in the day, but it does better just I grow it for the blooms, so there's not really much point in bonsaiing it. This is a tree I am trying to bonsai, which is the corkscrew hazel. also known as Harry Lauder's walking stick. It's been in training for some years now, trying to improve the rootstock that it came with. This is a blackcurrant, another wild tree that I'm going to be working on in the future. It's got multiple trunks down in here. There might even be 3 separate plants. So I'm looking forward to that. And then here on my new bonsai table, I have some variety of trees here going on. I have some Stewardia that I am a glutton for punishment, and I keep trying to grow Stewardia here. This is the current one that has been suffering for 2 years, doing just that, what it's doing right now, a whole lot of nothing. This is a newer one that I bought to see if I can do any better with this newer stock. I have several oak trees that were harvested for me, and this one here was grown from an acorn from a truffle inoculated oak. I have another sumac here, staghorn sumac, that is also in training. This right here is a big hazelnut clump that is in training. Pre-bonsai at the moment. A pretty old pomegranate. There's its trunk. Some little elm starts. I also am making different groves of trees. Currently, this is my second elm grove, and I'm looking forward to doing some oak and hazel groves in the future. I have a bunch of cuttings of my green Isle banyan ficus variety. Here's the parent plant right here. It's pretty old. It's got a trunk. It's in a state of redevelopment, restyling. It got old and thick and out of hand, so it's going through some restyling. This is a linden. I'm new to linden. It's not a tree that I've tried before, but I got this one from a friend. And I have a couple of American elm, which are my prized possessions at the moment. I'm very excited to work with some American elm. I have 2 here. One that I plan on training in a traditional natural vase shape with a taller trunk. So this American elm back here, I'm trying to develop a shorter, thicker trunk. You can see I have a couple of low branches down here at the base of it. So I'm hoping to get a nice shohin out of this one and some cuttings out of the top. I also have my Jaboticaba tropical. Love this tree. It was giving me a little bit of a hard time what to do with the styling, but I came to terms with the branching in here, these main trunks, and I think I found a solution, and I really love this tree. It needs a learn about them, how to care for them, watching them through the seasons, and we will walk through this world together. Well, I'll walk, and I'll carry them. We will do the bonsai shuffle together for many, many, many years to come. And bonsai is one of the ways that I collaborate with other living beings to learn the workings of nature specifically and of reality in general. And through caring and interaction can create a cooperative expression of art. That is my goal for bonsai and life in general. And then I hope you will join me in my journey and visit me on YouTube at Bonsai Druid. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to show off my trees, and I'm looking forward to seeing many of you through YouTube. And my greatest thanks to Dave and the Bonsai Expo. I think that it's a wonderful idea, and I hope it's something that is very successful and we're able to continue doing it in the future.
Thank you very much, Suthi, Bonsai Druid. Thank you for being here. On the screen right now, you're seeing some of the channels that have been a part of this show or will be a part of this show. So again, my many thanks to everybody who's here in my studio. Shout out to Mark and Ryan for helping with the comments and the chats and getting people where they need to be. people who have helped each other along the way. And again, that's what we're doing this for. This is all about community. I love this bonsai community. It is like family to me, and everybody who just lends a helping hand to make this happen. It's just fantastic. And so thank you for that. We have a couple of videos to watch here now. We're going to meet Scott Buchanan and talk about his pots a little bit. Before we do that, let's go ahead and show the next two bonsai questions. The first one is bonsai questions for the folks that answered those, and then the YouTube questions to follow it right after that. Here we go.
I think the biggest bonsai challenge is at the start, when you start out in bonsai, which probably everybody has done. You're getting trees, you're not too sure what you want to do with them or what to do with them, but you want to work on them, and you keep trying, and you keep buying more trees and keep trying, and you end up working them to death. And the biggest challenge is to kind of just stop working on them and let the tree grow.
So Dave, without a doubt, my biggest bonsai challenge is what you can see here behind me, my black rhino project, my black rhino root over rock. Currently got a Japanese larch sitting on it with all the roots coming down and down. It's got a big pile of soil over it at the moment, and it's looking really good. I'm really chuffed with it. Without a doubt, it's my biggest project.
But yeah, the biggest challenge for me is just the diverse amount of information out there. It used to be in different books, and they all had variations and stuff, and they all had different care regimes for different trees. And when you're new to this, I think that is probably one of the hardest things to get over. You know, who do you listen to? And I think on top of that, you've got to recognize that microclimates can affect so much of what you apply. So yeah, I think it's actually too much information and not knowing who to trust and where to go to.
Honestly, probably keeping them alive and just learning. You know, what's interesting is there's so many different types of trees, and not every tree has the same type of care that you need to give it. So just trying to coordinate and figure out, you know, what the care is for each of those trees. I think one thing that I struggle with, and I would say, is consistency. Just continuing to put something out. Sometimes it's good to have a break, though. You don't always need to have that mindset of like, oh, well, I haven't posted anything in like, you know, a couple weeks. People are going to forget about me. No, but it's sometimes you got to give yourself some breaks. But consistency is something that I do struggle with.
Working on your trees without recording, I find now. Every time I look at a tree, I think, oh, I must give that a prune, or I must wire that, or something like that. And I think, well, I won't do it until I'm recording it. I may as well make a video of it if I'm going to do it. So then I find myself not working on the trees without recording it. So the hardest part is trying and get myself to still work on my trees.
Although there's a lot of good things in doing a YouTube channel, I think probably one of the hardest things I find, apart from getting the buds that I want in the right places on these larch, is for me, I'm one of these characters who always compares themselves to other people and sees myself as second best. It's not, you know, I'm not negative about it, but it's one of my character types. So if I'm working with someone, I'll just assume that they're better than me. I'm really struggling to find exactly where I want to cut this, actually. So yeah, so comparing my channel to, say, other YouTubers and other YouTube artists. And
All right, and thanks for those folks for those answers. I do appreciate that, the YouTube questions. There's more to come with those, so stick around for those. We're going to go ahead and introduce Scott Buchanan in a little bit, but before we do that, let's watch the video that he made for us about
creating stone pots. So the big theme this year in this expo is a lot of pottery stuff. Sarah Rener's on the way. Right now, Scott Buchanan. Let's watch his process to making pots out of stone.
In this video, we'll go through the steps of making a pot from a rock. We'll talk about the different steps from carving out the feet, carving out the middle, drilling out drainage and wiring holes to make a pot. I've got a couple examples. This one has a Catoni ester in it. The safety equipment, we're going to need a respirator to protect from silica dust, hearing protection, protect your ears from the loud equipment, and at times safety gloves. We'll be using an angle grinder with 2 different types of cutting blades and wheels, a hammer and chisel, and some type of drill, either a handheld or in this video I'll show you using a drill press. Before we start cutting into the rock, we want to make sure the rock that you're selecting is nice solid rock, doesn't have a lot of fractures, and will stay together, because you don't want to put a lot of effort and work into a rock pot and then have it fall apart on you. So we're going to go with this side as the top, and that's about the area that I want to cut out. I always sort of plan it out, because sometimes you have a rock that's not straight on the side and undercut. You gotta remember that when you're drilling and cutting into this. And then here I've marked out my feet.
We have a diamond embedded blade on the angle grinder that we are using here to cut the rock in nice linear lines. This blade is really good for cutting straight lines into rock. The blade is going in about 1/2 to 1/4 inch into the rock. Sometimes when you have high quartz or other really dense minerals, the blade won't cut as deep as fast, but this allows a pretty quick way to remove material. I'm outlining the feet with this with a couple straight lines, turning the piece so that have the best angle for cutting. You can see that the shield of the angle grinder is facing me. You may notice a few pieces flecking off towards the camera, which is a safer direction for me. I won't get hurt from those flying towards me. Here I'm moving towards the edge to create a shadow lip for the feet so that they're set back a little bit from the edge. Some of this rock actually had this naturally in some spots, so I didn't have to do this on all 4 sides. The dogs that you can see, the black thing that sticks up, is embedded into my workbench, which helps keep the rock in place so it doesn't slide around as much. Very helpful. I just installed these last winter, and it's a new feature that I am appreciating very much for this work. Here we continue to cut through the base of the pot to define the feet. Here you can see that we've come back and some of the pieces are actually falling out. I'm able to pick them out by hand. They just sort of flake out. And I have a small chisel that I'm actually using just to wedge these pieces out, and sometimes use a hammer to persuade a little bit more to pop out. So you can see here how the cuts have come out to a depth, and I'm able to just chisel out those little spots that are left.
So now I've switched out to the angle grinder, surface grinder. Clean this up a little bit more.
Here we are grinding out a lot of those lines we made with the blade to make it just a smoother surface, deepening it a little bit and adding some more natural curves to it. This is one of the dustier parts. It's hard to keep the dust in any bit of control when you're working with this attachment to the angle grinder. It does chew through most forms of rock pretty well, though. It gives you a nice surface to work with. Getting into the nooks and crannies, making a little bit of you can see sparks come off, and trying to just get a good smooth finished look to the base of the pot here. I'm also taking the time to round off some of the corners on the edges here to make sure that there's no sharp corners that could catch up or hang up on things. One thing you might notice is that the feet aren't all the same size, and that's okay with a natural rock pot. I think it adds character and can make something look a little more distinct and natural. You can see the feet are very apparent. You've got a good 1/4 inch, maybe almost a 1/2 inch cut there to give it and they also, you can see that setback that we gave it.
The other thing I forgot to do is check how level it is. This rock is pretty nice and rectangular, so it sits nice and flat, nice and steady, 4 feet pressure. So I don't have to worry about that too much. So now we're going to work on the top. To be frank, I used to do it with these. It works well. You line things up, drill it, but I have a drill press now. So here we are at my drill press, all set up, almost ready to drill. I just wanted to show you a few things first. First thing I did to set up is I figured out the thickness of my feet. I have these thickness gauges, all different thicknesses. They're over here on my drill. So I have a whole bunch of different thicknesses, and I find the one that fits. So this one's about 5/16 inch thick. In general, I keep the thickness of the bottom of my rock pots about a 1/2 inch. So now I set the depth gauge to be that thickness, so it just barely touches. That way there's no measuring, just real quick, size it up, and I can figure out how deep it'll go. Now, I'm going to flip the rock over, set it in here, and be ready to drill. I do a lot of my drilling indoors and wet. The wetness helps for a couple things. One, it keeps the dust down. These bits are wet dry bits. This one's 1.25 inch. So I usually I get lined up in a corner here. My chalk marks have disappeared, but I can eyeball that for here for now. And a little closer. You can also use the thickness gauges if you want. You know, leaving about a 1/2 inch again. Line it up. Oh yeah, it's actually not bad by eye. I'll splash a little bit of water on there to get it started.
Here we are drilling the first hole. You can see a slurry of water and the dust that accumulates as you drill. The first hole is the hardest hole and slowest hole to drill because water isn't there to lubricate the drilling process from adjacent holes. Here I'm adding a little bit more water to help this go, and you can also see a slot in the drill bit that allows you to see how deep you're gone before you hit the top of the bit and have to clear out the rock chunks. Here I'm going to speed it up a little bit. We're going through the second hole, and it goes much faster, and I only need to add water a couple of times to this one.
5 holes, and see how they look like little baseballs or basketballs with the strings? Is sort of how close I usually drill them. Now what I can do is go in here and I can break out these pieces, and it'll hold more water. One thing I don't want to do, and how I've broken them before, is pry against the side wall. What you always want to do is pry against the middle pieces. Now, let's see. All right. Wedge this in there. There it goes. See? These little pieces break right out. I have to say, I don't have a video assistance, and just one-handing this. I don't want to pry against this wall. I could break the outside, so I'm trying to get it from the inside. And oh, I do have enough leverage. I wasn't sure if I was going to get that one. There we go. Those two broke out.
Here we are finishing the last cut on the pot. You can see it's fairly close drilling, but not all that close. able to do this pretty efficiently, and now we can break out all these pieces. Once we break out all the pieces, we're going to rinse them off in a bucket. We want to use a bucket to collect all these fines so that you're not clogging your septic system or indoor plumbing. With this clay, it can really clog things up and cause problems. So rinsing it off in a bucket and dumping that outside or somewhere better than down the plumbing is advisable. So we've hollowed out the main portion of the bonsai pot here. We haven't put in the drainage holes, and that's the next step. But also the roughness of the bottom, I don't mind too much. I'm going to smooth that out a little bit. But the thing that I don't like is all of the semicircles around the edge. So the next step is to smooth those out, and we will do that on the drill.
So now I'm set up to use the side of the core barrel here to flatten out these semicircles. You can see there, gotten that smoothed out. Depending on how much you want it done, you can go all the way down. I've done a little bit more over here already and some over here, but cleaning it up as much as you want. I mean, some people might like that ridge look, but I like it once it's smoothed out.
Now we're going to drill out the drainage holes. The body of the pot has been mostly cleared out and is holding water, so that helps with the drilling of the drainage holes. A little bit of up and down, as you can see I'm using here, helps clear out the bits and the fines and the clays that are there, and helps keep the bit nice and cool.
Boom, went through. There goes the water. Now the second one, it won't hold water, but we can still do that. Now I'm lined up to do the second drainage hole. This one I'm going to be a little bit more careful, sort of like the first hole that we did, and giving it water periodically. There it goes. Second one's through. 2 holes. Now I'm going to put in a couple wire ties too.
Here we're set up to drill the wire holes. I'm using a smaller bit for this. It's a 3/16 inch solid bit. It's not a hollow core like the other ones. It gets a little bit muddier and a little bit hotter bit, so you'll see me getting it wet and pulling it out a bit to try to keep it cool and make sure I get a good straight hole on it.
It's pretty nice, I think, if I say so myself. Here's the final pot that we made. You can see with the 4 feet, the drainage holes and the 2 wire holes, and with my touch mark, my initials, and the year. And then from the top again, got a nice, fairly even edge, and I'm pretty happy with this. Hope you have fun making your own rock pots.
Fantastic. My thanks to Mr. Buchanan, who's standing by here. We're going to have him join us in just a moment. Let me what he sent me. So last year, after my bonsai journey east of the Mississippi last year, after I met him, he said, "Hey, Dave," and so this is my pot. I've got a drainage screen already pre-fit for that guy now. Got the drainage holes in the bottom. So will I have this at the front with this little bit of a slant in there? This is the top view for you. Scott, I can't thank you enough. Again, this community is so amazing. And so this is going to have a tree in very, very soon. I don't know what's going to go in there. That could be a point of discussion, but let's bring him on right now for a few questions. I want to let you know that we have Sarah Rener video coming up on the way, but because she's a video, I'm going to push her back in the program a little later because I have James Den standing by as well, who was supposed to be in the 12 o'clock hour, and we were at 12:14. So we're making this up as we go at some level. Thanks for your patience, but let's add him to the stage. There is Mr. Scott Buchanan. Can I hear a little hello to see if we can hear you, my friend?
Hi, Dave. How's it going?
Oh, it's fantastic, man.
This is
Thank you so much.
This is a great expo.
Oh, well, glad you like it. Thanks for making that video for us.
Absolutely. My first endeavor doing this sort of thing. So, editing is definitely a chore. And you added on to my editing. So that's much welcome. It's something fun to experience.
Yeah, so as a reminder to everybody, all the videos you see today will be on their channels if they have a channel, or I'm just going to re-release them slowly here in the end of July and August so people can watch that video as much as they need to, and reach out to me and or Scott and ask any questions. If you want to start getting into pottery, that seems to be a very common thing as you start to get closer to retirement for some of us and having a fun project to do. My buddy Mark in here in the studio is making some pots of his own as well. So cool. Scott, so we'll talk to you for a few minutes here. What has been the biggest thing you've learned about this undertaking, making a pot out of stone? What's been the big couple of takeaways for you?
Well, it's been a great experience. I come from schooling and my school was geology and chemistry. So rocks have always been something that I've been always interested in and sort of picked them up on hikes and stuff like that. So I've had a ton around the house. And now I'm bringing them into my bonsai hobby, which is fun. I don't have to have a kiln. So, that's a big cost prohibitive part of doing pottery. So you can get a few tools that you may have if you're a handy guy or person, from other stuff around the house and turn a stone into a pot. The thing that I've disappointed myself is broke a few in the process. Just like with the kiln, you start firing something, it can explode, you can break them. I've also found that epoxy works great not only for the waterfall tables and stuff that people are building, but it can glue rock back together and it can be pretty hidden. I wasn't trying to make it hidden, but I have repaired a few things that were pretty far along, and it's turned out great. And it has more of a story for me now than when it was just a rock pot, which is still a good story.
And I'm guessing your drill press was and is a game changer for you.
Yeah, that's allowed a lot more control. You could see where I did the depth gauge. When I was just sort of doing it by hand, it was sort of guesswork and, inching up on it a little bit by little bit. So I was a lot more careful with, how deep I was going. But the drill press allowed me to set something and sort of, not have to think about that and worry about blowing through the bottom as much. So that was a nice upgrade that when I realized I could do that.
And then I can't go without mentioning probably, and you did in the video too, you're working with high-speed tools and stones. So the protective wear, pretty important for this part of your hobby, I would imagine, huh?
Yeah, I mean, with the silica dust, especially when I'm not working in the wet, you definitely want a respirator for that. And then eye protection, hearing protection for the loud equipment. Luckily, though, a lot of these blades are not very sharp. It's not like cutting wood or something with a sharp tooth blade. So I can actually touch some of those blades when they're cutting, and it's not going to injure me, not even give you a rug burn. I try not to do that, of course, but those blades are a lot safer than other type of cutting tools that people may be nervous about.
Sure. Fantastic. So we'll cut her short here in a little bit, but you're making pots. Are you starting to sell them yet? What's the scoop in the future here? Is this just a hobby, or are you going to start putting these for sale on the line?
I've been bouncing back and forth with that. I have a professional life. I'm a geologist and have a full-time job. So this has been a hobby. I put a few up in our local bonsai group auctions here and there. I've thought about it, but I haven't been able to dedicate enough time to build an inventory. I don't think I could do just have one or two out there. It's more for fun. And, if people have an interest or have a certain pot, I like the one that Candace had with the wind blown that somebody made for her. If somebody has a tree that they need a rock pot for, we could, I'm definitely worthwhile to talk about that and stuff.
Very cool. Well, I can't thank you enough for my pot right here. Our next giveaway is going to be Scott Buchanan's gift pack. Scott, do you have a pot that you are willing to give away on the YouTube Expo?
I'm going to give away the pot that I made. So the pot that you saw, you'll get that if you win it.
All right.
It's right here in my hand.
I've got some more fertilizer cakes and such. I've got a book from Michael Hagedorn. I've got Bonsai Heresy. And I've got a pot from Mr. Scott Buchanan, and of course, all the information on the stuff from Susan. And then I've got another book here from, I think that's one of the ones from Bill Vilvanis. So this is giveaway number 4, the Stone Pot Pack from Scott Buchanan. So if you've not registered, did I put that back in the post again? Let me see here. Nope, that's not the one. Put it on there. So Mark's going to put that link again to the drawing. If you haven't put your name in, put your name in. Please only put it in once, and you will win pack number 4 if I get your name drawn here. So let's go ahead and get to that in a little bit. So Scott, I will say goodbye to you. Thank you so much for being here. Stick around as long as you want online on your own. And gosh, we'll be in touch very, very soon. I'll let you know who won this and how we'll manage this, okay?
Excellent. Great. Thank you very much, Dave. This has been a great experience.
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate his time. This is fantastic. People giving their time is it's a big thing. You know, they always say time is money, and I just can't thank people enough for being a part of this. So that is Scott Buchanan out of the Massachusetts area, and we've got a pot that he made on that video will be yours if you are the lucky winner. So I'm going to go ahead and draw for that right now. If you didn't get your name quite in yet, I hope you did. For people who are new to the Expo experience, we're putting our name in with that link. You just need your name. Please put your first name and last initial at least, so I know which Chris you are. We found out last time it was Chris Hines, and we're going to go ahead and give some people some things to increase and improve, hopefully, their bonsai experience. We're up to over 80 registrations for prizes, which is fantastic. We've had over 100 people on the show at one time, so that's really, really cool. All right, so there's my copy and paste. You're going to be able to win all the rest of the day. So remember, if you didn't win this prize, you will be able to win the next prize. So here we go. We have the spinner that's getting ever so small and skinny. I'd show it to you, but I'd probably destroy my whole system here. But here's the winner of the Scott Buchanan prize pack. Spinning, and we have Ernest McCobb. Ernest, you are the proud owner of the Stone Pot from Scott Buchanan. We'll get your address and everything through the email you sent me. We'll get that prize package going for you. That is the Scott Buchanan pot pack with a few other goodies. Thank you so much, Ernest, for being part of the Expo, and we'll have that coming your way. I can't help but notice I just saw Natural State Bonsai with a $10 super sticker. I'm going to go ahead and put that right on the screen for you all to see. Let me see if I can get that up there, everybody. There it is right there. Natural State Bonsai. Wally, thank you so much. He's helping me on this Expo and here live with me, participating, giving, and he just gave some more there. So again, as a reminder for folks, we are raising a little bit of money to cover the mailing, the shipping of these prizes. Some of them will be more expensive than others, hopefully across the globe. And then a few other administrative things to get the streamlined system for me upgraded, and just a few of those things. We already, I think, have made enough money to pay for all of the shipping of all the prizes. So if you give $1, if you give $5, fantastic. And what's going to happen is every dollar we raise above those needs is going to go to some lucky person in the United States and hopefully over the pond in the UK somewhere. And if you know someone who you think is really highly deserving in the bonsai community for a little extra change for their bonsai world, for their world, let's reach out and pay it forward, right? Because there's been some nasty things happening around the world with weather and tornadoes. And you heard Wally's story there, greenhouses being destroyed. And this is an expensive hobby as it is. So if there's something that maybe, and here's what I was thinking too, if anybody wants to bring a professional, if you can't think of a person who can benefit, maybe your club doesn't bring professionals in very much because it just costs too much money. Maybe we can help defray the cost of that with one of these ideas. So anybody that has an idea of how to spend this money for someone who really could use a few extra dollars or maybe bring something to their club would be fantastic. So thanks again for everybody who's donated. I just happened to see Natural State sticker bump up, and that is fabulous. Thank you so much. So we have, oh my gosh, what do we have coming up here? Let's look at my itinerary and see where we're at. We're about 20 minutes behind schedule. Not horrible in the production world. I'm pretty pleased about that. We can do giveaways as we have more and more time. I think what we're going to do next is we're going to have the folks with Dave Harding and Dreaming of Bonsai and Ginkgo Fest give us an update. That was slated for the first part of the 12 o'clock hour. So I'm going to bring up my friend Dave. There's too many Daves and too many Steves, my friends. I'm telling you, I'm getting a little confused. Mr. Harding, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Well, I'm still sitting, and everything has been pretty good so far. What do you think, Dave?
That's awesome. It's been great. I've been watching you in and out. I'm having a little bit of technical issues hearing you a little bit, so bear with me. But it's been great.
Yeah, a few of those bumps and bruises we'll try to get through. Now, you invited some people to.
I did. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really hear you at the moment, but I did invite some folks here. I think they're in the background here. So I don't know if you got them back there, but we got, I think Billy's here from the Bald Yeti.
Antler stuff going on right now.
There it is.
There's Billy. Billy, way up in Alaska. You're a little
morning, everybody.
I hope you don't go out.
Good to see you.
Billy.
I've seen you.
Is Kevin also a part of Ginkgo Fest?
Kevin is. I think we have two Kevins. So, yep, we got Kevin going on here too as well. Great
Who
to
else
see
was
you.
going to talk about bonsai in the Ginkgo Fest? Was Steve D?
We got Steve as well from Backyard Bonsai.
All right. I don't see the other Kevin. If Kevin needs a link, we can maybe send him that link. If I know which Kevin it is. If Kevin is out there and listening and wants to send me an email at bonsaiacres@gmail.com, I'll get you locked in and loaded while they're doing some chit chat. And I hope you all can hear each other, and I'll try to keep as quiet as possible because this is Dave's little baby here with the Ginkgo Fest. So Dave, I'll let you take it away and talk to the other three gentlemen. And if you were going to be a part of this show, email me at bonsaiacres@gmail.com. And I will get you the link to join these guys. And I now am going to mute my microphone. Dave.
Who you calling gentlemen?
Oh, gentlemen. Yeah, exactly. I thought Wally was going to be coming around too as well. But hey, Dave, you're part of this as well. So you're going to have to speak up because I know you have your tree in your treeigami pot, which I have a couple of those I recently picked up. And I can't wait to get some trees in there. Oh, there it is. We got Wally in here now too. I thought so. But yeah, I mean, just like a quick origin story of what Ginkgo Fest is I think it was back in October of 2023. I used to do a lot of morning walks, and I would see the really large ginkgo tree that I would walk past all the time. And I've always been hesitant about grabbing the seeds off the ground because, as you can tell, like if you've ever seen a ginkgo tree, they don't really smell the greatest. So I've always been like keeping my distance from them. But, I think it was about October or November of 2023. I was like, you know what, I've always wanted to grow ginkgo. So I'm going to grab some of these. So I grabbed the paper towel and I grabbed like some gloves, grabbed them off the ground, threw them in some little sandwich bags, cleaned them all up and had them go through the cold stratification process. So I was hoping to get maybe one or two of them, probably maybe have and start them as they go through that cold stratification process. Cold stratification process. Maybe one or two of them. 35, I think, that all started to grow. So, I mean, there's well more than I needed. So they were growing great all through 2024, and I came up towards the end of 2024. I'm like, man, what am I going to do with all these things? I do not need all like 30 some ginkgos. So. I was like, well, maybe I could sell them on Facebook Marketplace or something for a couple bucks, give them to family and friends. And then I was like, well, I've been doing the YouTube channel for a while. What if I just put a little call to action type of thing? Well, like, okay, I have all these little ginkgo seedlings. If anybody out there wants them, what if we start a project where we have all these brother and sister ginkgo trees that come from the same mother tree, in my town that, I see it every morning as I walk by. What if we just send them all across the United States? And I'm thinking,
I've lost the sound.
It's not the greatest. It's not the easiest thing to send plants all across the world. So I was like, let's just keep it within the United States, just for shipping purposes. And yeah, put a little call to action out there, and people accepted the offer. And I think as of now, we have 29 people that are part of the project. So it's been super exciting. All you guys out there, I appreciate you being part of this. So yeah, we had a couple little update videos, and yeah, I figured maybe today would be a good time for some of us to take a look and see how they're doing. So I don't know who wants to try out first. What do you think, Steve? What do you think? You want to try out? There it is. How's yours doing?
It's doing great. Beautiful, very dark green leaves. My other ginkgos are all much lighter. These have the bilobe that they're named after. I wasn't going to do any styling. I wanted it to thicken up in the trunk here. And I think in spring, or maybe the following spring, once I'm satisfied that it's thickened up, I think I'm going to just chop it and try and get some lower branching. Now, I've noticed some of my ginkgos got eaten by bunnies, and I was so thankful when you decided to get Ginkgo Fest going, Dave, and you sent me this one. But everyone that got eaten by bunnies has sent up little clump stock from the root base. So I'm pretty certain that if I do a chop, I will get something either from the root base or from the trunk. But that's where I'm going with this. It's going to look like this through next year, maybe even the year after. But it is growing beautifully, and it's got a little bud right in the center of all these leaves. See that?
It's looking good. Yeah, it's looking healthy. The leaves are super green, so it looks like it's coming together. So how about you?
It's very healthy, and I also want to point out the weeds that are growing on it. These came to me in the tree, one of the trees from Candace. So this is probably some Wisconsin weed that we don't have here, and it's in a lot of my plants.
That's strange. I've never seen that one on the East Coast over here.
I have heard of Wisconsin weed before.
Oh,
yeah. That's not the weed he's got. Trust me.
It might be a little different. Might be a little bit different. How about you, Billy? How's yours? How's your seeds and seedling? One thing that I didn't mention actually too is that when I sent across all these little ginkgos, I also sent out 4 little seeds as well from a different tree, just for everybody to try out the germination and process themselves. So, Billy, I know you told me recently how yours is doing, but why don't you tell everybody see how it's doing there?
Yeah, mine's not quite as beautiful news as Steve does over there. So this is the one that you sent me. It had budded out and had a nice little bloom on top, little pom-pom up there with some beautiful leaves. And then after the transition outside, those leaves kind of got silvery and it never pushed out anything else. It's still got a little bit of green in there on the cambium, so I don't know what it's doing, but she's definitely not happy. However, those seeds you gave us, I did try to get those to grow as well. For the most part, I didn't have the best success out of the 4 seeds. I only had about 25%, but she did grow and she's still moving for me here. I got 2 seeds in this pot. I don't know if the camera can see can you see the shucks down there? You can see this one's the shucks still growing right out of it. The other one hasn't moved at all, but this one, it pushed this thing out. Hasn't grown as vigorously as I was hoping it would, but then again, they probably like warmer summer nights. My summer nights aren't very warm, so maybe this is a tree for inside of a greenhouse or at least a little bit more shelter than what I can get it.
Yeah, mine didn't grow. My seeds didn't germinate at all.
Oh, really? Oh, that stinks.
I got a lot of trees, so it really doesn't stink.
How about you, Kevin? How's yours doing?
So 2 things with mine. First of all, here's the one you sent me. You'll notice some styling right up here. That was done by the neighborhood deer. They enjoyed it, and I had to move it, or else it would be a lot taller. So it's doing just fine. As far as the seeds, I've got 2 of these. Now here's 2 of the seeds. I got another pot with 2 more. And I'm losing one of the 4 because a squirrel decided to dig up one of the seeds. It's still there. It might survive. It might not. But otherwise, here's 2, and here's the original. You can definitely tell a difference in that bark. This one's greener. This is more linguified. That's the older one for the 2nd year. They're doing just great if I can keep critters away from them.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah. Well, how about you, Wally? How's yours doing? Oh, you there?
You're muted, Wally.
Get unmute yourself, brother.
Okay, we'll just talk. Hey, he's got a great tree sitting right there, you know.
Oh, I think we lost it. Well, I'll show you if Wally's not there. I will show you mine right here. So I kept one for myself here. So I have this middle one right here is the original from the brothers and sisters that I sent out, and these two right here are some of the other ones that I grew from seed from the other trees that you guys are doing. So I got like a little forest planting going on here. So yeah, it's growing pretty good. So I'll probably let
what's
this
that
grow
pot?
another year and then go from there. So yeah.
What's that pot, Dave?
The pot? I honestly don't know. It's plastic, so it's a plastic pot. I have no idea where I got it. I think I got it from my parents' house like 5 years ago. So I don't know. It has a decent amount of drainage on the bottom. There's like 5 or 6 holes there, so it's doing great, and it's pretty good for like a little forest planting. So yeah, doing well. How about you, Wally? How's yours doing? We got Wally over there?
Visual,
unmute your
no
mic,
audio.
Wally.
I think Wally's muted.
Okay. Well, he's not showing muted on my end, so we're just not picking him up maybe on his camera. I don't know, but thanks
Okay,
for showing
stop now.
There you go.
Okay, so here you go. This one's the one you sent me, and it's doing very, very well. I will tell you that it grew very well from the time you sent it to me until till about May, and in May it just stopped growing. Now it's still real green. I've got just a little bit of sunburn on it, but it's still green. It's doing really well. Everything looks good on it, so I'm real happy with the way it's turned out. You sent me 5 seeds or 4 seeds, I can't remember. I only had one germinate, and it done really well. And then all of a sudden, the leaves turned brown on it, but it is still alive. So I'm keeping it in the shade now, or behind a couple other trees that shade it out a little bit. So it still gets a little bit of sunlight, but not a lot. But other than that, it's doing really well. But from what I've read or seen from everybody else, it looks like they grow initially, and then they just kind of stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. I've had that with every single one. They put out like a huge spring flush.
Yes.
And then June, July, they just kind of like stop. They do thicken up a little bit. I've noticed they thicken up a little bit, but they don't shoot out anything else.
Right.
I'm learning about these ginkgos just like everybody else. So that's what's a great thing, because it's cool seeing everybody doing something different too. Because there's some people that are doing fusions, some people that are just letting it grow. There's like David from Classy Bonsai. He's throwing his in the ground for a couple years and just seeing what happens. So it's very cool to see what everybody's doing. And I see, Dave, you got yours there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran up to the PSGF real quick while you guys were chit-chatting. I got mine. I do have it in a Triagami pot. So if you've not seen these pots from Triagami, very cool thing. I'm going to lose some of my soil, but I'll try to flip it upside down. Can you see the roots coming out of the Triagami pot right there? Yeah, look at that. So these are pretty good root makers and drain really well. So you have to definitely keep them watered. But yeah, it kind of did the thing you guys are all saying. So it grew and it kind of stopped and it's sitting there. This may be in the ground at Bonsai Acre someday there, Dave. But for right now, we just have to keep it alive for a couple of years.
That would be awesome to see over there. That'd be amazing. That's so cool.
Fun time. Well, cool. Did everybody have a chance to talk there, Dave?
I think so. I think everybody, a couple people that might have stopped by, but I don't know, unless anybody's backstage there. I think this is everybody. Everybody said something. So yeah, like highlighting the project a little bit, and it's been interesting seeing what everybody does with the tree, and I hope that it continues on for many years, and who knows what this project will be like in 5, 10, and beyond, because everybody's doing.
I love the long term of this, and thank you for putting this together and people for participating for here today and for you as well. This is cool. This keeps us a community and keeps us connected even longer. And kind of like the Bald Yeti's videos, when you can see a year in review, or we can go back and find these, like, let's look at these a year ago, 5 years ago, some pretty cool videos that way. So much appreciation to Bald Yeti style and doing that. And this will be fun for all of us to follow. So I'm going to kick you all off right now. Thank you so much for being a part of this part of the show.
Thanks, Dave and Dave.
Absolutely. We got some other things to attend to, so you all take care of you and your bonsai, and we'll catch you very, very soon here later on in the show for some of you. So adios to the Bald Yeti, to Wally. There's Dave the Master. We've got Kevin up there as well. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Steve, for being part of this right here. We're going to discuss some stuff with James Den in a moment, but before we do that, we're going to have to go ahead and play his video. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can find his video and load that guy up, because I know it's here somewhere. So let's grab that real quick. Here's James, and watch his video before we talk to him. So sit back, everybody, take a sip of that tea time, and here we go.
Hey, bonsai people. Hope everyone's enjoying the expo. Many thanks to Dave for making me part of this. So as many of you know, Yamadori has been a big part of my bonsai journey. And I know a lot of you have seen the video from early January of collecting these 3 trees. And it's safe to say now that these 2 have not made it. And the spruce tree has been the one tree that I've had the most trouble collecting. I don't think I've ever had a tamarack or a pine not survive. But it's safe to say that these 2 have not survived. But you can see the one on the end here is doing really well. So sometimes there is no rhyme or reason to why a tree doesn't make the transition. But I thought this would be a good time to get these 2 trees replaced. Luckily, I've collected many trees, and I have a couple here that will fit into this planting really well. So the first thing is to get these trees out. This one's going to be a little... As you can see, I had many roots, but it's just a mystery to why some of them don't survive. But it has pretty much been the blue spruce that I've had trouble with. I don't think I've ever lost a tamarack, so I think they're just much more stable for collecting. So I'm obviously going to have to get a lot of dirt out of here before we can plant the new one, so I'll get that done and I'll be back with you. All right, I've gotten enough soil out of there to make some room for the new trees. So now that this tree, I've been able to observe it for a while. I'm pretty sure it's a blue spruce, so I've picked out 2 other blue spruces to put in here. This one has been in this pot for a couple of years, so it is just about root bound in there. And I need to remove a fair amount of soil to get it in here, not too much, just a little bit off the bottom here. And I always have grass trying to get into them, so it'll be a good idea to take a lot of this the top off. Grass seed seems to always find its way into them. See if she can fit. Got a nice little pocket here for this one. Gonna have to be a little bit smaller though. Let's give it a try. That'll work. So this tree was collected in April of this year. It's done well. I think this tree was actually from a video that I made in April of collecting trees. So it's not quite as root bound as the other one was. It's gonna work. How's that look from the front? Like it?
I like it.
Okay. Hoping to eventually make a concrete pot for these three and keep them outside year round, because the blue spruce have done well in that kind of situation. It's just a matter of getting them through the first few months. And I haven't really had a lot of them not make it. Many more have made it than have perished. Get my rocks back in here. So I'll add some moss to this and we'll have a final look. All right, all is well in my little bonsai world here again. Many thanks to everyone for supporting my channel. Now back to Dave and this great bonsai day.
I love it, James. I love the now back to Dave. So I've had some people have some fun with the introductions and outtakes, and of course, if you haven't heard some of the videos of the bonsai questions with Xavier, again, I edited a few things from Xavier's stuff. But if you want to see Xavier and his answers, remember after this expo, anybody that's been a part of this will be a part of releases down the road here. You'll be able to see it over and over again and see some of the funny outtakes or funny stuff that Xavier threw in. For time, so he wouldn't be here for 12 hours, I had to cut a few things down. But welcome everybody. He's on the screen. He's there. He's alive.
All right.
To see James, how are you doing?
I'm good. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can. Thank you so much for being here.
All right.
We'll keep it short and sweet. You got some, you do a lot of Yamadori. You do, I know you for Yamadori, Bonsai by the Sea, and of course your cement pots. What do you like doing better? Do you have a favorite?
Oh, collecting trees has been a great thing, and the concrete pots have been a great thing.
Yeah. So collecting trees, some Yamadoris, you know, of course, people joke a lot about our yardadoris and urban Yamadoris, and the true Yamadori, of course, is mountain collecting. But give some people then again, summarize or tell everybody what are some of the key things that you have discovered now in your collecting of trees that you really have to be careful of. And you just bravely showed us that trees don't always make it. But what are a couple of those nuggets you can share with everybody live here?
Yeah, I think now that those trees didn't make it because I collected them in early January during a warm spell.
Okay.
And I think it's definitely March and April is the time to be collecting them. And right after the snow melts on them and when they're just waking up, that's the time, you know.
Yeah. And remind people where you are again, James.
We're on the Ospatagon Peninsula. That's about an hour from Halifax.
Okay. Wonderful.
So, yeah. So I just got really lucky when I started this because there's an area of about 4 acres behind my house where all of the ground was excavated for this highway that runs in front of me that goes all the way around the peninsula. So a huge amount of material was taken out of there in the 50s and 60s. And then along about the 90s, they stopped excavating in there. And so when I walked back there after I saw that people were collecting trees, and I went to this place, they were like trees had blown in there, and so for 20 years it had been untouched. And
yeah.
I had all these stunted little trees to pick from, and it was just like a paradise of little trees. I just got really lucky.
So you dig them out, you find some great stuff, you take them home. What's the next thing you do with your trees, James?
Well, the other reason I think mine have done really well is I was growing food with the tree compost from a plant here not far from me that processes all the same trees: the blue spruce, the white pine,
okay,
and the tamaracks. They process them into wood products, and they take all the bark and compost them. So without knowing it, I was using the perfect stuff for these trees. And as soon as I put them in that mix of that tree compost and perlite and peat moss, they would flourish just like overnight. They would like take a big breath and start drinking all this stuff in, you know, and it was just like magic.
Yeah.
You know, because it was exactly what they needed, because they had been like deprived growing in shale for 20, 25 years. So it was just a really cool thing, you know. Again, I got really lucky that I had that compost on hand.
For sure. So how long will you keep them in that compost then before, do you go to a different bonsai mix then after? And what does that look like?
No, I've just grown them. I've grown everything in that mix, a third perlite, a third peat moss, and a third that tree compost. And
wow.
They're all in it. And some of them have been in these concrete pots for 4 years now and are still happy.
So there's the big old soil debate peeking its head up again. So you have a soil mixture that stays moist a lot longer than some of the Akadama pumice lava rock that people are using, right? You're staying a lot wetter longer. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but I water them every day.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, I'm still putting a lot of water through them.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's just the nutrients. The mix of the nutrients that the trees really needed, you know, just like exactly what they get in the forest.
Sure. Yeah, I think that brings up a nice, interesting point about, even native trees. You know, a lot of people are trying to grow a Japanese tree or trying to grow a tree from some other country, some other region. And it's like, if we could grow trees that grow in our backyards, we might have a lot more success. Any thoughts or opinion on native trees and if that's a good path for people to take if they're just getting into bonsai?
Yeah, I think it's the most important thing if you want to collect trees to investigate what trees in your area are viable for it.
No.
The tamaracks have definitely been the best tree, and they're large trees, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very popular in Minnesota. We have a lot of larch bogs in Minnesota. Yeah. And so a lot of collecting from our clubs and a lot of our people are certainly doing that. Well, we're going to scoot on in just a little bit. Any final parting thoughts from James Den and the Bonsai by the Sea before we take off with collecting trees? Any final words of wisdom from you, sir?
No, you just got to get out there and try it. You know, I would say do it in March. Do it in March and April, you know, for the best success, because it's really sad when you take one and it dies, you know.
Yeah, a lot of work, and if you go at the wrong time, you get a buggy season. That can be tough. And
definitely not now. You know, not in the middle of summer. It's not the right time.
Not a good time to collect. Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you so much for the video. Thank you for taking some time of your day to be here live. I appreciate you very much. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And we will say goodbye to James there. Appreciate that so much. We're going to give away another prize package here in a moment. I will let you know that I lost my 2 assistants. I'm looking for Rack to join me now. Rack Cross will help me doing some moderation of the questions coming through on the comments. So I might not get to the questions as quickly if you have any. My friends Ryan and Mark have had to split in the last 15 to 20 minutes here. But we've got videos to show and things we'll be taking care of. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to show you bonsai question number 4 and the YouTube question number 4 from our friends on YouTube. And here are their responses.
I would have to say is this Tanuki. It's a Chinensis, but I got this driftwood from a fish and tackle shop or a fish shop, and it's fused lovely. It really has fused really well, and it started bushing out and filling out now. So I have got a ways to go. Without a doubt, I'd say this is my biggest success so far.
When I decided to start mixing my own soil versus just buying soil was a level up moment. I think another level up moment that it's hard not to do. It's like someone says, you got to put the scissors down, Dave.
Probably there's 2 things that have been most successful. The first of them is this, that I've managed to keep this Japanese white pine alive for over 25 years. And it was half the size when I first had it. And the reason why I consider it a success, also because I learned how to wire on this, is for 10 years, I didn't know what to do with it. It was sitting at the bottom of the garden, completely untouched. Technically one of the more difficult species to keep alive as a bonsai. And I achieved this with no knowledge, and it's still alive 25 years later. And I think I'd say that my second equally biggest achievement in bonsai is actually this which is this lovely Japanese larch, which last year I actually bent down after taking some really, what I thought was difficult advice from our local bonsai expert, Peter Chan of Herons. And when he saw this tree, this branch here was actually pointing upwards, and he said, this suits being brought down as almost a literati style. So that's what I did, and it's worked out beautifully. So I suppose I've learned the lesson there that it's something I didn't think I could do, and indeed, I've achieved that.
I think my best success I have, I feel, with my bonsai is when I find trees. I enjoy finding trees, whether it be being thrown out or on the side of the road just growing, and you bring it home and you turn it into a nice bonsai in the end. When I got this, I stripped every single branch off it and I started with just the main trunk, just a stick. And you know, it's trees like this I find is my biggest success. I enjoy looking at it now, thinking what it started out like, and I've quite a few like that.
Heathrow Bonsai Show a couple of years ago, and that's purely because the thumbnail on it had a big red maple, absolutely stunning tree, and I'm pretty sure that that's why my video went somewhere, is because of the thumbnail. The tree was absolutely amazing. So yeah, my biggest video is one from a bonsai show.
I think it was the second video that I ever posted on my channel. It was of a crassula jade that I got from a garden center near me, and I think it had like 9,000. It has like 9,000 views or something like that. So that was probably my most popular video. However, I wouldn't say that's the most successful video because that tree has since died. I did a video in, I think it was October of 2024, where I was pruning some Portulacaria afras. Actually, this tree right here, I really enjoyed the process of pruning this one up. This was a succulent that I got on Facebook Marketplace, and it was just a big old bush of just foliage. And trimming that one down to the bare bones, that was probably one of my favorite videos, one of the videos that I'm most proud of.
Probably my lemon cypress tree. It's the one, well, I have a few videos of my lemon cypress tree, but the one Steve from Steve's Backyard Bonsai asked me to do a video on how I started my lemon cypress tree. I have quite a big lemon cypress tree. That's my biggest viewed tree, I think. People are still viewing it all the time. It's just continuously growing, that one. So
I did a series. It was about bonsai species, and I stick only with stuff that I grow and know about. Yeah, I think it was Understanding or Easy Guide to Chinese Elms and also Azaleas, and they've each had about 20,000 views, which for me and my channel is really incredible when you think about it. Everything you need to know, simple, propagation, all that sort of stuff. And the other one is, when you think about it, there was a short I did which created all sorts of, I don't know if controversy is the right word, but it was, I took your advice, I think I labelled it, and it was a tigerbark ficus. In fact, I'll show you it. Nothing particularly remarkable, but it had a great big branch here, which is heavier and didn't make sense in relation to the rest of the tree. So it was a simple video, really. I just held a pair of scissors there and I went, shall I or shan't I? And then I cut it. And I was amazed, absolutely amazed at just how many people actually seemed to get angry that I'd done it, or seemed to think I did it just for, well, what they call it, clickbait.
Clickbait. I think it was clickbait. No, I don't think it was clickbait.
All right. Thank you for those answers, everybody. We're moving along. That's about halfway with the questions that I've asked some of those folks to help me out with. We have Angelica Ramirez coming up in just a little bit, my interview with her. But first, we're going to give away another prize pack. So here we go. We have yet again some more fertilizer for you. We have some tubes for you. And we have the information about that fertilizer. We have a couple more books from International Bonsai and the Golden Statement here. This one from 2015. And of course, this guy right here with a nice willow leaf ficus on there. I think that's a willow leaf. Looks like a willow leaf ficus on there, everybody. Whoops, I'm a little bit too close to my camera. That is from Mr. Velvanis from my trip last year. And another Sarah Rainer pot, everybody. Look at this beautiful little dark pot. Imagine what tree you could put in this little pot. Another Sarah Rainer pot going to the next prize winner. If you have not registered for that, please go ahead and do that. I sent the link just a few moments ago, the link to sign up for that. I will post it on right now one more time super quickly. There it is. So the link is coming through right now. We're going to be giving more prizes away. We've got 5 or 6 more to give away. So if you register in the next few minutes, that's fine. You'll have another chance to win. And this Sarah Rainer pot package plus the stuff from Susan Wildwood. And we've got a lot of more things to give away. So let's go ahead and go to that now and see where people are at as far as the respondents. Yep, we've added a couple more since the last one. So that's fantastic. If you go to that Google link, you're going to go to a Google form and please do your first name and last initial. And then we will get you. Oh, hi, Mary. Mary is on recently. Mary is from Minnesota. So, oh, there we go. Another person on there as well. We're up to 83. Thank you very much. So again, we will give more prizes away later. You only have to register this once, and we'll have more giveaways, some more great stuff to come. So I'm going to go ahead and click and highlight those right now. Kevin just got in under the nick of time there. Thank you, Kevin. And we're going to go ahead and copy all that. We're going to put it into my spin machine in just a moment, and we're going to tell you the next winner. So fantastic stuff, everybody. Thanks for all your support and patience, donations, and such. Here we go. The next winner, winner number 5 of Expo. That really is an obnoxious spinner. We have Jenna Strong. If you are with us, Jenna, thank you so much for being a part of this. Put something in the comments if you're still with us. Jenna Strong gets prize pack number 5. Fantastic. Now, we're going to do another waterfall in a moment. So let me explain the waterfall again. When I ask you a question after this video from Miss Angelica Ramirez, we're going to ask you this question because we ponder the question, do you have a tree that you're just dying for that pot from one of the amazing potters in the world? Do you have a tree and you get the pot next? Or should you just start looking for pots and going like, I really love that guy down under. I really love that Sarah Rainer person. I need a Sarah Rainer pot. You get the pot and then you go, all right, let's get a tree working for that pot. Pot first or tree first? We're not going to enter those now. We'll do that later. You can get her opinion on that as you watch the video. So here, everybody, the one and only Angelica Ramirez. This person does not stop, let me tell you. So let's add her to the stage and let's see what she had to say about her bonsai potter community on Facebook. I am very, very happy to welcome Angelica Ramirez to the Expo right now. And Angelica, I'm just going to let you start because, well, first of all, I'm just going to say, man, you are an artist from the word go. So before we even get to bonsai, how long have you been just in artistry? Because everything about you, the website, artist all the way. Tell me about that first.
Yeah, so as you know, my name is Angelica Ramirez. I am based in the United States. I'm originally from Florida, but I'm currently the seasonal bonsai assistant at the Chicago Botanical Garden. And my path has taken many, many directions in my life to get to bonsai. I started as a classically trained cellist. I was on the USA team for archery. I was in flight school for helicopter, and it was in flight school I discovered I needed something to relax a little bit. It was a little stressful. And I discovered bonsai and I fell in love with it. And in that period, this was about between 2017, 2019. 2019 was when I discovered bonsai. But that was the period where I was doing a lot of self-discovery. I was testing my artistic boundaries. I started painting. I started watchmaking and so many different hobbies. And that's just kind of where everything began, was the inspiration came from bonsai.
what actually made you just all of a sudden dive into it? So tell that story, how bonsai specifically entered your world.
One day, like I said, in flight school, I was driving just down this road. I don't even remember where I was going, but it just happened to be on the side of the road. There was this small nursery called Bonsai Garden in Malabar, Florida. And that nursery, I had to stop. I was like, oh, that seems so cool. So I stopped, I looked around, and it was very small but very nice nursery. And then I laid my eyes on the love of my life, which is this ginormous banyan ficus that I still have to this day. It was what really just completely the catalyst for everything, right? I needed to learn how to work on that tree. I needed to learn how to take care of that. I needed to know what that was. And after a lot of begging and persisting, showing up every day, the owner of the nursery started teaching me. And then eventually, once I showed that I could be responsible with the care of something like that, then he started letting me work on it, and eventually I was able to start making payments on it. And then I traded in my car for a 15-passenger van just so that I could transport that tree. I built a huge table with wheels and everything just to house it at the house because, of course, we have hurricanes, so we have to be able to move it. It's the one tree I take with me everywhere. So I have a small collection that I've accumulated from when I first began in bonsai. But since I've been traveling a lot for these internships and apprenticeships, obviously I can't take them with me. I live in a tiny apartment. That's not going to work. But thankfully, Chris Baker, the curator here, he allows me to keep my one ficus with me, the love of my life, with me here at the garden, and it stays in the greenhouse. And actually, it's on display, so I'm very honored to be able to show my work.
You bought yourself a vehicle to transport the tree. That is awesome. As of right now, recording this, 491 bonsai potters, 50 countries, 2 territories. You have created something here that's pretty special. Why did you create this discovery of pottery?
It actually started, again, because I started traveling. Once I got into bonsai, just like everything else, when I find a passion, I really deep dive into it. And I pretty quickly, after just a few years, started traveling to study where I could. And part of that was coming here to the Chicago Botanical Garden in 2022 as the first bonsai intern. I was the 2023 National Bonsai Apprentice at the National Bonsai Impinging Museum in Washington, D.C. And then I've been back here. So you can see a lot of movement. And I can't really collect trees doing that, living the nomad life. So I needed another outlet, and I fell in love with the pots. I mean, I already gravitated toward them from the beginning, but it's something that I don't have to take care of, right? I can collect them, I can admire them and appreciate them and not have to worry about their care besides dusting. I obviously, like the nerd I am, really wanted to talk to people about pots and potters in the community, like, oh my God, have you seen this new pot by this potter? And a lot of times when I was first starting out, it was like, what? Who are you talking about? I've never heard of them. And I'm just like, so sad, so sad. I can't nerd out with people about pots. So that's really where it started. And over time, I started just looking for more and researching more and more potters and pots because I was just deep diving into it. I found the European Bonsai Potter Collective. It was just a huge database of European potters. And then I found JapaneseBonsaiPots.net, and that's all Asian pots, potters. And it was just this whole world of ceramics that I could deep dive into. But I wanted to know, okay, who's actively making pots? Like who's out here in the community making pots by hand that we can support, that I, can go buy a pot from them. And then as I started accumulating a list of sorts, I would talk to different people in the community. And actually one of the first people to encourage me to do something like this was Andrew Pearson, a potter who recently passed away, from England, an amazing artist, and has influenced not just myself, but so many artists around the world. He was one of my first supporters, along with Thor Holvela. And before I knew it, it took about a year of building and researching And when I launched it in February 2022, Discover Potters had 292 potters in 40 countries. And it has links directly to every potter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So everything I could find for them, whether it be Instagram or Facebook or a website or Etsy, you name it, YouTube channel, anything they might have, linking them linking you to their work. Here you go, all in one website. And it's just the person's name, their potter name, location, and all their links. It's up to the potter to show you their work, right? Because also they change their work all the time. They're artists. They're always evolving. So if I have a photo of their work that I use to show you, that's not really a good representation of all the spectrum of their work, right?
Yeah.
So I thought to myself, you know what, let's just put the links, and then it's up to the public to go through and have fun clicking around and discovering them. But then I noticed that for some people it could be a little daunting. It's a lot of links, especially now that it's getting to 400 and almost 500 potters. So I decided to start a Facebook group called Discover Potters Community, which is linked to that website database. And the whole idea of that community is that people, now all the potters can actively share as they're making their work. We can share their work, share their story, and people can see it as it happens.
How is this really benefited now the bonsai community? Why are we thriving now? We're probably going to continue to thrive with this information. I think it's crucial to have it, but
Yeah.
how do you feel it helps the bonsai community?
Well, I mean, it's so that you can find your local artists and support them, right? A lot of times I might go to a local club and I'd ask them, hey, who's your local potter? No idea. No idea, right? And unless they're attending the meeting, you have no idea that they even exist around you. So that was the whole idea, is that it connects everyone to each other. It connects enthusiasts and artists for bonsai to the pots, to the potters, supports them, helps them grow. But it also connects the potters to each other so that they can feel that connection. They don't feel alone. They can challenge each other, and if they want to push the boundaries, they don't feel alone in that, right? I've talked to several potters who they have told me, oh, maybe, I really wanted to experiment with this, but it just seems a little too out there, and the bonsai community is not really looking for that. But then they see another potter just going for it, and they're like, hell yeah, let's do it. Let's try it,
I like how you said it's really going to start throwing around the names that we don't even know are in our own backyards. And we just had our auction here with our club, and 2 vendors came to our auction this year, and I didn't know they did pots. And one of them is in Hudson, not even 15 minutes from my house. And the other guy is a new club member that we recently met at our photo shoot. And he's making some really cool pots for a beginner. But if we don't, what do we need for our trees? Well, we need soil, the bonsai soil, but we got to put it in a pot. And I love how this is making sure we have access to everybody in every nook of the world.
Yeah, and how do we help our potters grow is by knowing that they exist and then supporting them.
So they could visit your website, or the website is kind of your website, right? arbonsaiart.com, right? Is that accurate?
It built itself over time. At the beginning, it was just for like a portfolio for my artwork, and I was already paying for the domain. And then I thought, you know what, I didn't think that Discover Potters would be a huge thing. First of all, I put it on my website as just to publicize the list, so I could be like, hey, I put a list out, if anyone wants to, whatever, But then it grew and it kept growing and became this huge thing. So, and then I've been adding to it, so it just kind of grew into its own thing. But yeah, it's all mixed together. I try to keep it organized.
So let's shift gears a little bit. We talked at great length in our last little pre-discussion about the 2025 North American Bonsai Potter Competition.
Yeah, so the American Bonsai Society reached out to me, I think September of last year, and they're saying, hey, we really want to revive the Druid Bonsai Pottery exhibitions from 10 years ago at our learning seminars this coming year. And I was like, oh my gosh, yes, that has been a dream for me. I've always wanted to put together a pot exhibition of some sort somewhere in the US, since we haven't had one in 10 years. So they added me to the board of directors, and I just got to work. And I have been just nonstop building, creating, and just getting ready for that. It will have a traditional and a contemporary category. All the information for the entire thing is on the website. I wanted full transparency. I wanted as little bias for the judging as possible. There's 3 stages of judging, and it's all blind judging. I tried to balance the panel so that it's everything from traditional people that are very experienced with traditional pots all the way to we have Cosmic Bonsai representing our contemporary category. So we are doing everything we can to make it work, right? That's part of the connecting the community, right?
How did you divide this into 3 categories? Going to make this as fair, if that's a good word, as possible?
Yeah,
As
yeah.
objective as possible?
Yeah, so obviously this is an art. So at the end of the day, it's impossible, right? You're never gonna have completely void of bias. There's always gonna be a little bit. But I have my pot collection in my house, and I just sat in front of it for months, and well, I do that anyways. But with the purpose of trying to think, okay, to be as inclusive as possible, to really take into account everything and to reduce bias as much as possible. How am I going to do this? So first things first, I added a non-competitive category, right? There are many artists that they don't want to have their work judged. They don't feel that that is fair because it's an art form, and I completely understand that. So I made a non-competitive category for them. And they'll have just as much display as everybody else. Everyone gets a chance to have their work shown and their voices heard. Now for the stages, the first stage is entry, right? So that's going to be just like the standard event where the judges, again, blind judging, they're not going to know who's who unless they already, naturally recognize the potter, which again, impossible to not have at least somebody recognize somebody. But the names are not going to be there. The bios are not going to be there. Any identifying things are going to be removed if we can. And so the first panel of judges is going to determine, okay, does this pot fit the theme? Does this look like the quality that would be a part of this event? Those kind of things. And then they'll make their evaluations separately. And then they will submit that to me, and then I will just go through and select the ones that they wanted and put that into display, as many as I can fit. And then stage 2 is going to be competition, right? So there's 2 stages of competition. The first one is online. This is another panel of judges. And what they're going to be judging is a little bit different. It's going to be how you made the pot, right? A lot of times, and again, I reached out to as many potters as I could. Hey, how would you want if your work were to be judged, how would you prefer? What do you want people to take into consideration when they are looking at your pot, right? Because it's more to it than just what you see. There's so much work that goes into making these beautiful pieces of art. So I wanted that to be evaluated as well, because there are some ways of making pots that are a little bit more difficult than others, right? There are some more lengthy processes. Potters will be able to tell their story and be able to tell us, okay, this is how I made this pot. This is how long it took me. This is every little detail I put into this that you may not have noticed, right?
Cool.
And all of that will be taken into consideration, and their creativity and whatnot. Now, the last stage is the normal jurying, as you see in most events where it's in person, right? That's stage 3. So that'll be another panel of judges in person, not judging together, and they will be silently judging on their own. And everything I created rubrics and score sheets. So just to help them along, so there's no like, oh, I just like this one better, right? We don't want, that's bias. We're not doing that, right? I want to see numbers, and I want to see results. And that way I can also give that to the potters so that they can see how they did for improving for the future.
Wow. You've not thought about this at all, have you, Angelica?
I told you, I sat in front of my wall of pots and I just looked at every single one and tried to see, okay, what can I appreciate about every single pot that makes it different, that makes it unique, and how would I include that into this, right? Because, like, for example, some people might automatically think, well, if it's a slip cast pot, it can't be that creative. It can't be that much work. That's not true, right? You can have a very, very creative and labor intensive process with just the 3D printing, for example, of the mold, right? You have to sit there and in front of a computer and design every little bit and then do a bunch of testing just to have the mold come out wrong and do it again, and until you get it to a point where you can slip cast a pot with a brand new design never seen that comes out perfect, right? So that's I wanted that to be a part of this event too. All different types of making pots, materials for pots, right? Some people work in concrete, some work, so I have a traditional side, has to be clay, right? It's all written on the website. And then the contemporary is like free for all, have a good time as long as you can put a bonsai in it.
Fantastic. So I'm excited. I'll be at the Nationals, so this will be a fun time. So what, like 2 days or a week after the Nationals, like, do you like have a week off or anything coming up?
Well, I'll still be working here at the garden. Right after Nationals, I have several articles to write about the pot competition, how it goes, right? I decided, okay, the pots that make it into the display, all of them are going to get photographed, and I'm going to put them on the website, the same website that I put the information for the pot competition. You'll have a full gallery. It will have everything. It will tell you about the pot, the inspiration for the pot, about the potter, everything, their story, everything that they provided in their applications. Now the public can go and read and learn about not just the pot, how it was made, and the potter, everything.
Wow, you're unstoppable. How do you think people should look at pots today? Are we looking at pots to put trees in, or still trees and finding a pot to match the tree? Let's go back down that discussion again a little bit. What should people think about with pots these days? How should they look at them?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you're at with your tree, right? If your tree is in development and it's not really ready for a really fine pot that was really expensive, I get it. You want something functional, perfect, right? But as you get more into the handmade pottery, you're looking for something that will really add to the story of your work, right? A lot of people will say that the pot is the frame to the tree. And I agree with that, sort of. I would take it a step further. I think the pot is completely part of the artwork itself. It's not the frame of the artwork. It is part of the artwork, right? The painting's not complete without the pot. So the way I see it is the pot is like a house without a soul if it doesn't have a tree, right? And it comes alive when you put the tree in it. The tree without the pot is like a wandering soul, right? It needs the pot. So both together just make this beautiful composition. And it just, when you put those two together, when you find the right pot with the right tree and you put those two things together, they just tell a story that's deeper than just the tree or just the pot. It just adds to it, right? And those are my favorite compositions, right? That the pot itself does tell a story. I don't want it to be completely hidden, that it's just uplifting the tree. Yes, but also no. Let's add to the story. Let's look at the whole thing where you look at the tree, you're getting this whole many chapters of this story, then you look at the pot and it just adds more chapters. And then that brings you right back up to the tree. So if you do it right, it's you just stand in front of that tree for like hours, right? You just keep cycling through that story of just so many layers and details to discover because they each complement each other.
I'm really looking forward to that journey of like, I'd like a pot because I like it. And then I'm going to say, like, how can I complete a picture of a bonsai piece of art by adding something down the road to this pot? So I do love that concept.
Yeah. And I love pots with a lot of depth, right? So you can see behind me this background, right? A lot of these pots, these are in my collection. But like, for example, this one right here, right? This is Enrico Guidi. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, from Italy, right? And this is a pot that I love to stare at because when you first look at it, it's not loud, it's not crazy. It just looks kind of like a grassy field with some dragonflies, and it's just very serene and very beautiful. When you stare at it a little longer, you start noticing he actually painted shadows behind the grassy fields of like owls and crows. You would never have noticed it if you hadn't stood there and stared at it a little longer, right? Because it was in black, on black clay, right? So it's a shadow. So that little bit of detail, right? Something kind of subtle. I
Yeah.
love that, right? And pots do that. Artists are always doing that. And I really, that's what I want the general bonsai community to think about when they look at their pots. Is not just the face values, go deeper.
I can't leave this interview without asking about your amazing watches. If you go to the website and you go into the More tab and you go under, there's paintings and there's watches. The paintings are stunning too, but the watches, now, are you creating those yourself every, whatever your bead you're putting? What, tell me about the watches. They're phenomenal.
Thank you. So that was actually a blend of two hobbies. So I like to paint in what I like to call extreme pointillism. So it's pointillism down to the size of a needle point. So my smallest dots require me to use a microscope and a little tiny needle. So in an attempt to push myself and try to get smaller and more detailed dots, I started painting watch dials, because another hobby I had was watch modification. So at the beginning it was larger and larger dots, and you can see over time how it's progressed to more and more detail, and that in turn has helped with my larger canvas paintings. But they take an insane amount of time.
Do you sleep? Do you eat? Do you?
I'm always cycling through all my passions, right? So people are always like, oh my God, yeah, exactly what you just said, right? How do you get all this stuff done? Well, so I don't burn out. I'm always cycling through everything, right? When I need to take a break from this because I've been working on it so intensely for so long, I go to something else. And I just keep cycling through each thing that I'm passionate about until I come back to the start.
Is there anything else you want to add about the community that we're talking about, your Discover Potters community? Is there anything else you want to add about it? I mean, we've covered most of the basis, but anything else people need to know about what you're doing?
Yeah, I did want to touch on something else. This idea that, a lot of times, because you did mention it earlier, that people have their trees and then they're looking for a pot, right, for the tree. I find that it's a lot of fun to kind of do both, where you have your trees and then you get pots that inspire you, right? You get pots that you really connect with, just like you do with the trees. And then one day you'll have them match each other. And that is the most glorious thing. Now, with that in mind, as people collect pots, it inspires them to create new trees, right? So I like to think that in a way, potters are a much more important part of bonsai than people realize in evolving the art, right? A lot of times people, when you think about bonsai, you're thinking about, okay, these are the big name artists that they're changing the art and they're moving it forward. They're doing all this new styling and whatnot, and that's exactly right. But the potters are also doing that, because you'll see those same artists grab a brand new contemporary, something you would never have imagined before, pot, and say to themselves, I can do something with this pot. I'm going to make a whole new design. This inspired me to make a whole new design on a bonsai just to go with this pot. So potters have a lot more power than they realize. They can completely influence the art of bonsai if they choose to.
I ask people if you're a traditionalist, you're like more natural looking bonsai. Well, now with the pots all over the map, the tradition, is still there and will never go away and is always important. But boy, this lends to more unique, natural, but yet artsy. So it's not natural. What's your thought on natural versus traditional here?
Yeah, well, that's difficult, right? Because for example, when I was for the pot competition, there's a traditional category. What is traditional at this point, right? That was killing me. I have no idea. I would sit there and just mull that over. I'm like, okay, now after seeing so many pots around the world, what is traditional? Because if you're talking about the origins of bonsai pottery and you're going back to Asia for those origins, there's not really anybody in North America doing that, right? You have to literally go over there to get the traditional pots. So that's why it's in the traditional category is traditional American, right? Tradition and hinting at the tradition where we came from, right? An homage and honoring that past. So that was kind of where I had to blend it, because we don't really have traditional in its essence here, right? Neither does anywhere else. But it is really interesting how to see all over the world how potters will, in an effort to make a traditional style pot, they inevitably insert a little bit of their own culture, right? So
Mhm.
as I've been collecting for my own collection, and just obviously as I grow the database and everything, the more I see, the more I realize, oh wow, this is so cool. A Middle Eastern potter is still making a traditional style pot, but you can really feel that kind of Middle Eastern culture in the pots. Same with European pots and American pots. Australian pots have their own complete feel to them, right?
Mhm.
So no matter where you go in the world, a traditional pot is a completely different style, but it feels very home to that location, which is
Sure.
really cool to see.
Yeah, Luke talked about that a little bit. He makes very traditional Australian pots in his eyes because you can look at the where he lives and what it looks like there and how his clay from that region and what. So yeah, there's going to always be some of that culture within that pot, even though there's
Yeah,
some
and it's
tradition
really
there.
hard to explain that, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those things that you have to kind of see enough of it to really to understand it. But like for example, Australian pots, I could just say, well, they're a little bit more earth tone, and you'll see a lot of crackle, you'll
Yeah.
see a lot of unglazed. But that's not a really good explanation either, is it? So
No, it kind of
so.
leaves it hanging there a little bit.
Yeah. So I really encourage everyone to explore the world of bonsai pottery and see the cultures in the artworks, and treat bonsai pottery really as artworks in itself, right? And when you add that to a bonsai and you just put it just becomes the most beautiful pairings.
Well, gosh, thank you so much for the passion that you bring to this. And oh my gosh, you can see passion without looking very hard in people, and you're certainly one of them. So you're amazing talent, and the work you put into this, I thank you for that. And I think the bonsai community will be thanking you if they haven't already. And so I look forward to seeing you at the Nationals, and hopefully everybody on the Expo here will come to the Nationals and see us all, and we'll have a big party in person, and we can talk about pots.
Yes. So the it's going to be September 12th through 14th. The learning seminars, the APS learning seminars, which is hosting the pot competition, that's going to be the 12th and 13th. The pot competition being on the 13th, and
Okay.
then nationals is going to be the 13th and 14th, and it's all in Rochester, New York. The ABS learning seminars are going to be at the Doubletree Hotel. And the Nationals is going to be at their usual sports complex venue.
I can't wait. I just booked my flight a couple of days ago. I've got my place to stay. I can't wait to see everybody there. It's gonna be fun.
Awesome.
It'll be great.
Thank
Cool,
you.
cool, cool.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Can you say stunningly amazing the things that Angelica Ramirez is doing? So privileged to be able to have met her a couple of years ago now. Last year on the road trip, and this year having the Zoom interview with her. Just fantastic, and so passionate about everything she does. She's a cellist, if you didn't pick up on that. She went to pilot lesson schools. Oh my gosh, to learn to fly, or helicopter lessons, and oh my gosh, her artwork and bonsai connections and communities. Just an amazing artistic, creative person. All right, before we get Nigel on here, I think he's on standby. Let's go ahead and answer that next question. So again, as you enter this into your comment, don't hit enter right away. Don't hit return. I want, after that discussion with Angelica, do you think it's probably better to have a tree and go search for the pot for it? Or do you like her twist at the end there? It's like, hey, let's start thinking about these pots tell a story by themselves. Let's get this pot, and then maybe we'll have a tree for it one day, or we'll make a tree for it one day. So tree first or pot first? So when I say go, everybody go ahead and hit enter. So type that in right now to the chat, but don't send it. And you're going to tell me tree first or pot first. You can just put the word tree. You can put the word pot. Yeah, everybody's going to have a different opinion. We have 80 people online right now. Let's do a waterfall of answers from all of you. Tree first or pot first? On your marks, get set. 1, 2, 3. Post them now, everybody. What is everybody thinking? And I don't know how I did this, but you can start to see now some people on the screen there of what they're answering. So tree first, tree. Ooh, pot came from Rack Cross. Rack, I'm not surprised. Both. Oh, Patricia, you can't say both. That was the whole point. If you had to choose, Patricia can't choose. Tree, both, and ... All right, everybody who's putting more than just a tree or a pot, maybe you're just stuck in the middle. I love it. Yeah, Bonsai Crazy with a couple of tear laughter folks. That's right. When we can't make up our mind, we just say both. All righty. Who is this gentleman right here on the screen? So big thanks to my niece. My niece, Hannah, is an amazing artist, and she created the image of myself for my channel. She created Mr. Nigel Saunders. She created Jonas Dupuich. He's coming up later. And these images are going to be in a frame. Let me show you for the first time. Now, what I'm doing, and they don't even know that I'm doing this yet. So this will have the white border on there, right? Matte. It'll have a mat on there signed by Jonas and Nigel and myself. We'll have 2025 live stream Bonsai Expo, and this will be given away at the end of the Expo. Everybody who's registered will have a chance to win. I just threw it in the frame real quickly, everybody. It's got a really nice mat, and that mat will be signed by Nigel, Jonas, and myself, and you might be the lucky winner of that photo collage of presenters from today. So we have this wonderful image of the man, but let's put up the man himself. There he goes. It is the one and only Nigel Saunders. He's still sticking with us. Can't thank him enough. And we are about a half an hour to 45 minutes over the clock that I anticipated we'd be. So we won't take up too much more of Nigel's time, but thank you for being our keynote speaker, Nigel, and this thing called Bonsai. And I have to say, I would imagine most of the people that have been on this expo who have a channel or who do bonsai have probably got started or done something probably because of you. So your contribution to bonsai, I think, is second to none. Your passion, your kindness, your generosity, and all you share in bonsai, my visits, other people. I could go on, Nigel, but welcome back to the show, and thank you for doing what you do.
Well, thanks for inviting me, Dave. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the expo. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's been a fun little thing. Now, I didn't know how long people would sit there and watch, and we'll have parts, posted later, but some people are sticking it out. I really appreciate that. And there's just a little bit of something, hopefully, for everyone. And yeah, if we ever do another one, we'll maybe make some tweaks and stuff right there. So I have Mr. Rack Cross joining me, not live right now. He can if he wants to. Rack, if you have the invite for me, I can try to resend it. Rack has kind of helped me with moderation now with all the questions that might be streaming in really fast.
Okay.
And I can't keep up to them. So
well,
this
Dave,
is our... Go ahead. Yeah.
I thought because I don't do any live streams that this would be a good opportunity for a question and answer session.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And that's the whole thing. I don't want to be the whole one yapping here, Nigel. I want stuff from all the folks out there. So if you are out there right now, that's exactly what I want Nigel and I to do. I want Nigel to just answer questions. You've seen his videos. You maybe have met him in person, like I have a couple of times, and there's always questions. So send your questions in. I will try to monitor them as close as possible. I will ask that everybody
if you can
else
read the questions, Dave. I'll just answer them then.
Yeah, if you can see them, I can see them. And Rack, if we miss a couple of important ones, if you can chime in with re-answering the questions, or I will get him on the stage as we need to. So right away, here we go. Let me see. Good. Any questions yet? No questions yet. So Nigel, well, give us a quick summary. How are your trees? How are things going?
They're doing well. We've had a very warm and humid summer so far, with kind of a few cool periods in between. So there's been a lot of time spent watering and taking care of the trees. Yeah, the summer's going well. It's another warm, humid day today, and we're supposed to get a thunderstorm this afternoon.
The weather has been interesting this year, hasn't it?
Yes, it's been very interesting. And that's one thing about bonsai is that nothing stays the same.
Yeah.
You get good years, bad years, and you just try and get your trees through them.
All right. I'm going to show a couple questions here. They're starting to come in. So first one right here. Oh my gosh, here we go. Let's do this one from Chris Marshall. When is the temple coming out, sir?
The temple. Well, it was indoors here for quite a while. My son and I moved it outdoors fairly recently. There's a few problems with the temple. The cement I used to make it, some of it didn't harden very well. And I thought, well, I'll leave it a while and maybe it'll harden up, but it didn't. It kind of went soft. So parts of the temple are falling apart and it looks pretty good. It looks like natural ruins.
Sure.
But I don't want it falling apart anymore. So I'm at the point now, do I take the trees off and try and fix the temple up and then replant the trees against it? That's probably what I'll have to do. So there'll be some work coming up on that. Just kind of strengthening the temple up. It's yeah.
Well, we can't wait to see it. That's been a fantastic project. I love it. Very, very cool.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I like looking at it too.
Nathan's got a question for you, sir. There, can I bare root my sticks and pots into my raised beds at this time of year?
Yes. Generally with roots, as long as you don't do any heavy root work, you can transfer a tree from a small pot into a larger pot, as long as you don't go doing hard pruning on the roots and try not to remove a lot of the fine roots. It should be fine. It may have a bit of a setback, but then it should pick up for the rest of the year. There's some trees that I wouldn't do this with, but most trees you can get away with it.
I don't know if this was for you or for some of the chat going back and forth, but if you collected any trees, and if so, what was your favorite or most gratifying?
Yeah, I have some, I have a few collected trees. I don't really collect old trees. They're more collecting genetic material. But I do have some that, you know, were probably 20 years old, some old cedars. They grow along this pathway at this estate, and they just cut them all off with one of those, not a lawnmower, but a brush cutter.
Yeah.
So they cut them all off to stumps, and
Yes.
you get these stumps, and then they regrow.
Okay.
And I have a cedar that I collected it, and it was growing in pure clay, and I collected as much of the root system as I could.
Yeah.
And I was taking it from, you have to drag them from the bush back to your car.
Yeah.
And it was about just over halfway. I thought, I can't do this. It's too heavy. It was really, really heavy. It must have weighed, I would say, like about 70 pounds. It was heavy. And I was with my young son. He's grown up now, and I said, I don't think I can carry this anymore. And he says, oh, you're over halfway. You've got to do it, Dad. And so that gave me the strength to carry it for the rest of the way to the car. And
sure.
Yeah. So it's turned out quite well, the tree now, and it's still growing really well.
Fantastic.
But it has a good story behind it about not giving up.
Yeah, there you go. Love stories behind trees. Natural State Wally is asking, do you recycle your bonsai soil, Nigel?
I occasionally do, but I don't recommend it unless you take the steps to sterilize it, wash it, and it depends on what water you use. If you take the particles of soil, they're porous. And if you're watering with like well water or tap water, those pores get clogged up with calcium. So the soil particle isn't as porous anymore.
Okay.
And you can notice the difference between fresh soil and old soil, that it doesn't soak in the water as much.
Okay.
It almost repels it. And you can get weeds, you can get pests, and you can get disease from old soil. So if you take the steps to wash it thoroughly, sterilize it, some people put it between two black pieces of plastic and leave it in the sun for a couple of days.
Yeah.
You can use it, but I don't recommend it, especially on trees you care about. If you're starting seedlings and you've got, young trees that you don't really care about. Maybe you grew 20 from seed and you don't really care if you lose a few. Yeah, use your recycled soil for that. But for a good tree, I wouldn't recommend using recycled soil.
Fantastic. If I can't believe no one's heard the story before, but Bonsai Crazy wants to know that how you got started in bonsai. You got your elevator pitch on your story there, Nigel?
I'll give the quick summary. We were given poinsettias at work in my office. I was in the product design, and we were allowed to keep the poinsettias after Christmas. And I kept watering mine. Everyone else's died, and so I was growing this poinsettia, and then in the pot something sprouted, and it started to grow, and it looked like a little tree. It had a woody trunk, and it turns out it was a ficus, microcarpa.
Okay.
And so I took this little tree that was growing in the poinsettia pot. I put it in its own pot, and it started to get too big. It started filling my windowsill at work, and I thought I better prune it. And I knew nothing about pruning. So I went to the bookstore and I was looking through the gardening section on a book, How to Prune Trees. And I stumbled across the bonsai section, and I had never really heard of bonsai before. And I thought, wow, this is a hobby, keeping trees miniaturized and that. And I was just fascinated. And like a week later, I had 12 trees. And then a month later, I had 20 trees. And now I have.
And look at you now.
Yeah. So it was totally by accident, and I still have that first tree. It's 33 or 34 years old now.
So the elephant in the room, Nigel, I don't know if you've ever been asked this question or not, but the story behind your hair, do you have a vision where you'd like to go with it? Coming from a bald man, no less.
No, my hair, I've always had really bushy, tangly hair, and it's very difficult to brush. It's like, I would say it's kind of in between an afro and normal hair.
There you go.
And I was going to the Montreal Penguin collection, and I showered at this hotel, and I don't know what they had in the water, but it made my hair go all curly and frizzy, and it started to like knot up, and so I couldn't comb it. The only choice was to cut it out, and it just went from that to it just kept getting more and more tangled, and so now I just left it how it is, and it's
there you go. Well,
totally by accident, but it's I don't know. My wife hates it.
Yeah.
My wife absolutely hates it.
Well, speaking of your wife and your family, another serious question from a listener or viewer. Does your family get any of your attention, Nigel, or does it all go to your trees? The burning question, Nigel.
Yes, I try and balance my trees with family life. Generally, my wife, she raises chickens and ducks as a hobby. So she spends as much time doing that as I spend on my bonsai. And yeah, I would say, I didn't start the channel till the kids were getting older. Well, no, I guess they were fairly young, but I've always included them and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife, she doesn't really see the point of bonsai. She's more into growing fruits and vegetables, things you can eat, and practical things. And
there you go.
And like any art form, art is not a practical endeavor. It's something for the soul.
Very good. Oh, great answer. Let's leave it right there, Nigel. That's perfect. Let's go back to the trees, Nigel.
Okay.
Joe would like to know this. Can you talk a little bit at all about Korean maples and how they compare maybe to a Japanese maple? Any similarities, differences that you know about with Korean?
Yeah, the Korean maples, they have a different leaf shape. Some people say they're not as attractive as Japanese maples, but I would say they're somewhere in between a trident maple and a Japanese maple as far as looks. They're kind of a little fancier than a trident maple, but not quite as fine and delicate looking as a Japanese maple.
Okay.
The growth on a Korean maple is a little coarser. It would be more comparable to maybe like a bloodgood variety of Japanese maple. They're not quite I mean, there's a lot of different Japanese maples, and some of them, I mean, the inner nodes are a few millimeters or an eighth of an inch.
Right.
It depends on the species, but generally the growth is a little looser.
Mhm.
But I think both can be made into wonderful trees.
Nice.
And every tree has a unique characteristic, whether the bark color or the leaf shape or the fall colors.
Yeah.
And you just have to appreciate it for what it is.
Absolutely. Steve was wondering about your April Fool's Day this year. What happened? Were you too busy or what's going on?
I was. I was too busy, and then I thought, it just snuck up on me, and I didn't get time. And then my wife said, well, maybe do an April Fool's joke sometime other than April Fool's and see if people get it. The trouble with the April Fool's videos is that I would say half of the people that watch them don't realize it's a joke. And, and that's the danger with any joke, is that people might take you seriously.
Hey, I've been wiring my pine needles for a while now. What are you talking about?
Yeah. They probably look at this guy and they say, oh, he's just insane. Why would he do that? And,
I love it.
So an April Fool's video will be coming sometime this year.
Nice. I love that. How about the Thuja occidentalis? When do you repot yours, Nigel?
I repot them when you see new green growth starting on the tips, and it's usually later than most trees. I've potted them as late as mid-June here.
Okay.
So you really have to wait for new growth to start appearing on the tips. You're fairly safe. Like, they have a winter color, which is like an olivey, rusty color. And then when the weather starts warming up, they flush and they turn a green color. But that doesn't mean they're growing. That's just circulating the sap within the tree.
Sure.
So it's not until those new tips start growing that the roots start to grow. So just before that happens is the ideal time. And it's usually late spring. So I always leave my thujas for they're kind of the last hardy trees I repot.
Yeah. Okay.
And they can take bare rooting, no problem.
Nice.
They can, they're good at growing roots. Just keep them moist.
Okay. Excellent. SB Bonsai, brand new YouTuber here within the last few days. He has this question for you. Any projects in mind for the winter, Nigel?
That's interesting, because this winter I didn't have much of usually I get everything done kind of early January, and I have like January till kind of mid-February before anything needs doing. So I have that space in winter to work on a project. And this winter, I just didn't have it. I just had trees I had to work on pretty well right through the winter. So
yeah,
I didn't have a big project this winter. And maybe it's because I don't really want to add any more trees. I just want to sort of maintain what I have. But there's always things I want to do. So, this winter I just didn't have the time.
Well, we'll keep looking forward to them because they are great. I didn't do a project this winter either, so that's very, very cool. Manders, many hot days on the balcony. What tips for your style of root work? I tried using sphagnum moss to increase success. I'm not sure the specific question here, but tips for a hot balcony with root work.
This year, I've been adding a lot of trays of water under my trees.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of advantages. Is one, it gives that reservoir of water. So when you have really hot days, it keeps the root system a little cooler because it's drawing on that pool of water. It keeps them hydrated better. Like maples, they grow way better with a little tray of water. And you just want the water to be touching the bottom of the pot, not so the roots are drowning, but just so it can draw it up. And the other advantage, what was the other advantage? When you're watering, like you water the tree normally, but any excess water that runs out the bottom of the pot fills the tray up instead of going on the ground.
Yeah.
So if you're using rainwater, it's always good to conserve your water because you never know when you're going to get like a month and a half drought where it hardly rains.
Yeah, for sure. Big question here with a couple with the species here. Blue Atlas cedar scion onto a cedar Lebanon rootstock. Whoa boy, grafting. Now he's asking about the UK, but your tips for that project there, Nigel.
I'm not a grafter. I'm of the belief that the species basically should stay the species it is. I don't.
Sure.
I'm not one of grafting, like different foliage on different junipers and that. I like to see the species for what it is, from the roots, the trunk, right up to the foliage. So I'm not a grafter. I wouldn't be the person to answer that question. Sorry.
All right. We'll move on. Thanks for your honesty. I appreciate that more than anything. What do you see as the long term for your collection there, Nigel?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I see there's a lot of trees now that are slowly becoming better kind of showable trees, and they take more and more time every year. So I've already given away a lot of my starter trees, ones that were, properly root pruned and underway, but maybe in my lifetime, I'll never see them develop. So, and you can have a lot, if you have too many trees, there's always trees in your collection that you're neglecting, that, your better trees get all the care and attention, and some of the trees, you keep them watered and alive, but you're not doing everything you can to them to make them thrive. So sometimes it's better to give away those trees to someone who would really appreciate it and take care of it than you just having it sitting in the back of your bench doing nothing.
Yeah.
So, a lot of mine I will be giving away to people in the club and that if they want them.
Sure.
And long term with my collection, it would probably go to the Toronto Bonsai Society. And when people pass away, they auction off the entire collection. So they will come to your house, they'll have an auction, and people just buy the trees. And the important thing, you don't want to give away your better trees to someone who doesn't know how to take care of them, because if you spent 30 years developing a tree, an inexperienced person can kill it in a week. And there's, you want it to go to someone who at least has a good chance of taking it to the next level. Because I think bonsai, in your lifetime, you can grow a good tree, and then in another generation, you can grow a great tree, and then maybe a third generation, you have something that's just outstanding, that's no one can touch. It's just a legacy tree that's just awesome.
I think that's been a tough thing with our club too, is those legacy trees, and when people do pass on, and it's like where those trees go, and that's a tricky part for clubs, I think, and we've struggled. We don't have a plan in place. A lot of us step up and bring trees where we can and get into the right people, but that's kind of
I think if you give them away, people don't value them as much as, like, if I spend $800 for a tree, I'm going to give that tree a lot of care because I don't want to waste my $800.
Right.
But if someone gives you a tree, it's not quite the same stake. So sometimes giving your trees away is not a good thing. It's better that someone buy it and take it more seriously.
Yeah. So I have a picture I can add to our little presentation here on Nigel, but this question is about the Mingarellia. It's kind of tough to bonsai. Talk about some tips maybe for everybody. I'll get a picture for everybody, two of mine.
Well, I think they can be bonsaied quite nicely. If you're trying to develop a stereotypical bonsai, it's not probably the best tree. But if you look at this picture, that is a beautiful tree to me, and it captures the style of the Mingarellia, and it looks natural. So I think a lot of these trees, if you come into the expectation that, well, my Mingarellia is going to look like, a Japanese maple or a Japanese pine, it's not. It has its own unique upright growth, and you can manage it to a certain degree. You can get branching, but it's not going to be what people think of as a bonsai. It's going to be a miniaturized tree version of itself. And I think that's even more special than trying to make every tree look like a bonsai.
I love it. Thanks for your content, says Yoko. If that's how you pronounce it. How many kids do you have, and are they into bonsai at all? You might have answered part of this earlier, but go for it.
I have 3 children. I have 2 girls and a boy. Julian's my youngest, and my oldest is going to turn 26 this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
Right.
my middle daughter just had a child, so I am a grandfather now. And
Congrats to that. Here's a question from your buddy Jay. People have been talking about you getting people started in the hobby, and look at that. He's blaming you for getting him into the crazy hobby.
Well, thanks, Jay. And I'm glad you joined the hobby. Jay
Yeah.
met his best friend through bonsai, so that's pretty special.
Great. Looking for some more questions. Is this for Nigel? Are you coming to the UK anytime, Nigel? Has anybody tried to pull you as a guest speaker?
I've done some online at some of the UK bonsai meetings as an online guest. I was going to go to the UK, but the problem is I have like 280 trees here, and my wife, she's busy enough with her chickens and running the house, and I was going to go visit Scott Winard from Let's Do Bonsai, and we were going to tour, go to Peter Chan's and everything. And I just thought, I can't go to the UK and have 2 weeks of fun, spending all that money. And my poor wife would be at home trying to do everything she regularly does and keep my trees alive. And so I put travel off. I do day trips, but I'm not going to do any travel until I've given away all my trees, which I hope is until I'm like 90. But
you heard it here first on the Expo, everybody.
I'll do a world tour like Peter Chan did.
When he's 90, he is ready to go. You might know this gentleman. I'm not sure if it's the same Eric. Nigel, when are we going to see the PA forest repotted?
That's one. I've been thinking about it a lot, Eric. I want to do a Kubu Island landscape with the Portulacaria afras. It's kind of how it's styled now, but I want to do it even better and more convincing with better rocks and more landscaping. And I've got that pot that Sophie made, a custom pot for it, and I'm wondering if I should go bigger, more landscape, or use that pot. I'm not sure. I might use that pot for my Schefflera, try it out in that. So I'm thinking about it very hard. No decision has been made yet.
No decision will be released on the Expo here live with Dave.
Exactly.
How about the iconic bird's nest spruce? A lot of people love this tree. A lot of people love this tree. Tell us more about that one.
Imagine Nathan commenting on that. I think it's his favorite tree.
And he held it? Yeah.
I know it is. The next viewing, well, it's just spruce are funny trees. Everything happens in spring. You repot them, and then you pinch a new growth and I do the structural pruning in winter. Correcting any branches that need pruning.
Yeah.
And then they grow in spring and they get these beautiful light green tufts, and you pinch them back. Mm-hmm. And then for the rest of the year, they basically do nothing. So unfortunately, all I could do is show you it, and it looks exactly the same as it did 2 months ago. So I think next for it, I do see some branches that need thinning. It's a kind of tree. It's a very weather-beaten tree, and I've got to be very careful not to keep the foliage too lush on it. It's got to match the trunk.
Okay.
So I find that with a lot of trees is that the trunk doesn't match the foliage. That you have this really old, collected, weather-beaten trunk, and then it has this massive dome of beautiful lush green foliage, and it's like, well, what made that trunk weather beaten if it's growing in such ideal conditions? So
Yeah,
so I
exactly.
have to be careful in the bird's nest spruce to keep that foliage looking like it's barely hanging in for survival, not that it's spoiled and pampered.
Awesome, awesome. The Bald Yeti's back. When do you do the big cut coming up on a Thuja occidentalis? Hard prunes.
Same
Time of
species.
year?
When do you do big cut? The best time to do big cuts on them, I would say, the best time to do a big cut on any species is basically when they're not growing that much, because a big cut like that is not going to heal very quickly. And
Yeah.
if you do a big cut when it's actively growing, you're going to lose a lot of sap. It's just going to bleed like crazy. So I try and do my big cuts early winter, like in November, December, kind of around then. Once the leaves have gone that olive brown color, or not, olive green color, you know the tree is dormant, the sap's not flowing. You can do the big cut then. That gives it kind of the whole winter to do some healing. It's not going to heal much, but it will a bit.
Yeah.
And then seal it up, and then in spring it should keep growing.
All right. Very nice.
Yeah, there may be some differences opinion on that, but that's when I do it, and it seems to work okay.
Awesome. We'll take about 5 more minutes of questions. I'm going to go through a few more scrolling here. Susan, dwarf lilac, struggling. Any advice for a dwarf lilac?
Well, I had that French lilac, and it withered away and died. And I think it's because I probably root pruned it a little too heavy. So my advice would be keep a fairly strong root system on it. Plant it in a fairly deep pot, keep it well watered and fertilized, and it should do okay. Try and duplicate the natural temperatures that it would see. Usually the dwarf lilacs are Korean lilacs, so try and duplicate the weather they would get in Korea. So whenever I get a species I don't know much about, I find out where it's natively grown.
Yeah.
And then I check the weather in that country or that region it's growing in, and that gives you a really good idea of what the best temperatures are to keep your trees at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Bonsai Druid, back budding on an old pomegranate trunk.
The age-old question.
Yeah.
Trees don't naturally want to back bud on old trunks unless they get really, really old. Generally, to get back budding, you need to let the tree grow really vigorously and then cut it back hard. So I would suggest you grow 3 or 4 sacrifice branches. Let them grow really long. Don't prune them for 2, maybe 3 years, and then cut them off. And suddenly the tree will have this fantastic root system that's trying to create the upper structure, and it's got nowhere to go, so it'll send out back buds. That's kind of the general way of doing it. And you may get them on the trunk, you may not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hit or miss. It's a gamble. Dave from Dreaming of Bonsai wants to know about a few other hobbies. I know you are into cars a little bit in your truck, but anything else you do besides bonsai, Nigel?
Yeah, I think if I had an infinite number of lifetimes, I would tackle a different hobby with each lifetime. I've done, I made violins for a while. I made 3 of them. I do a lot of digital art. I did a lot of concept work for theater and stage productions, laying out these stages and all the events. So concept art. And I enjoy that. The only part of it I didn't enjoy was the long hours and sitting at a computer for 14-hour days. It was really tough on the body. And so that's why I slowly phased out of that kind of work into more doing bonsai. So yeah, I have a lot of different hobbies. I appreciate a lot of different things, but you can only have so many. So I try and concentrate on bonsai and a bit of automotive work, and
yeah,
that's about it.
Only so much time in the day. And speaking of time, let's wrap it up with one final question from me, Nigel. I just, again, a lot of this, what we do this for is we're trying to figure out, all of us, how to make our bonsai just a little bit better.
Yes.
It's the 26th of July, 2025, the 27th for other viewers, perhaps. What is one or two things right now in your bonsai career that you would pass along to any one of us in this community right now to improve our bonsai? What one or two things should we be really focusing on in your mind, Nigel?
I think you have to, there's bonsai, then there's better bonsai, and then there's quality bonsai, and then there's high quality bonsai. And where you want to take your tree is up to you. What level you want to take it to. If you want to grow super high quality bonsai, then it takes a lot of work and a lot of techniques. If you're happy to have a bonsai looking tree in your back bench, then you can make that fairly simple, but it may not have the beautiful branch structure supporting the canopy and all that.
Sure.
So be patient. Like I said, to create a good bonsai takes a lifetime. And if you make even a slight bit of progress every year, you're on the right track. Progress in bonsai, like the big cuts and the styling and wiring, it happens maybe 3 or 4 times during a bonsai's lifetime. So it's not something you're doing every summer. It's not something you're doing every day. I would encourage people to study trees in nature. That's the source of bonsai. And then bonsai is an interpretation of what you see in nature. So it's like a landscape artist goes out into nature and he paints a landscape from a real landscape. No one paints a landscape from someone else's landscape painting. So don't copy bonsai you see. Do something original. Make it your interpretation of what you see in nature. And that's what gives your bonsai individuality, and it doesn't look like a clone copy of everyone else's. I'm going to leave by dissing black pines and trident maples. I've watched some shows, bonsai shows, and in the shohin displays, at the top of every shohin is this black pine. It represents the mountain tree at the top. And I swear, out of the 8 shohin displays, that black pine at the top looked virtually identical on every display, and it was very disappointing. Black pines don't look like that in nature, and neither do trident maples, those thick trunk tapered trident maples with the horizontal branches. So that's why I encourage people to look at trees in nature and try and make your interpretation of them. Don't copy other people's. The black pine and the trident maples, it's almost become the standard in bonsai to make your trident maple look like that. And it shouldn't be, because that's just one sumo trunk version of a trident maple. Trident maples in nature are these beautiful, graceful, flowing trees. They're not thick trunk tapered monstrosities. So
tell me how you really feel, Nigel.
Yeah, well, it's just something that, if you had a trident maple at a show that was graceful and beautiful, people would say, well, a trident maple should have a thick trunk. And I disagree with that totally. So do your own thing. Make it, make your bonsai your individual interpretation and your artwork.
Fantastic. Well, before I say goodbye, one more question that someone wanted to get through real quickly before we go.
Okay.
The Marsscape, are you doing work, or are we going to show the Marsscape soon here, or what's going on with that?
It has aloe growing in it, and the aloe's still alive and growing well. And I'm it takes up a lot of space. So I'm going to make a smaller planting using the same soil. It's on my to-do list, so it'll be coming up sometime.
Nigel, thank you so much. I appreciate you as a human being and as a bonsai practitioner, and just thanks for all you give to this community.
Well, thanks for having me on the Expo, Dave. It was it's a wonderful day. I could do this every day. Just go online and talk bonsai and listen to guests, and it's fantastic. And I hope you do it again next year.
Well, we'll see. No one's asked me that yet, but thank you for putting it out there, Nigel.
Okay.
All right, you take care, and we will
right.
see you in the future, I hope. Mr. Nigel Saunders, everyone. And if you want to see him in that beautiful rendition from my niece, there it is. And that, again, will be signed with Jonas's picture and my picture and giveaway a little bit later on. I need a little break from the live action, everybody. I'm going to show you questions number 5 for the bonsai questions and the bonsai YouTube questions. Let's start with this one, everybody.
The first one I learned very, very recently, probably in the last couple of years actually, and that was, sometimes you've got to let things grow. And in fact, this ficus is an example. By letting stuff grow out, I get loads of back budding in close in, which is what I really need. The biggest one I learned from Bonsai Mirai, Ryan Neal, and that was all about plant physiology, understanding your plant rather than learning a book. And books are all very well, but understanding what your tree's telling you is probably more important. This is developing really, really well. I'm trying to follow the Nigel Saunders clip and grow technique with this. Whoa, that is some wind.
I think the greatest lesson is probably enjoy what bonsai you work on. When I started out, a lot of people work on pines and stuff like that, and I've learned to just work on the trees I prefer work on.
About the roots, you can develop different types of roots for different projects using different soil mediums, and nowhere is this more truthful. In the case of my black rhino there, put it in pure bark, just had bark chippings all over it, no soil, nothing like that. And within 2 years, it had run riot with these big, thick, massive roots. So yeah, it's the soil. I'm really interested in the soil and what different soils can give you different roots. So you can utilize those roots for root over rocks, or crazy stuff like my rhino rock.
One thing that I love is growing from seed. I'm a huge fan of growing everything from seed, because you learn so much about a tree when you start it from the very beginning. You learn all the quirks of everything. One of my proudest trees that I have is actually a dawn redwood that I grew from seed, taken off, and just being able to see it go from this little tiny speck of a seed to where it's at today. And
well, Dave, quite frankly, all of them. Pretty much all of them.
There was one video that I did of a time lapse of an avocado tree that I was like a 6-month time lapse, and I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a good video. But it's it's funny because it's always the videos that you put a lot of work into.
Yep.
And nobody cares about them. But the one that you're making, like, let me trim this thing up and let me do a little video here. That's the one that's like, you get like 10,000 views on that one.
And it was actually something I did at Christmas time with my kids, and it was called Oh Bonsai Tree. And it was a bonsai take on a traditional Christmas carol where we changed all the words. I think that cheese is past its sell-by date. And so much work into it. It's really funny. But yeah, probably 600 views, which for me was quite small. So you never really can tell what's going to be popular.
I never really expect any of my videos to do really well. To be honest, my channel is... I did it more so for myself. so that I could keep a record of my trees and stuff, and so any views I do get is a kind of bonus.
A couple of questions there from the folks who are creating some YouTube magic. Nice to hear different perspectives and their opinions. Let's do another giveaway, everybody, and then we're going to do another waterfall. Here we go. We've got some more goods from Susan. She'll be up in a little bit. I've got a pot here I'm going to talk about in a moment, plus a pot that I'm just going to add into the mix. This is just one in my collection that I don't think I'll use anymore. So this is a 2-pot giveaway, and I also have another book from Mr. William Velvanis. But here we go. I want to talk real quickly. I promised him I would say a quick hello from him. This is Chris Defoe of DF Pots. So he is a new upcoming potter in the Minnesota, Wisconsin area. I believe he works his magic in Hudson, Wisconsin, just across the St. Croix River, if I'm not mistaken. He started in January, everybody, and it's pots electric fired to cone 6. I don't even know what that means. It sounds like lingo. Gunflint pinch pot, dark brown one right here. Should be Minnesota hardy. And then there's another pot that he made. Let me grab that for you real quick. Maybe this is the pinch pot one right here. Look at this thing right here. This is really wonderful for some accent type plants here. This is kind of an interesting pot right there. Look at that. You could put something very unique in here. So he's really, again, another artist who's making his way in Minnesota connections here. And I told him I would a quick shout out to him. So Chris is his name. And let me go back to my cheat sheet. Chris Defoe, and it's DF Pots. And so you can check him out on some of the socials and check out information from me. So he's in part of this prize pack as well. If you have not signed up to win prizes, you still can. I put the link in the chat just a few moments ago. I'm going to go ahead and draw for this one. If you don't go for this one, you will be able to register for the next one because we have lots and lots to give away yet still. So I'm going to copy and paste all those wonderful names into this one right here. And let's go ahead and give away another pot. So remember, we're doing one winner per person. So if we get a duplicate here, which would be impossible, I would think, but it could also happen. This is winner number 6, right? Let me look at my notes here. We're going to go on to number 6 here. Winner number 6. Let us spin for that, everybody. A couple of pots, one from Chris Defoe. We've got Nate. Hey, Nate, buddy, and Nate's going to get it. That's Nate and 8. That's right. So Nate is going to win prize package number 6. We'll be sending those to you in the mail very, very soon. So we're going to try to catch up with a few things. I want to remind you who's up next on the program here. We do have some videos up yet from Steve's Backyard Bonsai. We've got Wally got a video with Natural State Bonsai. We've got Budget Bonsai on tap here. He's been helping me moderate a little bit. We're going to talk a little bit about the Tripod Challenge and see if he's got any kind of his budget bonsai hacks he can share with us. So we've got Budget Bonsai standing by live, and I also have Susan Wildwood with the fertilizer cake discussion. We'll chit-chat with her a little bit. We still have information from Patricia O'Connor on the way up on the balcony there. Manders with Fake Quins Bonsai, Jason Hanrahan pot giveaway information, and of course still Jonas Dupuich. I've got Chris Baker from the Chicago Botanical Garden. Oh my gosh, this is going to be going on forever, everybody. We're going to have a good time here. So let us go ahead and let me see who I want to bring up next. I'm going to go ahead and gather my thoughts. And so right now we're going to go ahead and we are going to bring up Patricia O'Connor and her video that she shared with me. So let's go ahead and do that. Final edits. There we go. Okay, so let's do this. I'll get my thoughts organized and we'll do some more giveaways and all that kind of stuff in a little bit. So here we go. Let's go up to the balcony, everybody.
Hello, world. I'm Patricia O'Connor, and along with, I'm a YouTube creator, and along with my K-Don partner, Frida Reva Dorsey, we are the Bonsai Balcony, and our shtick is that we try to enable other people to get into bonsai, even if they don't have a big backyard, even if they don't have a backyard, even if they don't have a blade of grass. Personally, the only grass I have growing is in some of the weeds in some of my bonsai pots. But other than that, our whole deal is to try to enable people as to what is possible, and I've always pushed the boundaries, at least I thought, as to what was possible so far I haven't really failed at any undertaking. I have the same issues that everybody else has. Grow trees that are in that zone and you should be okay. Whether or not you have a balcony and a grow light, or whether or not they're standing in direct sun, give the guys all the light they need. This is a little payoff for my baby Frida. So what we're going to talk about is the Taxodium ditchum right here. These guys are some sun-hungry trees, and the three of these large American bald cypress or swamp cypress, and I don't really know that American cypress exactly fits because these guys do grow all over the world, and they have a history going back on the planet. Some of the original trees when the planet was probably just more shallow oceans and stuff, and little shallow waterways, and just a little bit of land sticking up might have not been any more than fallen trees. These guys were around then, so say are coal deposits, which are ancient. So they've been around a long time. They are a deciduous conifer, which is to say that in the winter they lose their foliage, and the fronds or the leaves look quite a bit like the foliage that we see on our coastal redwoods, but those are evergreens, and their leaves, though they look quite a bit like this, and also the dawn redwood looks quite a bit like this. Throughout, the dawn redwood looks quite a bit like a bald cypress. Some of the differences are dawn redwoods don't buttress the way bald cypresses do. Dawn redwoods, as they say, like to have their feet wet so you can water them fairly frequently, but not like a bald cypress. People can actually leave their bald cypresses in water, though I don't know that I recommend that. I think that if I were going to disappear for a week and go to Yosemite or just take a vacation or time out, that would be a good idea to put my tree in water. But as far as just leaving it in water for a summer or stuff, I see a lot of people do that, and we do see them do that in the wild. But you have to think that in the wild they also may have a root base that's going, out of the water, just in that it's just so far down. Anyway, these trees are very easy and a very smart move for a beginner. To do bonsai, you need to be able to make a commitment. You need to make a commitment to look at your bonsai tree every single day, water can in hand, ready to do the deed if need be, multiple times a day, on really, really hot days, ready to do the deed if need be. We don't water every tree necessarily every day, but to have bonsai is to be able to commit to that. It's up to you to supply it. And with this, you have less things to worry about on a bald cypress than you do on a lot of other species, so long as you can do that first thing, so long as you can be there every day, because this tree is going to get thirstier than most trees, day in and day out. This tree can take a lot of water, and as long as you can water this bonsai tree, you would probably, and as long as you can put it in direct sun for 6 hours a day, and as long as you can water it every day for at least 6 hours a day. As long as you can do that and water it every day, the amount of water that it requires without it drying out, you will always have a bald cypress to bonsai. If you want to learn about ramification, you can do that later. If you want to take your time learning about, almost any other facet of bonsai, this tree will sit back and allow you to do that. I would say a mistake I made with my dawn redwood, its close cousin, watch how many times you change your mind about and start producing less. But speaking of producing less, this tree will lend itself, as a bonsai, a bald cypress tree will lend itself to a something that's kind of popular in the United States, which is called a flat top, which is sort of a design that's long, slender, not a whole lot of branches, usually a very defined apex, sometimes with two major branches that has the majority of the foliage on that, not a whole lot, maybe one or two branches down low, and it's called an American flat top. You don't see that in a lot of shows outside of the United States, although it is I would say it's catching on, and I've seen other collectors in Europe do this. But this tree will also lend itself to almost any other bonsai style. Of course, it will lend itself well to a formal upright, an informal upright. I have seen these. I have seen a Bonsai literati. They make wonderful, whimsical literatis, and I'm sure it would probably make a lovely cascade if you took that approach. I did see in England somebody had trained, having never seen a bald cypress, they had trained one, and it looked quite a bit in a slant style with a umbrella top. It was beautiful. It looked like how you would train a trident maple, except that they had positioned the buttresses to where it was just the fluted base just went right on up into it. It was absolutely stunning. But it was also not like any bald cypress that I had seen in the United States before. And that's kind of what made that tree unique. And I would definitely say that the bald cypress will lend themselves to that. If you want to grow Taxidium ditchum, I would say you can grow. This is one tree that the little version of this tree looks quite a bit like the adult version of this tree. So in that way, it would lend itself to a show hen or something, and you could have something that looked like the adult huge version. They scale up and down quickly with their features, but they can be a little hard. It can be a little difficult to keep those elegant fluted features. As it gets older and thicker, that wedge becomes a little bit more pronounced if you're trying to keep it small. And they grow fast. They grow quickly. They're also easy to ramify. In the wild, this tree will shed branches quickly, and they will grow branches they will sprout new branches even through thick bark. And when you see a bald cypress do that, when you stand underneath a bald cypress, one thing you tend, in the wild, one thing you tend not to see a lot of is a lot of ramification. What you see is a prolific amount of branches that are probably less than 5 years old. A sprout will push its way through a chunk of bark, just splitting that last layer of tissue. And that last layer of tissue will immediately begin to callus over. At the same time, if that sprout gets adequate sunlight, the signal from the tree is grow this longer, grow this fatter. So it elongates out into a branch and then folds out all of its leaves, and then from then on, it's growing fatter. And it's causing that split to widen. While at the same time, that split is trying to callus over. And those calluses just keep building up into a tighter, more concentrated wound that branch will find a harder and harder time opening up anymore. To at one point, it will, as the branch grows wider and the wound tries to close back up and callus over, that all just gets tighter and tighter and tighter till the point where the branch will snap off. It'll just go pop. And if you're ever around one of these, you'll see it. And it's obvious because the branch doesn't fall down like this, like something that snapped and then the bottom was hanging on and tore. They pop and just kind of fall gracefully to the ground, taking squirrels or whatever's hanging on for dear life, parachuting straight down with them. For that reason, I've decided on my trees that I'm going to experiment with just doing a natural growth style, which they also lend themselves to. But in the last couple of years, I had invested in some ramification, and they lend themselves very well to that. And you can extend the length of time that you can keep the branches on here by doing that. And that would also work well for those who want to do a flat top style. So they're not the most heat resistant. They're not the most drought resistant. They do like their water, but you can have these up north. I've heard of state parks in Michigan have American bald cypress growing on them. They don't have to be growing in standing water, although they tend to seemingly grow faster in areas of high heat. And if they get a little bit of seasonal flooding, that will also cause them to grow faster longer. I would say my middle tree here that just started producing cypress balls last year is probably an example of a 20-year-old tree, not a 100-year-old Yamadori, but this is probably an example of about a 20-year-old tree. The ones on either side are probably less than 10 years each. I've had this compilation going now for going on 6 years underneath my balcony, and with grow lights that I have overhead that I just got off the internet. These guys have been doing very, very well. I would say when you get a bald cypress and start training it for bonsai, do a chop cut early, because and then you take a top limb, do your top chop like an angle, boom, and then take what will be your next top, wire it and point it straight up. That's going to take a couple of years to heal. I'm in a temperate climate, and these guys are lush and very, very happy. But if it got as much as 20 degrees hotter here in the Bay Area, which I'm glad it doesn't, these guys would probably grow even faster. Like on the Gulf Coast, for instance, and along the south, as far down as Mexico, there are species of bald cypress that are unique to the Guadalupe River Valley area, and they also have Taxodium ditchum down there as well. And like I said, I have heard these guys growing as far north as Michigan, and they are very, very easy for beginners to grow, and they are so very rewarding. If you can water these trees on a daily basis, you will always be able to have bonsai joy with an American bald cypress. Okay, with that is my little introduction to American bald cypress. Possibly for some of you, I hope that I'm sure that I'm sandwiched in between some amazing talent here that Dave has selected for the Expo show, and I hope everyone is having a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see quite a few of you next year, 2026, when the Expo will be just a few miles away from me here in Oakland, California in 2026 for the Pacific Bonsai Expo. Our expos are a treasure and a wonderful opportunity for bonsai artists to share that one joy that we know we all have in common. And thank you all on behalf of Patricia and Frida Reba Darcy. Thank you all so much for watching, and have a wonderful, wonderful show.
Thanks very much. Bonsai on the balcony with some kids in the background. You got to love it. Some of those trunks are absolutely stunning, right? That is fantastic. A lot of people responding to those and say, oh, I want one of those. I want one of those. That would be fantastic. So I have a little bit of change in plans right here. I don't see Rack. I don't know if Rack got booted out of the system here. Rack, if you can hear me, you can come back and join. So I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to see if Susan is ready. So we've been giving away a lot of stuff from Susan Wildwood, who reached out to me and said, I got some stuff to send you. And I literally, y'all, just got a package from her that came yesterday. It was in St. Paul as about Tuesday or Wednesday. There she is. Let's get her onto the stage here, everybody. And I literally, y'all, just got a package from her that came yesterday. It was in St. Paul as about Tuesday or Wednesday. There she is. Let's get her onto the stage here, everybody. And I literally, y'all, just got a package from her that came yesterday. Hold on one sec. It was in St. Paul as about Tuesday or Wednesday. There she is. Let's get her on the stage.
Here I am.
And I literally, y'all, just got a package from
Hang
her
on a
that came
second.
yesterday. It was in St. Paul as about Tuesday or Wednesday. There she is. Let's get. All right. So, Susan, I need you to turn off something because you were giving me all kinds of wild and crazy feedback. So I figured out the problem. So I don't know how we're going to talk to you if you can't have your microphone open. So let's see if we can tinker with a few buttons here. I'm going to turn you back on, and if we get feedback, I'm going to turn you back off because you're getting a big delay or some kind of loop or something there that kind of messed things up here. Let me click you back on here. Back off.
Well, I can turn off the
getting
computer.
A big delay or some kind of loop or something there that kind of messed things up. Because that's the delay. That's the broadcast delay that people are seeing. Now I can hear you. And you can hear me just fine too right now?
Am I in or not?
You are in. You are good to go, Susan.
Well, unfortunately, I can't hear you.
Oh, no. Well, because you turned your...
Technology, right? So how about if I call you on the phone?
You call me on the phone until we figure it out. Go for it. If you give me a jingle, we might have some feedback issues with that as well, but we'll figure out. I'll ask some questions with my phone.
So can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, maybe we figured it out. I'm technologically challenged, which is why they let me do dirt.
That's why we're playing in the dirt. And you're hearing me fine now?
I hear you just fine.
All right. So welcome, everyone, to Susan Wildwood, who is going to tell us a little bit about her journey. She's the one providing all these medical tubings and this wonderful fertilizer that we'll talk a little bit about today. And in the package, I got a whole bunch of pond-type baskets here that we can also add to everybody's giveaway. We'll throw one of those in there as well. Thank you for all the gifts to make this a brighter and more fun event. But I called you here today. You can talk bonsai for a little bit and share your journey. Let's do that first. Like, when did you start and how is bonsai a part of your world?
Well, I have dabbled in bonsai, serious dabbling, for about 25 years. I've always been enamored of gardening. I'm a master gardener, master naturalist, vineyardist, and I've tortured plants in the yard for years. And I happened to move in across from Sunset Nursery in Boise, Idaho, where the Boise Bonsai Society met. And I got hooked by walking across the street to attend the meetings. And from there, it was an empty purse and a full yard of trees. And so I'm here today. I've tried everything. I'm wildly curious. And one of the curiosities that I've had always is fertilizer cakes, because the Japanese seem to have a corner. Here in Idaho, it is hot and dry in the summer. So pure aggregate soil like Nigel uses doesn't work for me and my trees because it gets too hot and dries out too fast. Sure. So I have to use a higher organic content in the soil. So every year, my poor plants get tortured as I adjust the soils and try something new. I followed Juve, I followed Nigel, I followed Peter Chan, and I've tried. I don't know that I've tried it all, but I have to say that I've got something that seems to work.
Yeah. Nice. Well, yeah, that goes to the question of microclimate, and everybody has a microclimate, and we've talked in the past on shows. Your neighbor 2 houses down could have a different microclimate to you, not to mention Idaho versus Nigel over there in Canada. So big, important part of growing our trees.
Well, and in my yard, I have different microclimates. So I have benches all over my yard, but I have to put certain plants in certain areas because of their requirements. So the microclimates, I probably got 5 or 6 in my backyard. Different watering requirements, and I have to watch the trees because if I turn my back on them for 5 minutes, Boise averages were in the 100-degree days. And this goes for days and days and days and days. So if I turn my back on them for 5 minutes, I miss one tree out of the misting system, it's a dead tree.
Yeah, that is some harsh conditions. And yeah, you can't blink out there, can you?
No, it's hot and dry. And then we get a lot of wind. We get wind in the summer, we get wind in the winter.
Well, there you go. There's just always so much to think about. And people in workshops, we give them the basics, but then we start going down some rabbit holes. And it's like, yeah, this can be very, very complicated. But if you start with 1 or 2 trees and treat them like a pet or a child, and at least look at them once or twice a day, you're probably going to keep them alive. But I want to go back to a question I want to ask, because you're a master gardener. And we've heard in the bonsai world, I have from people, friends of mine or friends of friends, who master gardeners sometimes tend to think, and you even use the word, that we just torture our plants. So you're a master gardener and you love bonsai. Are we torturing these things, or what's your take on that, Susan?
Absolutely, we are not. In nature, the wind will tear through a forest and knock off branches, rip off branches, pull them out of the ground. Insects eat them, birds nest in them, woodpeckers make holes. We are not doing anything different than Mother Nature. So if we're torturing, it's because she does it.
There you go. I love that answer. That is beautiful. Well, let us talk then a little bit about your fertilizer cake. So everybody who wins today is going to get a pack. Well, most everybody, 10 of the prize packets will have a little pack of fertilizer in there. Tell us just a little bit about your basic process and what did you create here?
Well, I'm queen of DIY. And if somebody does something and it's really expensive, I go, I can do that. And then it took me a year of research and experiments to come up with my own recipe for fertilizer cakes. So I have right behind me and I can use for a display, but this is my process. So I start out with, I use a cement mixing tray because I'm big and I go big or go home. And in that tray, I have certain ingredients and they are worm castings. So I harvest worm castings and I call it black gold. So I have at least a half worm castings. Then I got a bunch of rapeseed meal from a dairy farmer, which is a cattle feed. So you can pick that up at a feed store. And it's what the Japanese use as a basis for fertilizer cakes is rapeseed meal. So I toss that in. I put in spent coffee grounds. I get the big economy bags from Starbucks and I dump that in because it offers a little bit of grit, a little tiny bit of acidity, and some nutrition. And then I throw in a product, and I don't know where you're going to be able to get this, but it's called Back to Feed. And I think you can get it at a farm supply store. I had a farmer give me a sample, and that sample has lasted me 10 years because I only use about a quarter of a cup in a whole mix. And the reason I use the Back to Feed is because although we think of the evergreens as having mycelium, the latest research out of Germany is that all trees have a mycelium or a bacterial component that lets them process food. Whether it's aspens or birches or willows, there is a different soil component that is all critters. So the Back to Feed has a component of microbes. So I throw that in and I mix it. So I keep everything stirred up in buckets so I can get at them. And I plunk it all in that mixer. And then I stir the heck out of it up. And I use a rake because I'm not very delicate. So I rake it all up and I like large quantities. And then you get to a mix that looks about like this. It's usually kind of dry because the coffee grounds and the other stuff kind of mixes up. So you'll see there's the dark, but it ends up being kind of light. So then you start adding water and you crunch it up in your hand until it reaches a consistency. So this one is still got a crack in it. So that won't work. But this one, you can see that it's starting to come together. And when I'm ready, it looks like this by adding enough water.
Okay.
Then what you do is you do what you did in elementary school. You start making worms. So you take a big chunk of it and you just roll it and roll it and roll it and roll it until you get a big fat worm. Now I like using baskets as well as I like putting the cakes on a soil top. So I'll get my various size baskets out and check and be sure that whatever I'm rolling, when I cut it, will fit in the basket. So I have the baskets out and I cut samples. Nice. And down here, you can see that I've been cutting them all up and I do large, medium, and small. And then I put them on tables in my driveway. And the flies love it for a couple of days until they dry completely out. Then I put them on the plants. So every time I water, they melt a little tiny bit. And by 7 or 8 months, they have really melted down. And I don't ever remove the cakes. I never take them off. And when I repot, I just stir that stuff back in because it's got all the biological activity and so it helps as part of the soil component.
Yeah.
And anybody can do it.
It sounds like it. It sounds like it's a great little way to get your hands dirty and take some stuff and play with it and mix it up, and you're having yourself some great fertilizer.
Yeah, and it's kind of fun to do. And then so it makes this huge. You can see how many little cakes it makes. That's one batch.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I've got a huge amount. So that's actually a 2-year supply.
Oh, wow.
A 2-year supply. And so the bottom one shows that on one of my larger, I guess that's the hornbeam, you can put it all over. And the funny thing about it, I have no idea why, I have tended to get away from using the baskets because the squirrels, for some reason, leave it alone.
If you don't have the baskets, just put it on your pot. They're leaving them alone.
They're leaving them alone. So I don't know if there's something in the back to feed, in the coffee, or something else, but I can have them all out. Now, it doesn't mean the squirrels won't try to dig in the aggregate, but they leave the little discs alone.
Yeah. Well, that is awesome. I think everybody could do this. Someone just asked, and I just happened to catch one of these comments. There's been a few questions here, but how would people get a hold of you if they wanted to talk through email or something to kind of learn about what you do? Can you give me the information to share with people?
Absolutely. So it's dark fire. Hang on a sec. I have to remember which one I'm using. Yeah. So it's Ocean Breezes, OceanBreezes, the number 75 at Gmail. And I'm happy to send off the recipe, the instructions, pictures, happy to answer questions.
Yeah. Ocean Breezes
75.
Number 75 at gmail.com. Let's put that up there, right there on the screen. Ocean Breezes 75 at gmail.com. Susan Wildwood is her name. And and I'm going to thank you publicly for your kindness and generosity at being so flexible about when I put you on the show and just giving me those words of encouragement. I'll share with everybody that she kept on saying, "Hey, Dave, no one has seen the show yet, so it's going to be perfect." So I thank you for your kind words. And you really kind of put me over the top of like feeling overwhelmed. I relaxed after talking to you, and I want to thank you for that personally.
Well, you're welcome. And let me just ask, did the screens ever arrive?
I don't. Were the screens in the batch with the baskets here, or no? Is that a separate?
They were supposed to be, and they got mailed separately. But that's sort of the proof in the slowdown in the mail. I was guaranteed delivery last Monday at your house.
Yes.
And the same thing with the screens that were mailed Friday, but we apparently have a slowdown. So if you get those, it would be fun. So I cut a bunch of screening up, and you can throw those in as you find out prices.
Awesome. Yeah, I have some screens that were donated by somebody else to add as well. And so, yes, these prize packages will get bigger and bigger, and we will ship those things out for people to have. Well, anything else? Any parting thoughts, Susan?
Well, I have one comment on the pond pots because I tried for a couple of years, but the soil component that works the best for me won't work in those pots because I don't use as large an aggregate. Okay. And so I'm happy to donate them to other people. I thought I washed the dirt off. I might not have, but sometimes some of these just don't work where we live.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. That's been so great. Thanks for adding your joy and wisdom and gifts to the expo. I do appreciate your time, and you have an enjoyable weekend, and I hope to be in touch again soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thank you so much. Fantastic. This has been so much fun and meeting some new people. And I can't thank her enough, and I can't thank everybody for being a part of the expo. Let's give a prize package away. If you've not signed up for the prize packages, please do so now. Again, you can go ahead and go on to the chat right now, the comments, and I will load it one more time for you right here. Let's go to comments. Please remember that we only want you on there once to give some prizes away. We're on prize number 7 of like 11 or 12. So we got to keep cranking. We're almost at 3 o'clock when we thought this would be all wrapping up, everybody. Hang on for overtime. So here from Susan Wildwood again, here are the cakes that you're going to have and try with your trees and these. Now, did somebody out there in the YouTube world, friends of mine, send me these bonsai scoops with the screens in them? Someone sent me these a long, long time ago, and I have no idea who did, but I'm giving them away in this collection. I've got some more of the magazines, and then I have something that's going to be fun. We got 3 pots in this collection. This is a very tiny little traditional Japanese pot. It's got the stamp down below. This is one of my pots that I'm throwing into the mix. I just not going to put a tree in there, I don't think. I've got enough things to give away. I want to do that. This is another one that's got a stamp on there. But look at this beautiful patinaed pot here. Now, this is just kind of an blue pot with these bumps on there, the rivets. Love that pot. I'm going to give that one away too. And then the first of 3 pots, we're going to talk with Rack in a moment here. In here, it's the surprise. I don't know. I haven't opened these yet from Rack. Now, he's gone ahead and addressed it back to him or from him for me to mail out to someone. But because these prize packets got so big, I'm just going to throw this with the rest of the goodies. And this is one of the tripods. So we're going to have a tripod challenge discussion in a moment with Rack Cross. So I think he's joined the studio again. We'll get to him in a moment. But let's give away this prize packet. Now that you've had some time to go ahead and hopefully enter into this contest. Did I go ahead and put it in here? I don't know if I did or not. I've seen some people new since the last time. Remember, we're only signing up once. I got John Salisbury as the last person who signed up. And we're going to copy those and put them into my little spinner thing here. And we are going to give away some more goods here. Okay, so for the 3 pots, including a Rack Cross pot made from him, we got a lot of names here. Let's spin it around. Giveaway number 7 is going to go to Sean Bates. Oh, look at that. SB Bonsai, I believe. Sean is the one with a brand spanking new channel, and now he's got some goods from the Expo. The first Expo on YouTube Live, and Sean wins a prize package number 7. And he will have a Rack Cross pot. We'll talk about that in a moment. But before we get to that, let's get to questions number 6 with bonsai questions and YouTube questions, and then we'll be right back.
Again, I think it would probably be Chinese elm. I get a lot of enjoyment working with Chinese elms. Got probably 20 or 30 of them. So probably if I had to pick one, the one I enjoy working on and have more fun, the most fun with, is Chinese elms. I plant them on top of statues. I plant them with hobbit houses, and you know, you can do so much with a Chinese elm. You can play around with them. They're very resilient. In this country, 99% of mine don't lose the leaves in the winter. They stay out all winter.
It's really got to be the Chinese elm. Take cuttings, wire your cuttings, grow your cuttings, and before you know it, you've got these great big cascade bonsai. I've got something here which is, it was from a cutting, and it's now 4 years on as a root over rock. I've got 7 of those. These are just a few of the hundreds of Chinese elm cuttings at different ages. I don't think there's a style you can't do with them. So they're so diverse, they're so hardy, and you can even take them indoors sometimes.
For me, I've been really, I know it's kind of, it can be considered more of a beginner tree, but like, I really like the Chinese elm because like, it's a very forgiving tree. It takes cuttings very well. And it just puts on so much growth, and it's a great tree to practice on. They ramify very well. So that would probably, also I haven't tried it on a Chinese elm yet, but I could probably keep it outside all winter, and I think it would be okay. I haven't quite tested that yet.
I watch loads of them, in particular for 3 reasons. I watch a whole load for the community support aspect, you know, and I'll do my best to watch through as much of it as I can and put comments. But my big ones that I watch for my own edification or help or learning clearly bonsai marae, that's where I started with for education and technique, and I like Ryan Neal's style. Bonsai, I think Eric, he's got a very matter-of-fact, understated approach, covers a wide range of trees, and he's clearly got loads and loads of practical experience and knowledge. I find him very, very useful. And, well, the first person I ever watched was Nigel Saunders. And I like watching Nigel because he inspired me, really.
The channel I watched the most would be probably Nigel's, The Bonsai Zone, like everybody else probably. When I started bonsai, when did I start? Probably 7 years ago, something like that. I started watching and I found Nigel's videos, and so I went back to the very beginning of his videos and I watched them all.
So Dave, I follow a lot of people, all the main stars, you know, like Nigel, Bjorn, Neil, all the big names I follow, and there are so many that I could mention, but one I have to mention and will mention, who I think is personally, I think he's the best, and that would be, I don't know his name, but that would be the man from Arkelfoss. I find his videos absolutely top notch. He really does put all the information in there that you need. He's very good at it, and his scenery is just to die for, absolutely to die for.
I love all my YouTube buddies out there. So there's like, there's no favorites here like our trees. I love Classy Bonsai. David's been doing some excellent work these days with his Yamadori videos and his pruning videos. Classy Bonsai, that's a great one to check out. Andrew at Buffalo Bonsai, I love his work there. Let's see, who else is a Bald Yeti? Billy, long scale projects. I think he did a video recently where he went back to like 2023. I'm like, wow, this is like a 2-year in progress video. I mean, there's the you got some of the classics too. You got like Xavier, is it Yella? I think it's Yella, right? Yeah. Man, I mean, I feel like it just could keep going on. Tom, of course, because you know, I got my cup of tea right here for Tom.
Everybody raise a glass for Tom of Grow and Clip Bonsai for Seniors. Having a cup of tea is a fantastic thing for all of us. Let's introduce you to another one real quick before we get to Rack Cross. Have you met Manders? Have you seen Faquin's Bonsai? Well, you're going to see it right now.
This is Manders of Faquin's Bonsai, joining Dave from Dave Bonsai for his live-streamed Bonsai Expo. I live in central Alberta, where space for bonsai is hard to come by. My bonsai journey started 6 or 7 years ago with 4 trees, 2 Ficus benjaminas and 2 Scheffleras. This is my only surviving, thriving propagation. So here I've cut back. I'm trying to experiment with this one, trying to figure out how each cut dictates the direction for the new growth. This Gold Coast juniper was gifted to me and was my first outdoor bonsai. Due to my space constraints, I can only have indoor or outdoor for our climate that will survive in the ground over winter. This was the second tips trim for this tree this year. It's been doing really well since I've gotten it now. It was wired when I first got it and I had to remove that. Next I have Chinese juniper. This is the first outdoor bonsai that I bought myself that I didn't kill the first winter. And it's just been a continuous experiment in some sort of windswept style. This here is my rosemary bonsai. This was part of a local bonsai society's workshop for a root over rock demonstration. I thought I would include this year's work for the branch selections. I had trimmed it once before and it had turned into all this leggy hard growth that you see now. So hopefully this year I can try and stay a little bit more on top of things so everything stays a bit more compact. Sorry if this seems a bit redundant with everything else that's going on, but I just wanted to try and show myself looking for the active growth points before I made my cuts. For this work, the tools I'm using are a Lazy Susan turntable and my trusty Fiskar snips. This work was filmed on June the 1st, and today's voicing is done on July the 3rd, so it was a little over a month ago that this all had happened. So this doesn't dominate the rest of the video, I'll try and speed it up 3 times. As we watch this work, I'll try and summarize the rest of my bonsai journey. The first 5 or so years, it was all completely indoors. We lived in a basement suite, and it all started with my husband buying a grow tent. About 3 or so years ago is when the more outdoor trees started coming into my life. I had relied on other people's spaces trying to overwinter the trees, like my mom's vegetable garden and space out at my grandma's house. There was first perennial flowers and then azalea out of my grandma's house that had died, and replaced it with a Korean lilac. Here I have decided that what I did wasn't enough, and now I'm trying to reduce down to 2. The question is, which ones go and which ones stay? In the end, I compromised with cutting back 2 of them. This past winter, my grandma had passed away, so I had to change up where my perennial flowers had lived, as well as where I had planned with her to put my bonsai grow bed. Luckily, I had an uncle step up and offer some space out on his acreage, so the grow bed still has a spot. This tree is one of my favorite trees. It's Moondrop Schefflera. It's got smaller leaves than my other one and has been dividing rather surprisingly. I'm really hoping that with this year's little tips trim that it will divide even more and become more refined fairly quickly. This is a quick little snapshot of a Miss Kim lilac. This is my first Yamadori that I had dug up from my grandma's property last year. Willow, ornamental, crabapple, amber maple, ornamental apple, ornamental apple, ornamental apple, same thing. Another one, Japanese lilac, tartaran maple, Manitoba maple, tartaran maple, Japanese lilac, a mystery, amber maple, green ash, mountain ash, ornamental apple, maybe chokecherry. Same deal. And again, and another one, and the linden. 23 trees in the ground. Okay, if my count's right, I had 23 trees previous. So that's everything from that maple up, not including the 2 new mountain ashes and these 2 mystery ones there. And then there should be, I think, with the new ones in that bed, the one up there, and all these ones. I think I just counted an additional 28 trees. There we go. Fingers crossed for what survives. So previously was the grow beds I have out at my uncle's house. His property is northeast of the city, and this is out at my mom's house. She lives west of me in the same city. This is where all of my perennial flowers had ended up from my grandma's house, where they had lived for the last 4 or 5 years, as well as the little Korean lilac and everything else I dug up from her yard, and some bonuses that I had gotten from Mom's yard when I helped her clean out some raspberry bushes this year. My first pest problem this year has been aphids. Have you guys had any pest issues yet? Here are some of my favorites. We got a Portulacaria afra that's been struggling this year, a regular jade, and my grandma ficuses. She had these for 3 years before I inherited them. Lastly, we have my forest, last year's birthday present to myself. That's all for this adventure. Hope to see you on the next one.
Thank you to Manders for providing that video. Appreciate that very, very much. Fake Wen's Bonsai, check that out when you can. Awesome, awesome. So we're going to bring on Rack here next. Let me see if I can find Rack. Here we are. There he is. Welcome to the stage, everybody. Rack Cross, Budget Bonsai himself.
Hello, hello.
Give
Hey,
us
Dave.
a quick hello. How are you, sir?
I'm excellent, Dave. How are you?
I am holding strong. We got a little ways to go here, but we can get there. If anybody wants to stick around, there's still 87 of you on board.
Hello.
We got at least an hour and a half, my friends, if you want to stick around. And again, most of this will be post-released on my channel. And keep an eye on all these channels talking about this expo and what they have to offer on their channel. So Rack is here helping with a little bit of moderating a little bit. He's helped me get some of the kinks out of StreamYard. So thank you, Rack. Thank you for doing that and being a supporter. He, of course, has gotten me into this tripod challenge. So I want to do a quick conversation with Rack, just a couple of items on the docket, and then we'll let him keep helping out. The first thing is you got a tripod challenge, and then you also, well, your budget bonsai. So I want to know at least your favorite 1 or 2 or 3 bonsai hacks that you can share with us before you go. But before you go, drum roll, everybody. My tripod tree is still alive, and I am stunned. Now this has one of the biggest Nabaris I've ever had in a pot, because the Nabari is about I don't know, halfway across, a third of the way across.
Well done.
So this is a cherry tree, or a brush cherry. And of course, I'd love a couple of branches way down here and here, and then bring this thing way back more compact. But in the meantime, I have kept this thing alive. And when you have such a little pot, Rack, that is a challenge. Tell us about the tripod and how this all got started and how it's going so far.
I would love to. Thank you for the opportunity. And thanks for having me on the best Bonsai Expo on YouTube. You've worked really hard on this, Dave, and pulled it off as well as anyone could. The minor glitches, you rolled with the punches, and production qualities remained high. The interest level, the community coming together, the people that you brought on board, I've enjoyed watching all day. I know that I'm not the only one. So thanks for all of that.
Thank you, sir.
And this, the tripod was, as a lifelong artist and recently full-time artist, I started working with clay and pottery, and the tripod was something I could build at the pottery studio and share with people to help introduce them to my art and what I think is a life enhancement of a hobby, that being bonsai. And so people kind of gravitated toward it. Yeah, let me try that. Those are so cute. Oh, that's really cool. And then I started hitting up my friends on YouTube, including you, Dave, and in the chat. I mean, you can see an illustrious group of alumni to the Tripod Challenge.
Fantastic.
I was even able to ship some, out of the country. So
Nice.
It's an international community project that we all share. You've just shared the progress of your tree. That's amazing. And I just encouraged everybody to enjoy their cute little pot. And then when they got it, they said similar things. Oh, this is so small. Oh no, what am I going to put in this? And that bonsai is challenging enough. And when you take it to this mame size, it's barely a double thimble when you get this thing in there. Am I right, Dave?
You're right. You're right.
Okay. So I want to show you some of my successes here. This is a desert rose.
Oh, lovely. Oh, look at that, everybody. Oh, that is phenomenal.
Yeah,
Did you glue those leaves on there? Come on, Rack.
I know, right? And this is seed grown in the tripod.
Really?
Yeah. And you'll notice the flat edge here on the tripod. Will you open that box of the giveaway? Let's make sure the pots in the giveaway have the smooth edge.
There's his pot a little closer up, everybody. I'm opening up one of the gift boxes that he was going to send out here. And I wasn't going to open one up, but here we go. This is one of the pots that the next person's going to win.
Yeah, let's take a look.
And here we go. He's wrapped them so carefully in all this wonderful wrapping.
Precious cargo there with the little tripod.
All right.
I'm full screen, by the way.
You are full screen. I wanted them to see
Okay.
your pot. Now I'm going to
Okay.
go back
All
to
right. Very good. Thank you.
Here we go. Let's go me full pot screen here.
Oh, I remember that one. That was a pretty one.
Okay, so my camera's on manual focus, so it's on me, so I can't go closer. But
Okay.
there's the pot.
Got the smooth rim, right?
Yeah, smooth rim.
Okay, I want to do a reveal here, Dave.
Okay.
Bonsai Expo reveal.
Let me get you on screen again. Hold on.
Okay.
A
We're
big
talking
reveal
about
from
the
my
smooth
boss.
rim. We got the smooth rim going on there for Tripod 1.0, which begs to know what is Tripod 2.0, and it's the live edge.
Right.
Yeah. So
that's
you've
little-
got the last of the Tripod 1.0, and we're moving forward with Tripod 2.0.
2.0.
I've already got a couple of planted here.
Fabulous.
And then the champion of the group. I saved the best for last.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah. This is like, I may need a bigger tripod.
Oh, word. There you go. Success. Love the color of that one. Nice.
Yeah, it's a pretty pot, huge plant. Just a little seed grown desert rose.
Yeah.
Which I hesitate to recommend because they're poison, they're toxic. The sap, the touch, if you ingest them, you're going to have problems. Pets could have problems. So
yeah,
I got to put out that safety message. And now, speaking of hacks, I'll let the secret out.
Okay.
These pots are really, really challenging. And you can probably work like Dave does and put it on your nightstand, take it to work with you, and just put a drop of water on it every 15 minutes. I'm not able to do that. So when I crack the code, it looks something like this.
Yeah.
So I plant the seed in the tripod and immediately put it into a larger pot with more substrate.
Yes.
And then if I pulled this out, you'd see some advantageous roots down there that you can, from time to time, just trim.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
That said, that was the key. And as a budget bonsai guy who looks for bonsai hacks to live with bonsai on a budget, I don't know if you can recognize this tray or not, but it's a dessert tray from a restaurant. If you were to get a to-go slice of pie, they may serve it to you in this. And so this makes a nice little tray for a number of tripods.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so you can have a little tripod garden on the cheap.
Yeah, on the cheap. I know Xavier has his in another pot of a whole bunch of small pots, and so he's keeping his alive that way. Yeah.
And Tri Bonsai immediately discovered that. I didn't have to tell him in Trinidad, Tobago. And that's a funny story. I took Banner's pot to the post office, filled out all the custom work, mailed it off to get notification that instead of sending it to Trinidad, the post office sent it to Spain.
Oh.
Yeah, I wasn't fond of that. It was great to think that there was a tripod in Spain, but there was no one to receive it. Banner was patiently waiting in Trinidad to get his tripod.
That is a bummer.
So congratulations, SB. Welcome to the tripod fold.
Yeah, and SB, you're not getting the one I just opened. That would spoil the surprise for you. The one I just opened is going to be for the next winner. And maybe they're not even here live with us, and so they'll have to wait until they get it. But maybe they will be live. But
yeah. Sorry to have you open that, but thank you, Dave.
That's all right. No, this is wonderful.
This is a great place to end Tripod 1.0 and a great place to launch Tripod 2.0.
So what's the launch? What's next? Anybody want one? How do they get one there, Rack?
We're gonna do the same thing. Anybody that wants one can let me know if they'll promise to make a video and send it to me that I can release on Budget Bonsai YouTube channel.
There you go.
We'll give them a tripod.
Awesome.
Now you know this, Dave. I just finished an intensive summer course because of the tripod, and I got so involved in pottery and clay. I'm a potter now. I went back to the university, spent the whole summer in back-breaking work.
Yeah.
With ceramic classes, and now I've opened up a pottery studio.
Nice.
So I'll be doing larger bonsai pots also, but the root of it all, the foundation, is the tripod, and I want to invite everybody to please participate.
Yeah.
I just saw Patricia's presentation here on the expo. So inspired by Patricia. I'm intimidated, by the material that she works with, and it's very encouraging to get that encouragement. You can do it. Here are some things to look for and some how to.
Yep.
So I don't know if we could do one of her trees in a tripod, but I would love to try. Tricia, if you'd like to participate in the tripod challenge, I'd love to have you in the kickoff of the 2.0.
Fantastic. Rack, before we say goodbye to you and anybody wants that bonsai challenge there, make sure you connect with Rack Cross at Budget Bonsai. He will send you a pot. You will make him a video, short and sweet, and we'll keep this challenge going. There's several challenges out there. I love it. So, Rack, a couple of your most recent favorite bonsai hacks besides the pie tray. What do you got for us?
You're not going to believe this. I just unblurred my screen so I could share this with you, Dave. This hasn't been shown before.
All right.
I have got aquarium grown bonsai.
Ooh.
So
I think Tom in Chicago flirts with aquarium style bonsai. What do you got? Oh, here we go, Tom. I hope Tom is here from Grow and Clip Bonsai for Seniors. Look at that. Oh my gosh.
We've got a weeping willow tree growing in the aquarium. I made that pot.
Nice.
And then it's an aquatic pot and you know, the terrestrial growth.
That's awesome, Rack.
So I also have done that with mangroves and have several other species on my list to try. And one of the last videos on my Budget Bonsai YouTube channel included floating in the koi pond bonsai pots that like wet feet.
Oh, floating bonsai pots.
Yes.
Oh.
And now I've come up with, it's not ready for a video. That's still, you know, too many kinks, too many errors. Well, they're bloopers. They're fun, but I've included a flotilla of bonsai on my koi pond.
Awesome. That is fabulous. I love the koi. Awesome. Very cool.
So I'm cutting back on my water bill.
Definitely.
Keeping them perma watered.
Very cool.
But Dave, I know you're behind schedule. Thanks for carving out a little time for me here, Dave, and letting me share with everybody. I would like to introduce you to my pottery. I have the trailer video on Budget Bonsai YouTube channel now. It's just a little kind of an overview, little intro of, hey, we're going to be doing pottery. So I appreciate you checking that out and giving me some feedback. And let me know, maybe even direction. You know how it is on YouTube. If there's something you want to see, let me know. Maybe we can work something out. That's also a good spot to leave a comment to let me know you want to have a Tripod 2.0. Love to be in touch with you that way.
Fantastic. Well, absolutely. So make sure you get in touch with Rack if you want to be a part of that. Yeah, go check out the videos on Budget Bonsai. I'm sure you would be very, very pleased. Awesome, awesome. Let's go to another video while we say goodbye to Rack. We'll give away the next prize. We'll give that with another rack pot. So you might have a rack pot in a moment, but before we do that, let's go check out another video and let's see if it has come up here yet for me. Oh, where is it? Where is it? It's thinking about it. Let me try again. All right. Oh, I think we have movement there. There it is. All right. So we're gonna check out Lee's trees, everybody.
Bonsai friends, it's Lee with Lee's Trees. Happy 4th of July. Okay, I know it's not 4th of July. It's July 26th that you're watching this, but I'm filming it on the 4th of July. And I want to say thank you to Dave's Bonsai and Bonsai Acres for giving us a little bit of time during the Bonsai Expo. And I have my blue Atlas cedar here, and I just purchased this tree a couple of days ago. And the main thing I really liked about this tree, as you can see, it already has a little bit of a natural curve going to it. But unfortunately, I mentioned in the video when I purchased it that it is a grafted tree. You can see right here there's a pretty good graft. And I would much rather have the blue Atlas cedar on a blue Atlas roots. So today we're going to do an air layer on this tree, but it's not your usual air layer. I was reading Peter Chan's book and he said that cedars like to be tourniquet grafted. So that's what we're going to do today. Normally in other air layers you'd see where they cut out and remove the strip of bark and then apply everything. But today we're going to do an air layer. tourniquet style air layer. So we'll just give you a quick spin of the tree here so you can get a good idea of what it looks like. And of course we'll use this for future videos. Now, in order to put the graft or the air layer where I would like, I'm going to have to remove a few of these lower branches here. So I want to take that one off. I might try to leave that one. I know that one's going to come off, and definitely this one. Okay. And we'll go ahead and take these couple little guys there. All right. About right in here is where I want my trunk to start. So I'm hoping to get roots from right in this area. Let me see if I can get that a tiny bit closer in. I could probably get some different cutters, but okay. And I like to, before doing anything, I want to sort of remove a little bit of the outer bark to try and expose a little bit of the cambium underneath, because I believe that's where the roots are going to come from. So we want to make sure that our rooting hormone gets down in there really good and gets into that layer. So we're just going to give that a little bit of a scruffing there. I found a nice small piece of wire. This is where I like to save all my scrap wire. And I am using a piece of aluminum. I know a lot of people would use copper for this. Okay. Of course we have our gin pliers here. And actually that looks like it's going to go that way. Yeah. Get my hand out of your way there, my arm out of the way. All right. So we wrap that around a couple of times, and now we're going to give it a few twists and try and pinch it down and tighten it. It's like, again, creating a tourniquet to cut off the flow there. And you can see that has bit in really good on that back side. And it looks like it's bit in really nice right up underneath where I removed that branch right there. So we can give it just another tiny bit of a tighten. Wonderful. And I want to try to remove just a tiny bit of that copper, get it out of the, or sorry, the aluminum wire, get it out of the way there. Okay. Now, I have some prepared, this is some rooting hormone powder in a slurry, some water, just to, because I didn't want to have to deal with the powder. I'm going to apply that, get a really nice coating there. And I've got some prepared, pre-dampened sphagnum moss in our plastic bag. Now, a lot of people use wire when they're doing a air layer to keep everything nice and snug. But I find this, using a zip tie, to be much more easy. And if we go ahead and place it on ahead of time, let's grab our ball of sphagnum moss here. Actually, let's see if I can pull that back off. What I'm going to do is, rather than having the ball in the center of the plastic, I'm going to move it to one side so it'll be easier to do the wraparound. So let me get my plastic down there. Okay. And bring some, so we have a nice coating all the way around. Bring our small tail in. good wrap. And now I can move my zip tie up. Okay, so right there is my little hard wire piece. I probably could have moved that up a tiny bit, but it is where it is. So we're going to tighten it down. I'm going to push our sphagnum moss down a little bit. And I've got another zip tie here for the top. And this one we're going to leave a little looser so we can add some water to it. Won't make it quite so tight. So let's go ahead and cut that. And cut that one. Okay, so we have that one's good and fixed really tight down there. We have our sphagnum moss ball. I hope I have enough sphagnum moss in there to grow. Actually, it almost looks a little weak, so let me... I might have to get some more. Just to make sure. All right, I moistened up some more sphagnum moss. And we're just going to simply pack it in. Just to make sure we've got a good amount there for our roots to grow. All right, plus a little plastic up. That looks much better. I guess I should have grabbed another zip tie while I was doing all of that. Okay, so we went and grabbed us a zip tie here. Make sure we have the plastic all the way up and around. And give that a tie. Like I said on the first one, I'm not going to make this too terribly tight. I do want to be able to get some water down in there. All right. And I also have a piece of black, or not black plastic, some black cloth here to wrap around this to keep the light out and to keep it warm. Help the and again, I got a couple pieces of scrap wire just to very lightly wrap around that, just to hold that in place. All right, there's our air layer for our blue Atlas cedar. And I know in the book it says it's going to take at least a year or 2 years for that to have roots. So we won't be checking on that for quite a while. Just tighten that up a little bit. However, we don't want to let those go to waste. And I'm not sure if they will root from cuttings or not, but let's give it a try. So I'll take and strip some of that off. And again, I like to just remove a little bit of bark, put some of our Rooting slurry here. And I won't make you watch all of this. I'll cut through here. All right, so there you have it. We have our blue Atlas cedar with an air layer, tourniquet style air layer, and we have given a try on a few cuttings to see if those will root. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Dave's Bonsai and Bonsai Acres, and everybody. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Saturday.
All right, everybody, like and subscribe. These trees, fantastic. We're going to do another giveaway. We're going to do 2 in a row here. I'll do one right now, then you can sign up for the next one, and then we're going to go to Steve's backyard bonsai video in a brief moment or two. So in the link I just moments ago put the link again. It's about 6, 7, 8 up from the bottom of the comments on how you can win. Remember, once for everybody, please. And I'm going to go ahead and grab all the new people and all the old people to see if you can get a chance to win. We have over 90 people, 95 or so. We're going to have a new winner here in just a moment. So sign up once. We'll be giving away a couple more gifts. So here we go. I'm going to generate this massive wheel. The wheel's getting longer and longer and longer. I'm going to give you your first name and your last initial at least, and your email on that form, and you'll be in good shape. Let's spin it around. We have more of these. We have more cakes. We have not only a t-shirt from Henry 2 Bonsai, but we have a hat from Henry 2 Bonsai. Thank you, Henry 2 Bonsai. And then from my friend Chris, Defoe, who's going to make some new pottery now, getting really into his pottery, this really low level, very cool, could be a great accent pot. I've got a pot from Rack Cross there. We've got the information from Susan Wildwood, and also donated from Henry 2 Bonsai. This is Bonsai, the art of growing and keeping miniature trees, from Peter Chan, everybody. This is a donated copy from Henry 2 Bonsai of Peter Chan's book, The Art of Growing and Keeping Miniature Trees. So that is prize package number 8, and it goes to, oh, I got a first name again. I hope there's not 2 of you out there, Mark, but I got one for Mark. Mark, you are the winner of prize package number 8. Fantastic. We'll do another prize in just a moment, but we're going to keep the train running here. And I've got a video here from Steve that we are going to watch. So let's check this one out, everybody.
Hello and welcome to Steve's Backyard Bonsai. This is my favorite tree. It's a Rose of Sharon, which my mother started quite a few years ago. They just either started growing in the yard from a seed falling, or she would take sticks from pruning the trees and stick them in the ground, and sometimes they'd grow. But I saw this one looking quite a bit like a tree. And because I'm a bonsai person, when I see a tree like that, I want to take it. So I did. And this is that tree. I'm going to be doing this video over time, and hopefully it will make it to Bonsai Expo 2025, which will be in July on the YouTube channel Dave's Bonsai. This will be my entry into that. It is without leaves because this is its winter profile, which I love. And because it's been so cold, it's not even beginning to bud out yet. But there are signs that it will be soon. There's a lot wrong with this tree, and those who watch my channel know that I've been trying to grow this side to match this side. And those who watch my channel also know that I've had problems with bunnies And it looks as though this branch got eaten back quite a bit. So that's a big setback for it, but we'll see what comes up this year. And hopefully this branch does not die off. If it does, I have a very weird looking tree. But those are the breaks. We'll see what I can do with this. All right, next time you see it, it should start to have leaves. Thanks for the opportunity, Dave. The roots don't appear to be active. There's absolutely no leaves budding on the trees, and as a matter of fact, the buds haven't really swelled all that much or swollen all that much. So here's my problem. This is my favorite tree. If I kill it, I'm going to feel awful. But I really want to show it again when the leaves come out. So that's another reason why, you know, I'm trepidatious here and really, really want this to succeed. So that's it. Get some stones on here, put it out on the bench, and we'll let it grow for the season. That's a noisy day in the neighborhood. It's May 14th. What you're looking at here is my Rose of Sharon that's in the ground. All almost fully leafed out, I would say fully leafed out with some new growth happening. Which leads me to the subject of this video, which until 2 days ago, I thought was going to have a sad ending. But 2 days ago, I noticed something very good and very amazing. So I said you would see this next when it leafed out. Then I repotted it and it still hadn't leafed out. And a month hence, it still hadn't leafed out. But now, there's green everywhere. Even on the branch that got eaten by bunnies. This still may end up being a casualty branch, but there is green. There's even green on that top little branch. So yay! This does not have a sad ending, and hopefully next time you see this, it will be fully leafed out. My Rose of Sharon, repotted. See you shortly. Well, it's Friday, June 13th now, and as you can see, this tree, the branch that I was worried about, yes, it died off up until that point, but I think I can develop a branch from here. This has been a roller coaster for me because this is my favorite tree. And I'm going to draw your attention now to what I'm noticing as a strange blackening of the vertical striations in the bark. Look at this. This is unscarred. And then look at this central branch. Now I'm going to draw your attention to what's going on with it. Less than a month ago, it started leafing out just like all of the other branches. And look at it. Everything else has leafed out, and indeed, as everything else was leafing out, so did this branch. But in the last couple of weeks, this branch has died off. And I can't help thinking that the culprit is that the bark just isn't feeding it. So what do I do? Oh, bonsai people, help me. What do I do?
All right, you're looking at the back of the tree. This was my back branch. I don't think there's any hope for that branch, even though if I were to defoliate it now or mid-month, just defoliate it, it would have brand new leaves within 2 weeks. It would look beautiful. So maybe that first flush got something, but it wouldn't be affecting the bark here. So what do I do? What do I do? Okay, I can imagine taking this branch off, with this being the front of the tree. If I took that branch off, it wouldn't mean a hill of beans to this split. You know, I would do it around back and you wouldn't see it. But then again, you wouldn't see this if I took it off either. But what would be missing would be the third dimension from this tree. If I remove this branch, this tree is a little skinny mini from this side. I could possibly bring this branch down into place. I mean, if I have to remove this branch, I will have no choice but to do that. Maybe I can separate this branch from this one and bring it down into place. This is a major setback. So I'd be interested to know what everybody thinks on this journey of my Rose of Sharon that my mother started. It's got a strange cleft, but from the front, which is this, no, I'm sorry, from the front, which is this, I thought it had a reasonable looking nabari, so structure. All right, as I'm looking at this tree now, this branch that started to come back really strong, which one that I was really hopeful for to balance this branch, and it's coming back strong. This branch died off, but I do have something I can work with here if I can just keep it alive. So this front piece will probably come off. I've got a dead branch here. I don't want to wire this tree. So while I'm not doing it today, I'm probably doing it on July 26th at Dave's Bonsai Expo 2025. In the meantime, I'm going to have to figure something out for these branches to try and fill that area. And I'll probably take these pieces off early to allow myself to try and do that. Oh, this branch was so crucial to the design. I'm quite dismayed. People who love trees know that they evoke certain emotions. You know, I would have hated to lose this branch right here because I was going to use it one day, and it would be an emotional loss if it were gone. This is devastating, and I want to hear from those who would feel the same way. Look, whatever it's got is starting to infect this main branch, and I'm going to have to excise it as soon as possible. So, what a roller coaster.
If we could all wrap our virtual arms around Steve and make him feel a little bit better about his bonsai tree. And you know what? Steve's still sticking around, the trooper that he is. And I believe if he's still in his makeshift studio, Steve can show us right now on the 26th of July. Uh-oh. Yeah, nothing cuts wood like ironwood. Tom would be proud. What's going on, Steve?
Well, here's the tree. I'll try and make it so everybody can see it.
We can
that
see
area that was blackened.
Yep.
It has blackened some more, and it's
starting to seep.
It's seeping into.
Oh no.
This branch here.
Oh no.
Yeah. So this is killing me.
We can hear it. We can hear it in your voice.
the branch is totally dead. I'm gonna start taking off pieces of it.
Okay. Nothing. Big cut coming up.
Nothing.
Thank you for saying
Big
that.
cut coming up.
Nathan. Nothing cuts wood like ironwood.
And this, I got to tell you, this ironwood pruner,
like butter.
It's fantastic.
Like butter.
Like butter. But I mean, the wood is. It doesn't seem bad down there.
Yeah.
But I actually started sawing this earlier, and the sawdust is like gray and disgusting down in here. So I'm going to keep going. I might not be able to do it on, I don't know if we have the time to do this, but I'm going to take this branch off totally.
Is there a doctor in the house? What's going on with Steve's tree?
Who knows what this might be?
Oh, man.
Look, the wood is gray. I don't know if you can see that.
More to your left. There you go. All right. Wow. Okay. Well, let's count the rings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is way older than 5 years.
Yeah, way older than I figured it was. Well, that is traumatic. Got one more cut in you there, Steve?
I'm still
it's
cutting.
Clearly fungal. Jason from the Bonsai Garden says clearly a fungal issue.
So what do I do? Fungicide?
Jason, what would you recommend? I mean, if it's fungal and if it's internal in the roots and everything, because it's spreading in the tree, do you do anything with the roots? Repot it, emergency repot, flush it out, or what do you do? Anybody?
This was just repotted just in May, I think.
Yeah, repotted in May, so hopefully you cleaned any of those issues out of there.
But I'm noticing down lower on the trunk, it's a little weird down here.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if this is going to become a shari and go all the way down the tree. I'm very worried about this, because if I lose this, I got nothing. On a happy note, this branch that I thought was, I'm growing to balance off of this branch, is alive and well. It's got growth everywhere, but even so, I mean, the leaves on my other roses of Sharon, they are much brighter, darker green than this.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little bit yellow, especially on this trunk.
Yeah. Some people are saying systemic. Jason put a whole bunch of fires on there. Jason, are you implying that it's over with? Oh my gosh, don't make Steve sad right now.
Oh, come on, Jason.
Someone said Mancozeb, SB said Mancozeb. Yeah, I suppose if it's topical only, we have to get rid of the topical spores and take care of it. So you probably have to spray it with something, I would imagine, to get rid of the fungal and hope for the best. So anybody have a good fungicide that they've used? That would be fantastic. I've never tried it, but read up on it, and it's called Phyton 35 bactericide.
And it sprays directly on the tree, or it's goes through the roots?
Anyone ever use the Phyton 35 bactericide? I would imagine a lot of this is topical and spraying. Jason Hanrahan from the UK over there, he mentioned up there, the Bonsai Garden. So there's the tree. Look at that internal wood there. That's not looking so healthy there at all, huh? So that looks as internal as it is external, but I don't know. Does that come from the bark, everybody, or is that coming from the roots?
Oh, God. I'm going to work on this.
Jason said this, Steve. I don't know about chemical solutions, but it's growing downwards to the point it can start spreading up the other branches. So, yeah, you got to do something, huh?
And I put off doing what I'm doing today just for the expo.
Oh, boy. Time to spray it with something. I've used a systemic before. It's called Infuse, and that's you put that in soil. You can put it when you repot. You can put it on top and let the water go through it. It's called Infuse. You can use it on other bushes and grass even and stuff like that. I don't know that it's cleared away my fungus issues on my, I think I've put it most recently on my when I had that forest #2 issue with the poplars, and I think it's maybe kept it in check a little bit, but that's something I put for a systemic. Bio Advanced. Someone used Wally used Bio Advanced 3-in-1 insect disease and mite control. It's a systemic application. It also worked on crepe myrtle that had some black fungus. Try a drench, very diluted with one of these products. It sounds like, yeah, good soak, good drench, so it gets through the roots.
Man, and I also want to show Rack something.
Ah, there we go.
It's dead.
Oh no! Time for 2.0, man.
I know. I did pick out a little Cotoneaster I'm going to try and put in there, but the the roots are very long.
Very long Cotoneaster roots. There you go. That'll grow like a weed. Fantastic.
Yeah.
2.0. Well, Steve, we wish you best on your journey. Look back on some of the comments and see what people put in the comment section for you. And let's reach out to Steve, send him some comments on a video soon, and help him to solve his issues there with this beautiful tree that means so much to him. Thanks for sharing it, Steve. Definitely a tough one to share. And I wish you the best, my friend.
Yeah, thanks. Hope nobody else has something like this happening.
Oh, for sure. All right. We'll say goodbye to Steve right now and give another good giveaway. That is hard to watch. Someone go through that bonsai, not very fun situation with any kind of change, death. What happened to me? I lost. Let's put me back in. There we go. All right. Let's give another giveaway, everybody. This time we have the Little Book of Bonsai from Jonas Dupuich, who's up in a little bit with a video. We have another rack cross pot. I'm not going to show it to you. It's going to be a surprise. I have another Japanese pot stamped on the bottom, a nice, really cute, nice looking traditional style oval, and another oval that's got a little bit more of a white flare to it. So we got a couple of bonsai pots again in that small world. So a nice little collection of small pots. I've got some more tubing. I've got some more fertilizer. I've got the instructions for the fertilizer. I've got another bonsai little book there, the paperback style. And as we just saw, not sponsored this event by Steve, but could have been. Nothing cuts wood like ironwood. Care of Tom from Grow and Clip Bonsai for Seniors. Surprise pack number 9 is going to, let's spin it around, folks. 3 more giveaways. Don't go away yet. Oh my gosh, it's Dave Harding from Dreaming of Bonsai. All right, Dave. Totally random with the spinner. Dave Harding is going to get a nice prize package in the mail. Super, super exciting for Mr. Dave. I hope you're happy about that. We're going to watch a couple of quick videos here after a couple of questions that are answered from the Bald Yeti and Mr. Wally Jarrett from Natural State Bonsai. First, some questions. And then it's going to be time for Sarah Rener. Let's get a couple more questions under our belt and move on from there.
I do bonsai because I'm quite creative. And as you can see here, this is one of my new pots. It's basically the creative side of me comes out. I want to make pots, and I want to make stuff for that people are gonna really love. I make them to sell them, just because I love making stuff.
Like, I did my art, my painting and stuff, and then I also did aquascaping, and then I like to garden, so the 3 kind of combined. I enjoy individual trees, but I also like to like penchings, things like that. I really enjoy doing them. Forests, making things miniature looking. It's like the perfect hobby for me, because like that, between the art, the aquascaping and the gardening, it's all in one basically, so it's a perfect hobby.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's super relaxing. For me, it's incredibly relaxing. It's a good way to I don't know, a good form of meditation almost, because I go out in my garden. I love to in the summertime, water my trees twice a day. And it's almost just like no thoughts, just relaxing. Sometimes when you're watering your trees or working on trees, have some music and you just get in the zone. it's a very solitary type of hobby, but when you I post the videos on YouTube, it can become very much a community type of hobby as well. So yeah, the community is all, that's why I do it mostly.
Two reasons really. I've got a neighbour who's got the most incredible Japanese maple, and I think it's the creativity and the opportunity in different places which you wouldn't expect to actually get some bonsai. I mean, I'm going to put a couple of air layers, I think, on here in a minute. The real reason I did it, or I find it so helpful, is dare I say it, mental health. I've had really high stressful jobs all through my life. I've also dealt with 3 or 4 tragedies in the family. I was a carer for my wife before she died, father and mother. And this bonsai has been the way that I've got through it. I've got stronger. She never did want me to bonsai it, but I suppose I got the last laugh, really. But yeah, mental health keeps me busy, keeps me off the streets.
It would 100% without a doubt be Archifos. I don't see it happening. I don't think I'm anywhere near his level. But yeah, he lives in a hot country. So whether I'd be able to do a collaboration with him, who knows? Maybe one day. But yeah, for sure, it'd be Archifos.
Thinking of Archifos bonsai, do you know what? There's someone I'd really like to do a collaboration with, and I've done collaboration with lots of people. I mean, this one, yeah, I may struggle to get over to Greece, but I'd love to be able to go over there and see exactly what he's doing. But it would have to be Darren of Grow Bonsai. In fact, I think he was probably the inspiration for why my kids said I should start doing a channel myself. But yeah, be interested to do something with Darren and Grow Bonsai, I think.
I think a good one to collaborate, and I gotta hang out with him sometime too, because he's he's a local guy. Matt from Bobcat Bonsai. I think it'd be cool to do something with him, just because he's only about I think like 50. So he's probably within the hour of me. So that'd be a good collaboration. Maybe something with Dave from Dave's Bonsai would be cool. So Steve from Steve's Backyard Bonsai, that'd be a good one.
Probably everybody's answer. Mine would be Nigel. I'd love to sit and do a landscape or a forest from scratch with him. I think that would be really enjoyable, or any video really, to be honest. But to do a forest with him, I think would be really, really good.
Hello there. My name is Billy Geiger, aka Bald Yeti, and welcome to my addition to Dave Weiss's Bonsai Expo. Bonsai in Alaska, the challenges and opportunities. Well, first and foremost, I want to get started by just saying thank you to Dave Weiss for actually asking me to participate in the expo today. I kind of feel like I'm just this small thing over here up here in Alaska, and to have someone as big as Dave with his channel, as many viewers as he has, and all that he has going on, to personally ask me to be an addition to the show. Dave, I want to thank you. I really appreciate it. You make me feel kind of special. On for my contribution, my goal is to basically just talk about what it's like to have bonsai up here in Alaska. There's some challenges, but there's also some opportunities. So let's start with where I'm at up here in Alaska. I live in a small town called Chugiak. It's in the municipality of Anchorage, so I'm still relatively close to Anchorage itself. And so if you know where Alaska is on the map, and then, well, if you know where the United States is on the map, and then you know where Alaska is in relation to the United States, and then where Anchorage is in relation to Alaska, now I'm just a couple miles north of that in a town called Chugiak. From my property, I'm kind of on an elevated view because of the mountain range and just the way the coastal lines work here in Alaska. From my property, you can see Knik Arm, and then all the way across to Mount Iliamna. That's the view that's right behind me over here. It's Mount Eliana. That's all facing towards the west and towards the northwest from my house. So yeah, I do get a pretty good view. I'm also on the just to the north of me is going to be the National Forest. With that National Forest there's not a whole lot of extra population that can build up around me, so I'm kind of stuck in the woods where I'm at here. A lot of the natural wildlife actually stays out there in the wild, so I don't have too many critter problems up here. No mice, no voles, no crazy bug populations of any kind, so everything works out pretty nice here for doing bonsai in Alaska. You don't have to worry about the critters killing your trees and stripping the trunks in the middle of winter because they're starving for food. They got plenty of food where they're at up here, so they don't F with me, you know what I mean? My residence, I'm a little above sea level. As you can see out here from my view, that's Knik Arm directly behind me there. So I'm just a bit above sea level there, but I rise up pretty fast. The cool part about it is that I do get some ocean breezes. So I can get some warm currents coming through here and just have just a lovely couple of weeks where it just stays in the upper 50s and 60s and just beautiful. And the sun comes out and it gets into the 70s and 80s and it's just a beautiful day. You do have to be careful about that though, because the ocean breezes, sometimes they're a bit cold. They're not always a nice warm ocean breeze. So they come from all different directions, right? They don't all just come up from the south where the currents are warm. Some of them are coming across Siberia, some of them are coming down from the North Pole. So it just depends on which breeze catches us. Depends on how the weather's going to go for that month or two, or a week or two, depending. The cardinal directions of my house. This is one that's kind of it's a bit about what I have to worry about with bonsai. It's not necessarily a challenge, it's an opportunity, but you got to know how to take full advantage of it. So if you look at my house on a map, you'll see that my front door, my driveway is the north side of my house. My front door faces to the towards the east, and my back door faces towards the west. But it's more of a southwest. So this is my main set of bonsai benches. They are pretty much facing south for the most part. But this one's pretty much facing south. If I turn it around here, it's facing south across there. So it gets sun. It's kind of a gray, cloudy day today. Hopefully I can get this in the picture here. The sun basically travels right across the sky, right across there. So it gets all day sun, and then in the evening it starts getting some dappled sun as it crosses through those trees and then disappears before it goes back to the north. In the mornings, I got these birch trees sitting right here, so it doesn't really get a whole lot of direct sun in the morning, but that's the sun right there. It's right directly above there. I think it's 10 o'clock in the morning right now. So it gets some speckled light in the morning, and then by late morning, early afternoon, it's getting direct sunlight all the way through there. Right behind those trees there is that mountaintop, so spring and fall, that gets in the way of me getting some direct sun. And then you can see that other mountaintop over there, just on the other side of the house. That prevents me from getting sunlight in the wintertime. So here we are on the south side of my yard, transitioned over and looking back towards the north. This is the north-northwest where the sun comes, north-northeast where the sun comes up and travels along this portion of the sky here. Getting some dappled light right there. And then some direct light again in the afternoon all the way through the evening where it sets again in the north-northwest. Just to show you the kind of daylight I actually do get, this is summer solstice right at midnight, facing towards the west, northwest now. And you can see there's just the glimmer of sun back there in the background still turning things orange. And now we're going back towards the west again. Well, now we're going towards the west. And you can see I do have quite a bit of daylight. It does get dark around 1 to 3, but it's still pretty ambient. My growing season is typically between, I don't know, the trees here, they start to bud out during May, I guess, sometime around May, probably mid-May, and then all of a sudden, you know, everything goes from being monochromatic around here to there's a splash of green as all the birch trees start, their buds start to break. That's typical. So the natural trees will start budding out in May, then the other trees will start budding out in June. I can't really get my trees outside until late June, or early June, I guess, is when I can really get my trees outside. There is still a chance of frost in June, but I take the chance. The temperatures do get down to the upper 30s in June still. Upper 30 degrees Fahrenheit, lower 40s. But here I am in late June, and the temperature, I think last night was 42 degrees Fahrenheit, 42 degrees at night. We got up to 60 degrees Fahrenheit during the day, which to us is just a beautiful day. Typically by October I have my first snow on the ground, and that's going to last all the way until March, April of the next year. I won't be walking on the ground. I won't even see the earth again after October until April of the next year. That snow comes in and it covers the ground, and it doesn't disappear. It just keeps building and building and building. You use that snow to try to help insulate your trees, keep them in their grow boxes, to try to insulate them from the fluctuations, the drastic drops, and the rises as well when a Chinook blows in. But the short growing season is a bit of a challenge. Some trees, you know, once you prune them once, there's just not enough growing season left to have them recover properly, and then you kind of just waste a year of growth, and you're going to get some dieback, and dang, right? For example, with my birch trees, I had that problem quite a bit. I tried not to prune them until right around the 1st of July, knowing that once July hits, I don't know what I'm going to get, right? I can have a really hot season, and if I'm adding water to the trees, then they grow just fine. But I could have a very cool July and a cool August, and very, very wet and rainy, and sometimes things just won't bud out again. They'll just sit there dormant or just partially popped out, but they won't ever actually push. Those ones will usually die off in the winter and have to hope that it buds back again. July and August are pretty much my biggest two growing seasons. June is is what I would call my spring. July and August are my growing seasons. And then in September, things are definitely shutting down. So yeah, the growing season is relatively short, 4 months at the max. And that part is kind of a challenge for a lot of my trees. I do have to worry about moose though. Moose can be an issue. They go wherever they want to go. They especially love apple trees, and they come back for the apples too. They can get drunk, especially when they're eating crab apples. They can get drunk off of crab apples. That's my apple tree, get away. Typically, if you put some sort of man-made barrier so that it's difficult for the moose to get to, they're fairly lazy. So if they have to put effort into getting to your stuff, then they're not going to bother. For the most part, if it looks man-made, they walk away from it. But if it's an apple tree, they'll just come walking in and take it. They're usually not too aggressive. You just kind of shoo them off a little bit. They stand their ground, you stand yours. Yeah, you do have to be cautious, of course. You don't want to be silly around them. Common sense usually prevails. Another issue that I have here is the cold nights. Even in the middle of the growing season, sometimes the nights can get down to 40, 45 degrees Fahrenheit. And that can be in the middle of July, that can be in the middle of August, or the beginning of August. the nighttime temperatures, just because of the way the winds blow in off the ocean, once the sun is gone, the winds can cool off pretty quickly. For most of my trees, it's not a problem, but when it comes to the tropical trees, it is a problem, and the Mediterranean trees, it is a problem. Even some of my succulents, I have to keep them protected. They just get too much rain, too much cool temperatures, too many cool breezes. And it definitely affects them on their ability to grow. The last challenge that I have here is going to be the climate zone. Here in Chugiak, on where I'm at, well, on the coastline of where I'm at here, it's all considered a zone 4 here. That means I get my negative temperatures down to negative 30 degrees Fahrenheit to negative 39 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, the climate zone does the best it can do to try to give you an idea of where things will grow and where things won't grow. But the climate zone isn't perfect. Nothing is, right? So one of the things that I've discovered then when it comes to climate zones is that it is a good gauge of how cold that tree can get. However, it's not just about how cold it can get, it's a little more along the lines of how long it can be that cold. When the trees can't wake up or can't get a little bit warmer, they stay actually frozen and compact for seven stinking months. Some trees can do that, some trees can't. Some trees will still wake up without an issue. Some trees, a little flicker of life goes out in the middle of winter at some point. I don't know. I learned that some things that say they'll grow in a zone 4 doesn't grow in a zone 4. In reality, you kind of have to live there and figure it out before you start putting trees inside and outside. I can have some trees growing in my yard here that are zone 5 and zone 6. I just have to take special care in the winter time. I don't leave those trees outside all winter. Zone 4 trees and zone 5 trees and zone 6 trees I'll typically leave outside all the way through maybe December. Things are usually well frozen by then, and then I'll bring it back into my Arctic entryway, where the Arctic entryway is staying really close to 30 degrees, 35 degrees, so that those things so that those plants can keep their winter dormancy. I don't keep my Arctic entryway frozen all winter long. I typically keep it frozen until about winter solstice. Maybe not always winter solstice, maybe a little bit later into January, but late January, February, and early March are a lot of times the coldest times of the year here. That's when we do get our negative 30s. And it gets drastically and sharply cold during that time. So during that time, I definitely keep my my Arctic entryway heated so that things can actually start to wake up a little bit and actually have a nice early spring. So to sum things up, my challenges and opportunities aren't much different than most anybody else who grows their trees in a little bit more of a northern climate. I find if I stick to trees that are actually meant to grow in my area, things like the spirea and the junipers here and birch trees and smoke trees a little on the edge, we're going to find out. If I stick to trees that actually do grow in my area, it's a lot more rewarding. There's a lot more successes and a lot less frustrations. If I go to trees that don't grow in my area, there's a lot more challenges, and you have to take advantage of whatever you can. Arctic entryways, grow tents, portable outside greenhouses, to try to overcome the challenges of keeping those trees alive. The season is short, but as long as you take advantage of the time you got, you can have a pretty successful bonsai bench and bonsai growing seasons. So again, thanks to DW. I really appreciate you putting on this Bonsai Expo, and then really do appreciate you inviting me to be a part of it. I hope people enjoyed learning a little bit about what it's like to do bonsai in Alaska. There's a lot of opportunities here, and it's a lot of fun and pretty rewarding to go through the process. If anybody would like to see the process as I go through it, please check out my channel, Bald Yeti. Look at my playlist. So there's different trees that I have. You can watch them from as early as I started the video until current. I try to make every trip around the sun a new chapter, starting at different points throughout the year, so that there's always some content to be coming out. So if any of that sounds appealing to you at all, please go ahead and check out my channel. And if you do, I'll be back when I got more to show you.
Hello, and welcome to Dave's Bonsai Expo 2025. My name is Wally, and my channel on YouTube is called Natural State Bonsai. I'm from Central Arkansas, and I'm in plant zone 7B/8A, which means that our weather can go anywhere from extremely hot to extremely cold, and sometimes this can even occur within a 24-hour period. Today, I'm going to give you a brief tour of my benches, which includes over 200 trees. Now, what I consider a tree is anything that's in a pot and sitting on my bench, and that can include trees from various stages of development, from seedlings to cuttings to full-blown trees, some that have even been styled a little bit by me. But before we head over to the benches, I'd like to showcase just a few of my favorite trees and give you a little bit of background on each one. And with that said, let's go do it. Some of these trees you see will be repeats from my favorites, but I put them back on the benches where I usually keep them at. So this is my elm corner. Most of my elms are in this corner right here. You can see some of my favorite ones there, several of my favorite ones. And over here, I've got some more elms. I've got some rosemary I'm experimenting with. Some more on a top shelf here. And then this is my conifer bench. I've got some black pines. Obviously a black pine right there. Another black pine. Another black pine. Another black pine. All of those black pines came from Bonsai, and I've had them. Some of them I've had for 4 or 5 years. There's a mugo pine that I've got from Ron Smith up in Northwest Arkansas. There's a loblolly pine that I actually dug up out of the ground. Here's that blue spruce that Ron Smith gave me. And so this is this side of my pines and conifers. If we go over here to this side here, you can see I've got some more eastern red cedars, some yews, another spruce on this side right there. And then up here, I've got something there I got at a store, a gas station, some more cypresses and stuff like that, some more cypresses. Down here, I've got my penjings that I showed earlier. And then I've got some more smaller trees that I'm working on here. On this side here, I've got my maples. And also I've got my tamarins. I got 3 tamarins that 2 of them came from seed. I've got a bougainvillea there and a gardenia. Let's see, some trident maples, ficus, some more maples, Japanese maples. I keep those back here so that I don't get too much leaf burn. This side here, I've got a Brazilian rain tree and a maple, and some more of my trees that were my favorites that are there. On this side here, I've got some more seedlings that I'm working on. A couple of ginkgos there. One from seed that Dave Harding gave me, and then the other is the one that I showed you earlier. Some ficuses. All of these right here are going to be given away at our next bonsai meeting here in Arkansas. This is on the south end of the property, and these are my miscellaneous trees. Got an eastern red cedar there. Both of these are Yamadoris that I dug up. They're winged elms. There's a butterfly tree, a box elder, a bunch of willows, some cuttings that I put in that bushel pot right there, a redbud, hawthorn, a couple of oaks, another box elder, and then over here some bigger trees. I've got another box elder. I got an oak that's got a twisty trunk on it that I air layered in the woods and went and got it a year later. Here's a Chinese privet. I think that's called a swamp oak right here. And crabapple, something like that. Another willow. All of my willows, most of my willows that are just plain willows come from this tree right here that I've had for about 5 years. This is another conglomeration of trees, mixed trees and everything. I've got anything you can think of here. I've got Chinese privets, got some boxwoods back there, got some Clark crepe myrtles, got a couple of hawthorns that were air layered, got a juniper, got another elm that I'm trying to get healthy again. Got some dawn redwoods here. I've got about 8 or 10 dawn redwoods. I've even done some roses and another crepe myrtle here. There's a juniper. I don't know what the heck I'm going to do with that. And then I've got another eastern red cedar right there. This is my 7th bench. This houses all of my bald cypresses. A couple of you saw earlier. There's one right there. And I've got some smaller ones in there. And most of these are from cuttings that I've done. A couple of the bigger ones I did buy or was given to me. But for the most part, there's a dawn redwood in there, by the way. For the most part, these are ones that I've made from cuttings. So anyway, that's my 7th bench. So I have 7 benches right now so far. And finally, I have my portulacarias. And I've got about 50 of these. Most of them are Frank Yee ports, which is the cork bark type portulacarias. So there's a few of them there. There's a few more there. A couple more there. There's some more there. More here. More down there. And more right there. And that's about it for my portulacarias. And these are the last of the ports right here. And with that, those are all my benches. Okay, so I thought I would show you some of my favorite trees here. These first 3 are all red maples, and all of them came out of my yard when they were probably only 1 inch to 1.5 inches tall. And I've had them since 2020, so I've had them for about 5 years. And so we'll take a close-up here of what they look like so far. I haven't done a lot of work on these. I mean, I did dress up the soil a little bit so it would look okay on camera, but other than that, I haven't done a whole lot with these. And this is really my favorite one of the 3, and this was the first one that I pulled out of the ground. And this would have been in June of 2020. And I really like this maple right here. Next, we have this Ginkgo biloba, compliments of Dave Harding. And he sent this out to me so that we could feature it into the Ginkgo Fest 2025. And it has really come along. I put a little bit of movement in it, put it in a pot, and it's done really, really well. Next to that, I have a cypress. I don't know exactly what kind it is. It's some sort of, the first name is Golden. Other than that, I don't know exactly what it is, but I do like it in that blue pot. And these last 2 are Japanese maples. Now this clump right here came from my mother-in-law's house, and these had fallen off of the tree and were growing all around the tree, and they were all approximately about 1 inch tall. And so what I did is I bound them up, put them in a clump, and these are probably 3.5 years old, somewhere in that neighborhood. And this is another Japanese maple that I have. I think I did buy this one, and you can see it does have some movement in it that came probably with the tree originally. My guess is this is probably 6 to 7 years old. And so with that, these are some of my maples and some of the other trees. I'm going to show you my elms now. Okay, these are my elms, Chinese elms actually. And this is a work in progress. And so this has been going on for probably 2 years. And so what I've done is I've cut this one back way, way back. and I'm trying to get a large trunk on it and just develop the ramification and the branch structures on that. So at any rate, that's this is a Chinese elm, and then next to that we have a cork bark Chinese elm, and as you can see, it's doing pretty well. I like what it's done so far. I like the shohin trees quite a bit. I don't like the larger trees, although I do have some, and you'll see those later in the video. Here's another cork bark elm, and you can see that I've got my little mud bin in there and everything. And these trees are a lot of fun. They grow very easily and they root very easily. So getting cuttings off of them, it's very easy to propagate. Now these are my two favorite elms that I have. The first one here is a Seiju elm, and I've had it for a little over a year. And it's actually a air layer from one of the gentlemen from our bonsai club. And these things, you have to really stay on them to keep them well pruned and everything. So, but anyway, I really like the way this is turning out right now. And then I get over to this one here, and this is my all-time favorite Chinese elm. This is the one that I bought in June of 2020. And you'll see here what it looked like back in June of 2020. And it's got some great branch structure. I love the way that it looks. And I just really enjoyed working on this Chinese elm for the last 5 years. And now we have a couple of my bigger trees that I'm going to go over. A couple of bald cypresses. I actually have about 20 or 25 bald cypresses. And you can see that this one here is my biggest one. And I bought this one again in 2020. So I've had it for 5 years. I haven't done a whole lot with it this year, but I do plan on working on it a little bit more. I pruned it a little bit for this video, but other than that, I haven't done anything with it this year. And then I go to this one here, and I decided to put it in a flat pot just because I wanted to see how the root structure would form inside of this flat pot. And it's a smaller tree. And this one was actually grown from a seed probably about 3 years ago. I put a little bit of movement in it, and just very little, very subtle. And I'm letting it grow up, and then I'm going to chop this back a little bit, probably this fall at any rate. So that's a couple of my fall cypresses. Like I said, I have about 20 of them, or maybe even 25. I'll have to count them to see. You'll see those later in the video. And then the next thing I want to show you is my, I guess you call it a penjing, I don't know. I've got some sort of juniper or eastern red cedar. I have a hard time figuring out which one's which. And you can see I've got my little mud man in there, and I've got that lava rock of some sort. And so I've really enjoyed taking care of this one here and keeping the moss green on it and everything. And then I did another one in another flat pot, and this is a cork bark elm. Of course, you know I like the elms, and what I'm showing here is another pinching, basically, with some more lava rock in it, and I've really enjoyed doing those. And here we have a Barbados cherry that's coming along nicely. It's a small shohin. And finally, I'll give you a view of some of my favorite conifers, cypresses, junipers. And so we'll start down here at this end. And this is just a Hinoki cypress, I believe. And I got that from Bonsai, and put a little bit of dead wood with it. Looks pretty nice. I believe I even got this one from Bonsai, and I probably had this one 3 or 4 years. And so these two from Bonsai. And here I got at Lowe's. It's just an arborvitae, and I just threw it in a pot and did some pruning on it a couple of years ago, and just been letting it grow. Here's another. This is a juniper, and I put it in this. I really like this pot, even though it's dirty. I really like this pot and that juniper. And then finally, I've got this spruce, and I got this from my good friend, pretty well known, and just an outstanding bonsai artist from Ron Smith up in Northwest Arkansas. And this is a spruce that he gave me back earlier this year. And I just love this thing. It does need to be repotted at some point because the soil is pretty compact. But so what you see here is some of my favorite trees.
Thank you very much, Wally. Natural State Bonsai, much appreciated for that. Good stuff. We're going to keep it on moving. We've got 3 more videos to show. We've got a prize or 2 to give away yet. We've got on the way Chris Baker from the Chicago Botanical Gardens. We've got also the big interview with Jonas Dupuich. A little behind schedule from where I wanted to show him. And then Sarah Rener is right now. So let us go to Sarah Rener, and then we'll give away a pot from Sarah Rener. Sarah, take it away. Let's start from the very beginning. So you were a potter first and then went to bonsai, and you're exclusively bonsai now. But
right.
How did it start for you? Bonsai trees, pottery, or where did this all start for you?
So when I was probably 26, 27, my husband actually just saw a billboard with an international bonsai convention in Minneapolis, which never happened before. It's never happened since, but it just happened to be that day he saw it. Yeah. And so we went, and I had a little 1-year-old on my back, and I had a 9-month-old in my belly, so it was pretty hard to walk around and enjoy it the way I would have liked to have, but I was just blown away. And that was totally just trees. There was no pots involved. The pots to me were typical brown, unglazed, and not of any interest to me as far as creativity or something I wanted to do, just the trees. Yeah. So back then, of course, there was no internet. I went to the library and got a Sunset bonsai book for bonsai. That's all I could find was the Sunset Bonsai book. And I did a few trees very poorly, but that's, I had no teaching. I wasn't part of a club, just reading the book. And thought, well, I'll make a few pots and put my trees in it. And of course, they were just god-awful because switching from what I was used to making, which was functional, very decorative porcelain, shiny glazes, all that, that didn't lend itself to bonsai pots, and I wasn't interested in switching. Yeah. But then I finally went to a meeting, took some of those first bonsai pots for fun up to the auction, and the response was just ridiculous. I mean, not because they were good pots, but because they were different. It was something you could put your pots in, or your trees into, that wasn't what everybody else was putting their trees into. And I knew they weren't great, but I knew that there was some potential there to do something with it other than what I was used to making. And money wasn't the drive. It was just, well, they're so excited. Let me see what I can do that's different, and compared to what people are used to buying. So I went off into it, made a couple years of just horrific pots, and they really were. And I'm not downsizing. I'm just saying I didn't know anything about it, and I didn't do the trees, so I didn't really understand the nuances that a bonsai pot needed. Which you really need to do the trees along with making pots. And so the more I worked with my trees, the better I got at understanding pot design. And I finally signed up for my first convention in, I want to say 91 or 2 or something like that. And I did 3 conventions the first year, which is a lot. I did Chicago. Des Moines had the MABA, very first MABA show. Memphis, which was a Kimura show. He came there. So I was brand new to it. And here's this, big guy who I didn't really know that he was that big. But the enthusiasm, especially in Memphis, was so overwhelming that at that point I kind of knew that I really needed to get down, figure out the problems, get better at it. And there's no financial advantage for the first, at least for me, for the first 5-10 years. I mean, I just, you're just learning. You make a few bucks at the convention, you go home, you try to do better. And then pretty soon every year, it got better and better and better. I'm still trying to figure out problems. I'm still trying to better my designs. I still have awful failures. It's a learning process.
What are some, not the failures, you don't have to highlight your failures, but what are some of the challenges still that all this time later, what still goes wrong?
Well, just sometimes just the fact that clay can be bad and your firings can be off. You might, it's like writer's block. You might lose some of that momentum you have for the way you want to kind of take one idea to another that gets better, and then all of a sudden you've kind of exhausted it, and then you're like, okay, now what? And sometimes it just doesn't happen for a while. But some of my biggest challenges are trying to keep things fresh. Instead of making the same designs over and over, I need it fresh for me because I can't stand making past work. Right. Well, not necessarily cookie cutter, just trying to repeat past work. It never looks good, it never seems right. And the other thing is my customers don't want to see my past work. You know, once in a while they'll say, why don't you make things like you used to? But most of the time they want to see what's new. What do you have that's new? So that challenge of keeping it fresh is big, but it also is what like makes the best surprises.
Now, we were talking off camera that when you started, there were maybe 3 or 4 of you, and now it's unbelievably
Hundreds.
exploded. So how has that added that angle of like, it's hard to get people interested in stuff because there's so much.
There is so much. Yeah. Well, I mean, I still have a very competitive edge, you know, and that's just part of the thing. I do. The competition is partly for me, but it's partly because you want to stay on top of your game, whatever. And I'm not on top, but I'm saying you want to stay on your own top of the game and not slip a whole lot and feel like your work is not as good as it was. So having a lot of other people doing it actually is a driving force, you know. And I'll see work that other people do that I think is just so amazing that it gives me ideas. You know, I'm getting my inspiration from other people. They might say they're getting it from me, but it's equal, you know. So I mean, there's that challenge, but I like that, and that's the good part of it. And I'm kind of at the end. I mean, I'm not saying I'm ready to retire, but I'm 67 years old, and I've been doing it since I'm 30. So you know, if things happen that way, it's time. Yeah. But in the meantime, it's still a creative thing, and it's still a driving force. So
what has been one of your kind of successes where you were super proud, or like, man, this really went well? I'm sure there's a ton of them, but is there a couple that stand out? Or
yeah, with a tree more than pottery.
Oh, really?
With a tree more than pottery. But I do have one quick pottery story. Yeah. So the pottery story was in DC in 2005. It was the International Bonsai Convention. I don't know if you have your history with that or not, but everybody from every country comes, and the Japanese come. And the Japanese have a habit of picking up designs and things, like one of each, to take back and either look at or ask people about or copy or whatever. And they do that with woodenware, and they do it with artware, they do it with all kinds of different art forms. Yeah. And one fellow came through with an interpreter and picked up maybe 8 small of my pots, and he really liked them. And he says, people don't make glazes like this anymore. So he took them home with them, and that made me feel great. That was like, all right, you know, the Japanese guy liked my glazes and nobody's doing it. So that was a biggie. Yeah. But my biggest thrill was when I did a tree. It was I don't do a lot of trees, but it was one that I really worked hard on. And I did a good job with it. And I took it to a show, and Bill Valvanis came over and asked me that, who worked on that? Who did your tree? Who did your tree? It looks like Kimura. He said, Kimura didn't work on that? Or was it Maz that worked on that? And I go, no, that was all my tree, you know? And he goes, well, it looks like he did. And I just thought I was gonna die, you know? Yeah, and that's 15, 20 years ago too. And I, you know,
but what a compliment.
I was like, my mouth was hanging up, and I'm going, oh. It was it was a very high moment in my life.
Do you have that tree still?
I do not. I sold it because I gave up doing trees for various reasons. Yeah. And then 3 years later, the guy told me he killed it. So.
Oh man, I was waiting to see it was in some museum somewhere.
Well, it ended up in the National a couple of the Nationals ago, and then he wintered it over inside, which I always winter my trees, winter hardy trees outside. And I just think you have more variables to keep a tree alive when you have it not frozen in the ground, when it really wants to be frozen in the ground.
What tree was it?
It was a yew.
Okay.
And I dug it up from my parents' foundation. And from one little branch was all that was living. So it was completely developed from nothing, you know.
Awesome.
So yeah. So
what a success.
Yeah, so those are my 2 big moments.
Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. So now the daily, I was talking to a potter yesterday, and he made the joke about people using the phrase "live in the dream," because usually it's sarcastic.
Right.
Most people say "live in the dream," they're kind of joking.
Right.
You know, in this facility here, that it's just so, in my opinion, so quaint and so unassuming. And you come in here and just see this greatness. Like, how has your day today as a potter been the last decade? I mean, how is it for you?
As far as my feelings of living the dream?
Just kind of doing what you want to do and doing your art. Has it been everything you've hoped it would be?
I never had any hopes, and I never did. I never had any dreams of it. It just evolved from starting out when I was 17 making pots into this. So I don't see that living the dream transformation into what I'm doing. It's just, that's just my life. I mean, it's a hard job. It's the only thing I can imagine myself doing. Not that I couldn't work for somebody else, but my mind doesn't work that way. You know, it's really more on this spectrum. And, you know, I mean, you put in 7 days a week. It's full time. I don't go anywhere, you know, that's all I do, but that's choice, you know. And but if you say living the American dream as far as having a business and making a living at it, doing something you like to do in America, sure, that's what it is, right? Yeah. But you know, it's a tough thing. Sure. It certainly is tough. But I'm fully aware of how fortunate I am. But a lot of it comes from support. Yeah. This is not something you come out of school and you are able to set up a studio and go full time into it. I had a lot of support from my family with it, and then when I got married with my husband, he was the breadwinner, and I, you know, still was learning it, not making money, still learning it until I finally was able to actually make a living at it. So, you know, living the dream is great, but for arts, having some kind of support is almost essential. Yeah.
So the phrase "it takes a village" was pretty true in your case.
It's absolutely true. Yeah. I don't ever look at this and say, look what I did. I never do that. I was given an opportunity. Yeah.
Do you have any desire to have a certain legacy? I mean, what do you want people to think about Sarah Rener pots?
Oh, I have no idea. It doesn't even come to mind.
No one's ever asked you yet.
No, nobody's ever asked me. I don't even really think of it. I guess when I'm done, you're done, and people forget about you. I mean, that's the way life is, right? When you stop doing something, people just forget about it. I'm sure my pots will still be used, and people might think of that, but you know, that'll pass too. You know, everything kind of fades away after time.
Is there anything you want to complete before that time? Is there something that you've been striving for pot-wise that you haven't nailed yet that you want to? Do you have any of that?
I don't think I have that, but I still have things in my head that I have not completed. Okay. You know, I have ideas that actually extend so far down the line, I think I'll do those next year. Because of the time involved, and because I'm getting ready for shows, and I only have, you know, I have to do some production wear that I know is sellable, even though it's still creative for me, I still have to kind of stay within that area of selling things to make a living. Yeah. But when I come up with things that I'd like to kind of just do for myself, still bonsai pots, but just ideas, that's always kind of a year down down there. So I maybe thinking about retiring, but I'm not done.
Have you ever done any commission work, or this is just your art form and people take it or leave it?
No, I did a lot of commission work because I needed money. I mean, you know, not only that, but I also wanted to do it because people are asking me to do it, and that's how you get your name out there, and that's how you're being part of the scene. Okay. But I've never thought I did a good job with it. I mean, it's too, you're confined into this spot of measurements and glaze and shape. Yeah. When I make pots, it's freeform. You know, I just have a different size balls of clay I work with, and I go from small to big, and maybe this one will go out a little more, and this will do that, and I don't have to measure it. I don't think about anything, and then I do my best work because I'm just concentrating on that form, you know. But when you are commissioned to do something, at least for me, I mean, other people do a great job. Yeah. You're usually repeating a shape because they want one like this, and then it starts to look overworked because it's not. Yeah, it's not it's not 24 inches. It needs to be 25 inches. So now I got to make another one. Yeah. Because this one's not going to work. I can see it's not big enough, and no, the lip's not right. So it isn't fun for me, and I usually am disappointed. Sometimes they're happy. Sometimes they can see that that it was pushed into that.
How has pottery changed in bonsai, if it has? Are there some goods and bad changes? But has there been a major shift in bonsai, or just that there's so much more pottery out there?
Well, I think people are using their own approach to pottery and then fitting it into bonsai. Okay. So you're getting super non-traditional shapes and surfaces and colors. Because of that, and that a lot of people are drawn towards that. A lot of people don't like it. They want something that's traditional with it. Yeah. Mine's kind of somewhere in between, between being, traditional shapes that'll work with bonsai and having flair to it. That's my own little add to it. Yeah. But a lot of people, especially the great numbers recently, are their own style just turned into a bonsai pot. And I kind of switched all that when I was doing it. This is not my style that I used to do. This is nothing like I used to do. Okay. So I completely switched because I do want to make a living at it, and I do like making pots that work for bonsai. Yeah. So a lot of the pots out there now they may be, a lot of them are works of art. They're gorgeous, but I don't always envision a tree in them. you know, and so I think there's more of that than there is people trying to do traditional shapes, maybe Japanese kind of background shapes. And there's a few on the West Coast that do an excellent job of taking traditional Japanese techniques and making beautiful Japanese type pots. And I love them, they're beautiful, right? But it's not, that's more of the unusual one. Yeah.
And do you think there's more open-mindedness to the fact that we are having
with
a
a
lot
group
more variety?
With a group of people. A lot of people really don't like it, you know, and you'll see it on, if you look at forums, you'll read about people commenting on pots, and you'll see that there's, you know, a lot of excitement for that new stuff because it's new, and there's a lot of people that you just cannot seem to use it for bonsai. Yeah. I mean, I need my pots to be really different and unusual, but they have to work. They have to work with the tree. They just have to, yeah.
Typically, do you see people putting in your pots, or what style of trees or variety of trees do you think fit best with your pots?
Well, I mean, they're traditional enough that you can if I have a good variety of shapes and sizes and glazes, pretty much you can put anything in whatever it looks like it works. Unglazed containers for conifers and you know, whatever. I mean, you know, something like that for a maple or an elm or something. So, I mean, for everything, I think I tend to make some things that aren't always easy to find, like a really deep pot. You know, they're a little harder to find. You know, most bonsai pots have a certain average depth.
Sure.
Then it mixes and matches, but most of them. So if I make really deep or really shallow forests or something, you know, then I'll do pretty well because they can't always find it every place else.
Right.
But as far as, you know, varieties of trees, I think hopefully you can find something, yeah, with what I have to put anything in.
You're going to be at a couple of events this year. You head to Chicago and you're heading to nationals, all things going well. So tell me about the shows.
So, well, the shows I've always done Chicago in August until Bill Valvanis's show. And then I don't have enough inventory to do Chicago every single year because these are such big shows. It wipes me out. I used to do a ton of shows and they were smaller shows, so I always had something left over for another show. Yeah. But, you know, being older and traveling is very tough. It just is. And so doing 2 shows one year, I end up having to wait 2 more years to do 2 more shows because it takes that long to get my inventory together.
Yep.
Plus I have a website I have to feed.
Yep.
And then I have people stop down, and I have sometimes group pots I send out to people that want to take them to a show. Yeah. So it goes, right, it definitely goes, and I don't need to add shows to it, but those are really, they're big shows, they kind of carry me through for the whole 2 years, and, you know, then I can relax.
Don't buy a pot just to buy a pot. You
Right.
really are a firm believer.
Right.
Like, find the right one and
Right.
wait until you find it.
Right,
So
right.
How do you balance that, or what's your opinion?
Well, for people that don't have huge collections, I tend to go, that don't buy finished pots for your a show pot, for your tree that you're just developing. And I get a lot of people that come down, they're excited, they want to buy a pot, but they got this little pot that hasn't really, or tree that hasn't really been trained.
Stick in a pot.
Yeah, and I tell them, just stick them in a larger training pot. You don't even know what the style is, so you know that don't have a shelf full of expensive pots. Now that's for somebody who doesn't have very many trees. For people that are, you know, are just, they're lifers into it with hundreds and hundreds of trees, they're buying pots because they want to have stock. Yeah. Because when transplanting time comes, you want to pick and choose. So that I totally get. Yeah. Yeah. So they don't have a tree in mind. A lot of people buy pots without a tree in mind because they have so many trees and they're such enthusiasts. They need it.
And when they go to repot and they need this kind of
It's
pot,
yeah.
they're looking, hey, I have that kind.
Right. And plus, it's a sellable thing. If you get out of it, you got something you can resell. It's not like it's wasted money.
For
yeah.
Sure. What do you see bonsai? Where do you see it going? Do you have any thoughts to, like, is it?
You know, I don't know. I mean, I think that some of the masters we have now that are here are giving more permission to have more natural looking trees, the Western style. Yeah. Certainly, Ryan Neal has, you know, facilitated that. Yeah. I still think you need to stick with some of the basics. I have a real firm belief both with pottery and with not necessarily Japanese style, but traditional Chinese, Japanese, traditional styles of what works for a tree. It's just like pots. It's what works for a pot. You can't get too far away with what's balanced in a tree, you know. And so balance is the main key. It can be a very unusual looking tree that doesn't fit all the norms. But if it's balanced and it's natural looking, that's fine. So, you know, I mean, I don't really know enough about, I guess, what people are doing out there as far as trees. I look at them, I see, you know, anywhere between beginning to professional looking trees. So I'm not so sure there's a huge change in that. But you know, I mean, we're a different country for sure. It's going to be a little different.
There seems to just be a little bit more acceptance to the outliers, and my own
Right.
example there is when you see images of the Pacific bonsai and Michael Hagedorn stuff.
Right.
I mean, there's an artist.
Right, they're artistic trees.
He's
Right,
showing a tree
right.
that looks like it's floating in the air with chains hanging down.
Right, but
this
it's
pot.
balanced, right? And it's done, it's executed well, and it's finished, the refinement is all there. So that, to me, that's way more fun than Japanese cookie cutter trees. Yeah. Way more fun. I'm not a big fan of Japanese cookie cutter trees.
Right,
You know, I even like the Chinese style a whole lot more. There's more art in that to me. So yeah, I mean, definitely, but still with whatever you're looking at, it needs to have certain things about it that fit the aesthetics, you know, for your eye and such.
Not giving away trade secrets, but do you have any like thoughts on like if people are going to get into pottery, what are some things that they should be aware of, or should they just dive in and go for it?
Well, I mean, they certainly can dive in and go for it, but I do think that doing the trees well will help make your pottery better. I mean, it's so easy to make pots and fire it now. You can get a wheel, you can get a small electric kiln. You know, you don't even need a permit, I don't think, to put it in your basement.
Yeah.
You might, but it's different than like a gas-fired kiln.
Sure.
So it's very accessible. There's classes, there's centers that you can go to, and pottery is a basic kind of a thing that people kind of connect to. Yeah. It just is gardening, pottery, bonsai, whatever. Get your hands dirty, make something, fire it, and it's this concrete, three-dimensional thing you can use. So that appeal I totally get. Yeah. But if you're looking at it to be serious, to make like I said, a really balanced and artistic and well-executed pot, you're going to have to kind of do the trees with it and do it well to get that finished pot. If you want to make them for yourself just to have them, that's fun. That would be a gas. Yeah. I don't have fun necessarily with this. This is a job.
It is.
So, if it's your hobby, you should have fun.
Yeah. Job, or I'd say for you more lifestyle.
Lifestyle,
right?
Kind of like a farmer, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a job. It's what I do. Yeah.
Well, that's all I have. I so appreciate your time, and I will for sure see you if you're there at Nationals.
Okay.
I'll pop in and say hello.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you to Sarah Rener. An amazing time with her, and she is so wonderful. So let's give away her pot, everybody. The last giveaway, second to last giveaway, number 10 of 11. I have some more tubing. I have some more fertilizer. I have another small book here, but then I have this piece of magic from Sarah Rener. So there we go. There is her chop, everybody, at the bottom there. Sarah Rener, SR. This is the next giveaway right here. A nice hefty pot, a good 10 to 11 inches long and about 3 inches deep. This is a nice pot, heavy pot for someone who is ready to put one of their nicer trees in for sure. So here we go. Let's give away our final pot of the session and see if you are the lucky winner. Plus, also, I want to remind everybody that Scott winner, or excuse me, not Scott. We have trees to give away from Mr. Hanrahan. So I got something to talk about that in a moment. So hold on one bit here. We're going to get all these names in here. I just got everybody's last registrations in there. Thank you very much. All right. I'm going to take out some of the people that put their name in twice. Sorry, I just saw one name go in 3 times. Just one time, everybody, please. That is appreciated. I got a couple of odd ones there. All right, I think that's going to work. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put this in for another drawing. For the pot, everybody. All right, let's give away the pot. Here we go. Some loud noises now. Woo-hoo. And the Sarah Rener pot is going to Mr. Stephen Meyer, if he's still with us. Stephen Meyer of Indianapolis gets the Sarah Rener pot. Fantastic. We still have a few more giveaways. I wanted to mention real quick here, if you take a peek at this, during today's event, not because of this event, but congratulations to Jason Hanrahan, who is also giving away some pots on his channel through this collaboration with the Expo. 19,000 subscribers for the Bonsai Garden. So a big congratulations to him. And so that is fantastic. So all these people that we've seen today, go check out their channels, subscribe, like, and all that good stuff to keep the good content coming up. So Jason has some pots to give away. We'll do that last again, but you can always just go to his channel, the Bonsai Garden, and learn about the 3 pots he's going to give away in conjunction with this expo, because we are going late and we are going over. So I had a really good conversation with Jonas Dupuich. Let's get right to Jonas. Such a generous man. And so let's get right to his interview as people linger around. And as we go to him, I want to say a big thank you to a few folks who have donated to the cause. A reminder that if you put a super sticker on there and give a little bit of money, Dave Harding did in the last hour. I also want to thank Let's Do Bonsai. Money for shipping and a little bit of the expense to run this thing. And then everything else, we're going to split it up between the United States and some other across the pond country. If you got someone you want to donate to give that money to, someone who needs a little extra cash to keep their bonsai dreams alive, or something happen in their personal life, we're going to pay it forward. So any money above and beyond the cost of mailing and all that stuff, please donate if you can, even if it's $1. It'd be much appreciated. Let's go and let's visit with the one, the only Jonas Dupuich, everybody, and we'll get his take on stuff, because he talks a lot about, what's the main question? He and I talk a little bit about bonsai and how you're going to up your game. And we talk about how many trees are in your collection, you know, and what that kind of looks like and how that affects maybe your trees. So here we go. Jonas Dupuich from Bonsai Tonight. Welcoming everybody back here at the Expo 2025, this crazy online live stream. I have the one and only Jonas Dupuich, everyone. Jonas, again, thank you for being here first.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Tell me where it started for you. Let's go back to the very beginning. I know your family, I think, owned a nursery, but how did bonsai start, and when did it start for you, Jonas?
Well, I always knew what bonsai was growing up, because my father had given my mother a tree when they were in junior high. And so there was always one bonsai in the backyard, but it never really meant much to me. We saw it there. Bonsai was definitely not a hobby of anyone in the house. It was just a plant that lived there. But the family business was a retail nursery. And after college, I was working for my dad, and I was actually hiding from customers in the back, pruning a Japanese maple. And a stranger walked up to me, introduced himself, and just started pointing at the tree I was working on and said, "Cut it here, cut it there." And I thought, who is this guy? And I did what he said, and it looked really good. And it turns out his name was Boone. And so that's how I met my teacher, and that's where everything began.
And how long ago was that? How long have you known Boone?
That was in 1993, so that was 32 years ago.
You wrote about bonsai first, is that correct? I mean, you've got books now, of course. We'll talk about those in a little bit. You do have a YouTube channel. You go around the country, but was most of it blogging for you and kind of writing about bonsai? Is that really how you got started with your teaching bonsai?
You know, I grew bonsai for a lot of years before I started the blog. I had actually started a blog at work, and it made my boss uncomfortable. So they made me take down that. And I thought, okay, well, I'll just spend my free time writing about trees instead of trying to help my boss. So I switched over to bonsai and kind of never looked back. But I've been doing the blog about, 15 years, I think, something like that.
Well, you do have a new book out, so let's talk about that real quick. I have given out many of your books, the previous book, The Little Book of Bonsai, to a lot of workshop attendees. I'm going to be looking to place another order for workshops coming up, because I love your book, your first one. Now, I've not seen other than pictures and advertisement for it. Tell us a little bit about this new book that just hit, I think, in April, so it's a little over a month, almost 2 months old. Tell us about this new venture that you just finished.
So the new book, the Essential Bonsai book, is really aimed at anyone who's trying to up their game. The kind of target audience is anyone who wants to get more satisfaction out of their collection. The first book was really intended as an introduction. It answers the questions, what is bonsai and how do I make this thing not die? The next book kind of runs you through the entire process of what material you might want to buy or collect to help you achieve your goals for your collection. You know, that it goes from there into how do you make the trees look the way you want them to look. From there, we go through a lot of the basic techniques and then provide a couple chapters of case studies to help people learn how to apply the techniques that we covered earlier on.
That's so perfect, because, I mean, this whole expo, you know, there's a lot of YouTubers out there, and some people will call, you know, a dime a dozen. and there's good ones, there's not so good ones. And, I have one, and people think what they will of it. But the one thing that we have is an incredible passion for this hobby. And we're all hobbyists, and we kind of all aspire to do what you just said. What can we do to up our game a little bit? So I'm going to jump right into just kind of those questions with you now before we talk about other things. Give me a couple of, just off the cuff here, your first couple of things you would share with Minnesota Bonsai Society, the Expo viewers today. What are a couple of things you really think people right now where bonsai is at and what you're seeing out there? How do we up our game, Jonas?
I think one of the first things is just kind of deciding what that means for people. Are people satisfied with the level of work they're doing on the trees? Are they satisfied with the quality of their trees? And is there anything more? A lot of people, because it is a hobby, have very different goals or aims for their free time away from whatever else that takes them away from their trees. I'm not sure what that could possibly be. Bonsai is about as important as it gets, of course. But starting by figuring out, what is kind of the gap between where people are and where they want to be. And that could lead in different directions. One of the main ones is I'd say, a little more idea about long-term thinking, in that ideally our trees are getting better every single time we're working on them. And if we're not seeing that, then likely we're either working with the wrong material, or our techniques could improve a little bit to where we're starting to see that improvement a lot faster.
So the one thing you said that stuck out to me, and I kind of knew this in the back of my mind, you said it to me either driving to our workshop that we attended or to the group a couple days later. What a lot of us probably have to do is kind of step back a little bit and focus on, like, what are we, the material, what are we bringing in our yard, and what are we bringing into our collection? Do we have 100 trees that are do we have 15 that were? Tell me more about that philosophy, because that really hit a chord with me, and I want to have you share that with everybody again.
I remember exactly what we were talking about, and what came up was the idea that of all the decisions we make in bonsai, by far, if your goal is to have more higher quality trees, one type of decision matters more than all of the others combined. And that decision is very simply, what material do we bring onto the property? In other words, when we bring a tree home, whether it's a old tree, young tree, good tree, bad tree, we know we can make it better. We're smart. We have these techniques. We can nurse it back to health. We can make improvements. But if our starting points aren't aligned with what we enjoy doing, whether that's the type of work we're doing or the type of tree we most like, let alone a type of tree that grows well where we live, then all of that energy is not going to really help us achieve those goals. Whereas if we get a starting point that's going to facilitate the kind of learning we want to do and reward us with the kind of beauty that we want to see in our trees, then that can make things accelerate like crazy. You also mentioned numbers of trees, and that's true. For people who grow really high quality bonsai as a hobbyist, if you've got any other non-bonsai obligations, 12, 15 trees is a very reasonable number of trees. When you have something this dense, this full, it is not a gimme to be able to, work on every single branch of this, wire every bit of this. That can take a whole lot of time. And so if you want higher quality, that often begins with reducing the collection so you have a smaller number of trees.
One of the things that I've talked about with people over the years, you line up 10 professionals and look at a tree, you're going to get possibly 8 to 10 different thoughts. So how do you factor that into what you're talking about too, and upping your game? And of course, all the variables you mentioned play into that. Well, what kind of tree? What's your microclimate? What's your region of the country? But yeah, if I'm going to work with you and then go work with Tyler, if I'm going to bring Bjorn over or see him somewhere overseas, how do we balance all that, Jonas?
Well, the easy way to balance it is just to move within a 5-minute drive of your favorite professional, and that takes care of it, right?
I'll be there next week, Jonas.
Excellent. So that's a really tough one, because not everybody has access to the resources that they want to interact with on a regular basis to practice their craft and hone their techniques. And so I believe fairly strongly that if you can get a foundation with one core teacher, ideally the best teacher possible, after you have kind of the basics under your belt, you can make trees look the way you want and you feel good about your technique, then I highly recommend stealing from everybody. But you just mentioned a lot of really fantastic teachers. Learning a little bit here and there and here and there at the beginning can be really tough because we're all doing more or less the same kind of thing, but we might have slightly different artistic goals, or we might have the same goals, but we approach them differently because we have different techniques based on who we all studied with. And so I'd say it's a challenging one to navigate, but the starting point is always take a look at the kind of work people do that you are working with. And if you see the kind of beauty or interest in the trees that they're working with, then they could be a really good candidate for someone who might be able to help. That last phrase is really the crux of it. One of the best things a club can do for its membership is to connect them with whatever it is they're looking for. It can provide at a very basic level, if you're new, how do I keep these trees alive and what trees grow well where I live? In Minnesota, basic tree health is not to be taken for granted because winter care is not always going to be the most straightforward thing, depending on the species that you're growing. Beyond that, clubs can bring in speakers and introduce you to a whole lot of different professionals. So again, another nice thing about the Minnesota Club is that they regularly work with professionals from outside the area. Different people I find really light up with or connect with different professionals, different approaches, different aesthetics or techniques. And so by having a kind of revolving crew come in and out, that can expose people to something that might really light them up. And if it does, then they might want to, pursue, oh, what has that person produced? Can I watch their videos? Can I read what they've written? Can I interact with them personally or maybe work with them in person? A lot of these guys and women have intensives where you can go work in person with them. And all of those are really fantastic ways to take that next step.
I can really not my back personally, but the Minnesota Bonsai Society has done a pretty exceptional job. We've got our fundamentals group with Peter T, who's been through town. We have you that have been through town recently, which is fantastic. And Andrew's been here a couple times in the last couple of years. So to have the different perspectives and the styles, and someone who likes the deciduous and someone who likes the pines, and really, like you said in the beginning, like when I stepped into this hobby almost 10 years ago, overwhelming and like scary as all get out. But really, the more you go to these events and hear these different perspectives, I can't preach that enough. Eventually, it's going to start going like, that makes more sense, and that makes more sense. And I love how Jonas just said that. So if clubs can get experience like that, I also think that that's crucial for success.
Yeah, and you are spoiled in Minnesota in that you bring in some really top talent from all over, and I think that's a great service to the members. What's the flip side of that? One of the challenges is if you're only bumping into these people once or twice a year, it can be really hard to get the help you need since our trees need what they need at different times of year. And so that's a pretty genuine challenge. And depending on, again, the species you grow, there's different ways of handling that. I have found, for example, that I lead pine study groups in a number of cities, and that works because you can work on those trees 2 to 3 times a year, and that's about the attention those trees need. Whereas deciduous trees it can be a lot more productive if you can work on them 3, 4 times a year. And so depending on what you're doing and how good you are at your techniques, that's going to have a big effect on how quickly you see the improvement in your trees.
Are you a traditional kind of guy with your bonsai or more
So I'd say it's funny. I'll give you an answer that sounds wonderful, but then it'll result in the same kind of place. I actually really appreciate seeing trees done in lots of different directions, and that's one of the main ideas behind our Pacific Bonsai Expo, which is a large Druid exhibit we host on the West Coast every other year. And one of my personal goals for the event is I love it when we can see work that goes in very different directions. We have all these different spectra on which to evaluate our trees, whether they can be more naturalistic or more abstract, whether a reflection of the environment in which the trees grew in, or a much more exaggerated version of that. And so it may not be as realistic a tree. And so when it comes to exhibits, I actually like seeing work from many different professionals and hobbyists in many different directions. In terms of how I navigate that in my garden, I like to say that I often start with the trunk and then try to kind of adorn or decorate the trunk with whatever branches feel appropriate based on the size, shape, and style, whatever the characteristics are in that trunk. Now, that said, the bigger variable is what trunks am I choosing in the first place to bring onto the property again? And so if I find a good informal upright trunk, this is a tree I actually dug from a grower. I dug this out of the ground in 2001 actually, and have worked on all the branches ever since then. The whole top of the tree was one bud when I started, and I grafted, I think, all but one of the branches on at one point. And so that trunk made a good starting point for an informal upright. That's going to yield a very traditional kind of bonsai. But if I find some really compelling material that does something fun, more and more I'm trying to be a little more playful with these mature trees and find more non-conventional designs that kind of pique my curiosity.
I was blessed to be in Bill Valvanis's place last year on my road trip. And, he just walks you around his garden. It's fantastic. And all of a sudden he showed me this barberry. And I have well, this little guy right behind me is a barberry. It's from my dad's backyard, free of charge, dug it up. And the other one's big and 30 years old. And his barberry he found in somebody's property where he says, "Can I have that?" And he shows me this he's air layered it twice, and it's got this really craggly bark. And and it's like, I never in a million years expected Bill Valvanis to show off a barberry to me. So I think that open-mindedness in bonsai, which I think is maybe perhaps more in the last 50 years or in the West, I think that's fantastic that he showed me that.
Yeah, it's really fun to see all the different stuff. And I think right now we actually have so many professionals working in so many directions that we can have all kinds of great models for what we might do with a given piece of material. And I think that's really fun compared to, say, 25 years ago, when it was more either we had to try to do as close as we could get to what we'd see in a Japanese event, or just make something up on our own. Now we have a lot of really high technique approaches and some really fun new directions.
How will going to that expo support the upping of our game for people who are thinking about going but on the fence? Tell people to come out and why. Why should they come out to the expo?
I could play to your enlightened self-interest and say it's going to be a fantastic shopping opportunity. And so if there's any containers or tools or supplies, let alone trees, we have one of the largest and most robust vendor areas from across the country. We had actually 3 vendors fly in from Japan for our last event to sell at the show. Wow. So we have a pretty awesome mix of stuff that's available. Yeah. But my chief interest in bonsai is I love really beautiful trees, old trees with fantastic character that really do show the relationship between a person and that material over time. I think it just creates a kind of character that you don't get with freshly collected material or really young trees that have yet to develop that character. Yeah. And so when Eric and I first started the event, the goal really was to assemble. We just selfishly wanted to walk into the room with the best trees possible. And we've tried to create really a mechanism or a system to kind of produce that. And if you want to learn from beautiful trees, they're right there to study. Always get close up to them, look and see where the branches come from, try to figure out what you do or don't like about them. You can learn maybe who worked on the trees and talk to those people in person, because many of the creators are there. So it's just one of the single best learning opportunities for really serious bonsai enthusiasts to engage in their trees, just as this fall will be at the U.S. National Collection, which is the awesome East Coast event that provides just as great an opportunity to look at beautiful bonsai.
And I shied away from them in the beginning, feeling like, I just didn't know. And now that I've been across the country a little bit on a road trip last year, I really appreciate seeing trees. I don't have a tree that's even close to any of these trees. Don't know if I ever will per se. Maybe it's not my journey, but it is something special to walk amongst these trees. So I would recommend it for everybody.
Well, and you really touched on something there, mentioning your road trip and seeing trees around the country. If you came to my garden today, you would see a lot of things at a lot of different stages of development. But at any given time, the odds are that no more than 1 or 2 trees would be anywhere near show ready. And even those trees would just blend in with all the other trees on the bench. The pots wouldn't be clean. There wouldn't be a nice top dressing. When you
Yeah.
go to an exhibit, you're not only seeing the trees that you would have to visit 50 different gardens to see all of those trees,
Yeah.
but by seeing them beautifully lit on a clean backdrop with the perfect containers with an accent plant on a nice stand, these are all details you wouldn't be able to get just by visiting these people's gardens. And so I really do think it's a special thing when you get to see these trees in person. And I just love going to great shows wherever they happen to be.
Early in your bonsai career, you and your trees, maybe not the books, maybe not the teaching, unless that is your biggest challenge. What was kind of your biggest challenge with the bonsai learning curve and kind of figuring things out? Was there just a couple of just big challenges in your bonsai life?
There were a couple big learning opportunities. By far, the biggest challenge for the first 10, 15 years was just finding time to work on the trees. I loved it from right away, really. And having a full-time job, and I didn't have the facilities set up at home so that I could necessarily work on my trees after dark, unless I brought them indoors into my kitchen or something. And so it was really hard to get what I wanted out of it, just working with limited hours. And so I took as many workshops as I could, and I was really lucky that I had a fantastic teacher and great friend, Boone Monikativi part. And that is what really made everything possible. But I will tell you, the year I learned the most, after studying with Boone for about 10 years, a lot of stuff was going on in life. And so I actually took a break from all formal bonsai events. And that left me alone in my garden with my trees, just kind of one-on-one while I worked on them. And I remember it was one of the first times I ever sat down in front of a really good tree with zero feedback or checking from my teacher. And I remember looking at a tree, not unlike this one, and thinking to myself, well, I think I know what to do. I'd been doing the work myself in workshops, but someone was always checking, or I could always talk about it.
Yeah.
So I remember I did a lot of things to that tree, and some of them I made up on the spot, some of them I were very well practiced on. 12 months later, I came back and looked at the tree, and some of the things I had done came out really well. But some of the other things I had done to the tree are among the stupidest things I had ever done to a bonsai, period. I still am kind of embarrassed about it. That said, because I took ultimate responsibility for my collection for the first time in that year, my learning progressed faster than at any other point. Now, I did have a fantastic base of 10 years of great teaching, but I think even when you have a teacher, feeling like the teacher's making all the decisions versus you feeling like you're making the decisions or at least understanding them, that was kind of the crux of where I was able to really accelerate my learning kind of from there going forward.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I love that. It's almost like kind of almost breaking that little, maybe not codependence, but your dependence
Yeah.
on that guy on your shoulder, that trainer, that teacher, that sensei, whatever people want to call them. It's like, no, they're gone. And what have you learned? And just, get in
The
there
lifeline.
and try
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, and been having a full year separation. I don't necessarily recommend this, but it's funny. I never would have had that perspective had I not gone through that process.
Sure.
Whereas afterwards, I would go to a teacher and I felt like we were more partners in deciding. Obviously, much less experienced than my teacher, but I felt a different level of engagement, which actually helped me pay attention to the results of what I did. Because ultimately, we all have to teach ourselves bonsai. And you don't know it, but that was actually the working title of my book while I was writing it, this last one. Because the idea is you know more about your trees, your weather, and your garden and your goals than I do. And so at some level, I'm just arming you with the tools so that you can make the trees that you want to make. And it's a different way of thinking about it. And so I really just want to give people what they need so that they can be in charge of that process with their own collections.
But it brings up an interesting point. You've mentioned a couple times now in our short time together here about what you want and in your tree and your style and your yard and you. But then then people put their tree in a show. And I know there's probably all kinds of, dare I say, politics in judging of anything in this world. But I heard a podcast with, I think, Ryan and Andrew, and they were talking about, I don't know if it was the Pacific Expo or just a tree that perhaps, I'm paraphrasing, perhaps could have, should have, would have won best of show in maybe a different circumstance. And are we able to appreciate a tree for like, wow, what that person did to that tree, knowing how hard that is to create that? I mean, yeah, we have our Japanese black pines that are very specific care and to get this end result. But I don't know if this is ringing a bell for you or not, but
Yes, it
there's
is.
some trees out there that are fantastic, but they're never going to win best in show. Or are they, or should they?
Yeah, two quick things come to mind. The one is not everyone feels comfortable putting trees in shows, and I totally get that.
Yeah.
But I would, if we can let go of the judgment, absolute best things we can do to accelerate our learning. And here's why. When you put a tree in a show, you start asking a different set of questions that wouldn't occur to you otherwise. You're going to say, oh, what would be the best foliar preparation for this show? Like, how do I get the needles dense, equally dense on this pine from top to bottom? What time of year do I have to work on the tree to make it look its best at a certain time of year? What techniques do I need to learn to do as little wire or maybe no wire as possible? How do I dial in a perfect silhouette that conveys the flow, whether from left to right or right to left that I want to get? What's the perfect pot? You kind of get the idea. And so until you run through an exhibit as an exhibitor, you're just leaving a lot of learning on the table that's actually going to inform the work you do throughout the year. So for that alone, I think it's a fantastic opportunity that we all have to learn, and by just sharing our work with others and knowing that we take inspiration from seeing beautiful trees, we can help others do that with our trees. That's the one half. The judging bit, I can give you a little story. So yeah, Ryan and Andrew had a great discussion about what trees did or didn't get the kind of attention they thought made sense for a given tree. And I'll say, in so many cases, the right tree doesn't win based on any one given person's perspective, but maybe based on someone else's perspective, the right tree won in that case. The way we do it for the expo is that we are really big fans of having the exhibitors evaluate the trees because it's such a good learning experience to force people to look closely at the trees and learn how do we start thinking about, what characteristics we want to see in different bonsai. Now, how absolute or non-subjective can judging be? We had 5 jury members for the expo this last year, and we had 3 for the first one. When we got the results back from our first jury member, and these are all, we'll just say at the time it was 3 of the tip-top professionals in North America were our jury members. And they juried the show completely anonymously. When we got back the first scores, Eric and I looked at each other and just thought, huh. When the second person gave their scores, we looked at each other and I said, do we need to worry about this? Because we didn't want to let trees that we didn't understand in the show. When the third person gave their scores, we're like, okay, none of this makes any sense at all. We need to run the numbers.
Yeah.
What we found is that the 3 professionals agreed on the best trees, but it was a very long tail of radical differences. And so I'd say, in general, every single individual has such strong biases. Some I think they're aware of, some they're not aware of. And until you get a good number of really highly educated people, you're not going to get the as good a reflection of what one aspect of the community thinks. Now, knowing how subjective that is makes us feel really good about our subjective measure, and we actually have compared our results. Our exhibitor pool as a whole of 50 people actually picked 4 of the same 5 trees as the 8 professionals in the room. And so there's actually a lot more overlap than people give it credit. But did the prizes go to the ones I picked? Not all of them, but most of them did.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that helps or
No.
hurts you, but it really is a subjective thing. And so I just say consider the source whenever you're hearing feedback on that. They likely have some really great points, and try to hold on to those points as you're learning so that you can figure out what it is that they value so highly in a good tree.
And I love that. That's where I think critiques are awesome. And I think we in life, as in bonsai, we all have to be understanding that our perspective is not the perspective, it's a perspective. And so it's good to hear those. And I think that'll, like you said earlier, that can only up your game. It can only give you a different way to look at your tree, this kind of tree, and give you ideas and hopefully flourish. I would imagine.
That's the goal.
That is the goal. I asked you about a challenge before. You shared a couple. So tell me a couple of your successes in this bonsai journey.
Well, I guess one of the successes would be the flip side of a challenge, and that is, I remember I liked pines growing up as a kid. I always loved Japanese gardens, and so even though bonsai wasn't on my radar, I really loved Japanese gardens. And when I first started, I remember asking Boone, "Hey, why aren't there more black pine bonsai around?" And he mentioned that they're challenging to import. And I thought to myself, well, if we don't start growing them now, we'll never have them. And so I started growing a lot of bonsai from seed. And so I've been growing bonsai from seed, gosh, for 31 years now. And I've learned a lot about every single stage of development from those early propagation stages up through prepping really beautiful trees for exhibits. I did a tiny bit of that in Japan even. And so it's a whole range of different ways to interact with these trees. One of the challenges is but what I've learned is that over time, if you kind of push through that, a lot of these trees will end up looking good. And so one of the big lessons I've come away with is how to not give up when things look awful. I remember years ago when I still had full-time non-bonsai work, I would give away grab almost every one of those trees because they looked really funny at the time, but if you give it a little of them can get a lot better. And so I've kind of let go of feeling like I know the absolute truth about where a tree is going to go when you're doing that long-term development.
Yeah.
Doing long-term development, it's a different kind of equation, but I'd say one of my successes has been learning about how to kind of get through those really awkward areas and produce something that's fun to look at.
One of the things I wanted to share a quick story in my appreciation for you being here today with the Expo folks. One of the reasons why I wanted you on the show is just because this bonsai community that I've met online, YouTube, and my travels, and you and the club, and bonsai people are pretty cool people. It's a fantastic community, and I'll never forget my time with Jonas Dupuich when I was the driver from the Minnesota Bonsai Society Club, bringing to the Expo. And Jonas, you remembered that you and I were going to maybe chat, and you said, "Yeah, I have my recording equipment, Dave." And it's like, of all the things going on in your world, in your hemisphere, that you thought about me enough to, we didn't get the interview then, but it was still in your brain. And so I applaud you as a human. I applaud you for your incredible bonsai and the joy that you bring to every place you go. I mean, you're just, your passion and enthusiasm and joyous nature for bonsai is second to none. And so I just wanted to publicly thank you for just who you are in bonsai.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Bonsai is super fun. Every day of the year.
I talked with Chris Baker out at Chicago Botanical a couple times in the last year, and my favorite thing of his when we talked about when people ask the silly question, "What's your favorite tree?" and he, in one of his interns, affectionately told me with a little chuckle, it said, "What, Dave? It's the tree you're working on right now." So we don't have favorite trees, and I think you mentioned this later. To up our game, we have to sit with that tree, and that tree has to be our favorite on the planet right then. And we really have to think and focus and plan, and we really do have to work on a tree like it's the only one we've got, don't we? Does that make sense to you? Do you appreciate that line of thinking?
I think there's a reason that we keep hearing versions of that story from so many different teachers.
Yeah.
I'd say one refinement I can add to that is one of the biggest lessons that I learned in Japan. It was the best lesson I ever got. I was preparing a tree for an exhibit in Japan, and I wrapped up my work, I wired it, I plucked it, I had it all cherried out, mossed up, and I asked the teacher to take a look at it, and he said, Are you sure you're ready? I'm like, yeah, I did all the work, and take a look. What do you think it needs? And he said, are you sure? He asked me again. And I thought, I'll just work on it a little bit more. He wasn't suggesting whether or not I had or hadn't done a great job. He wasn't suggesting there were any big problems. What he was suggesting by asking me more than once was, you're going to feel really stupid if I walk over there and make 2 quick changes that you could have made and the tree looks a lot better. I'm giving you the opportunity to focus as hard as you can on that tree and see what you can get out of it. And in terms of doing show prep, and in that case, it was a black pine, I found that after I thought I was done, I spent 2 or 3 hours stepping back from the tree, looking at it. You know what? That branch is a little more dense than that one. Let me pull some needles out of there. You know what? Those needles are a little out of alignment. I'm going to use a guy wire and pull those into place. Little teeny tiny refinements, I think, really honed my vision, focused me on what it was to look for, and just let me know that there are layers of things that require nothing more than trying to avoid being embarrassed by a guy who's there genuinely just trying to help me. So he didn't tell me a single tip on the tree, but he gave me the opportunity to realize how much more I could learn by focusing, or as you put it, by loving that tree in front of you while you're working on it.
So as people wrap up whatever they're watching on this expo, and they're going to go jump into their gardens and their trees, some parting summarizing thoughts. How can they up their game, Jonas? What are we doing to up our game in general? Some final parting
I'd say
thoughts.
the foundation for upping anything, whether it's ourselves, I'll say 2 things actually. The number 1 is focus on the health of the trees. If your trees are healthy and producing the kind of growth that will allow them to develop quickly, that's going to give you the opportunity to do more work and get more payback from it. The other is, I'd say, invest in yourself. A lot of people buy many, whatever it happens to be, whether it's tools, trees, pots, whatever the habit happens to be. But if you invest in yourself, in studying, in learning, in classes, in reading, in watching videos, participating in events like this, investing in yourself is going to be, over time, by far the most effective way to kind of get where you're going. And if all the money just is going out and none of it's really making you the bonsai practitioner you want to be, think of what things you can do, throughout the year that might start tipping the balance a little bit, so that you're arming yourself with the knowledge you need when you're alone with your trees to get the absolute most out of it that you can.
Well, that's fantastic. We can have the tools, we can have the trees, we can have the perfect microclimate.
Beautiful workshop, a greenhouse, yeah.
But if we haven't taught ourselves and grown ourselves and learned, all that stuff's going to sit there and not get better. I like that very, very much. Well, thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate it, Jonas.
Thank you. This was an absolutely fantastic chat. Glad we got to catch up.
Jonas Dupuich, everyone. Yeah, quite a easy interview to listen to. Certainly one of the longer ones, but fantastic information. And he is such a great teacher and such a great human being, and fantastic to have that. I've got the final bonsai questions and then some parting thoughts before we see Chris Baker to wrap things up. So let's watch the final questions of Bonsai and YouTube.
Yeah, to understand why exactly you're doing something, because from there, you have the motivation to keep going. But the second biggest tip is don't be afraid to ask questions. Always seek more answers. The more you learn, the more you know about your species, and like this, the Japanese maple, understanding how it will respond if you do prune off this tip here in June, or if you prune a tip off in December, whatever. Understand the physiology. And I think the third biggest tip, don't be afraid to experiment. Try new species. You're going to be limited by what you can grow in your microclimate. We've talked about that as well. But, whether it's to try wiring something for the first time, or, people who know me know that junipers for me is a bit of a challenge. So this year, I'm doing loads of junipers.
All right, so the first tip would be that to start small, maybe go to your local park and just look bonsai doesn't have to be expensive. Look between the cracks of sidewalks to find like a little starter. Go to the local big box stores and find something that's on sale, like a juniper. It does not have to be an expensive hobby. I know that is what deters a lot of people. All right, so the second tip would be to, when you do get your tree, just let it grow for a while. The third tip would be, I think a lot of people, at least when I've talked to people, they're like, bonsai, you have to like prune that, or you have to water that every single day. Well, you do have to water it every day if you're using bonsai soil, but if you're just starting out and you're using just say organic soil to start, and you don't have to prune it every single day, sometimes you can just let these things grow.
First of all, I'd say just don't be afraid to prune. If you're starting out, get some trees, buy some cheap trees, find trees that are growing around, that grow like weeds, and practice on them. Try and be a bit patient with your trees if you can. I know you kind of want them to look like a bonsai straight away, but you got to try and, some branches you might have to leave grow out, and which makes it look ugly for a while, but you know, just learn patience, which will come. Find trees that you like to work on, that you enjoy working on. Don't think, oh, I've got to, work on these trees because they're the best type of tree, or, if you enjoy working on a certain trees, then work on them. You'll find it a lot better of a hobby if you're kind of not trying to impress other people, but not thinking you've got to keep up with the norm. Just do what you like to do. Enjoy what you like doing, rather than like that trying to keep up with everybody else. And then you'll find you enjoy it far better.
So the best advice I could give anyone who wants to be a YouTuber would be just be yourself. Don't try to be anyone else. Just be yourself.
Just go for it, really. Just do it, because just at the start, I know you'll find it hard and kind of awkward and stuff, but you do get used to it. You get kind of used to having the camera in your face all the time. Do a few, don't just make one or two and then think, no, nobody's looking at my videos. Just keep doing them and do them for yourself, put them up. They're there then when you ever want to look back on them. You kind of got to train yourself to, again, do what you want to do rather than do what you think everybody wants to see. And there will be people that don't like your videos and people that do, but as long as you like doing them, that's all that matters. So like that, I would say just give it a go. Just keep putting up videos and keep trying.
There's really, if you want to make a YouTube channel, there's really no reason to stop you, because I do everything on my iPhone, and I could use I have like a DSLR at home, and I have access to be able to use the higher end cameras, but I like to use my iPhone specifically for the reason that anybody can do this. You could edit on your phone if you wanted to. Most people have a phone, if not everybody has a phone. So if you wanna do it, you should just do it.
Be yourself. Whatever you do, do not try to be anything that is not you, because do you know what? After the first or second video, you'll find that it's pretty hard to maintain that. Get your editing spot on. Seems hard to do it to begin with, and you just want to shoot video, but ultimately you're shooting this for other people to watch. So you want to do your editing sharp, change your camera angles downwards, put something interesting that people like looking at. And I'm going to apologise. Dave, you kept saying to us in the brief, whatever you do, don't look at the camera. Do you know what? I'm a natural beauty. Why wouldn't I look into the camera? People want to see this face.
Oh, of course we want to see that face, Xavier. And remember, all the videos you see here will be in its entirety in individual releases on the Dave's Bonsai channel, including more outtakes from Xavier. I did cut his up a little bit because he just went a little long, and we're almost 3 hours overtime, everybody. This is crazy. So I have one more final giveaway. Let's stick around for that. And then I'm going to show Chris Baker. Now, Chris Baker, and I have two things I want to share here real quick. So let's do this. Let me take my time here. So I have one more person to introduce. Just met her at our bonsai auction a couple weeks ago, and her name is Sarah Lund, and she does Rising Phoenix clay creations, and she is starting to get a real passion for bonsai pots. So I don't have a ton on her story, but she's been doing pottery for a little while, and these are some of her pots that she's working on. These are the pots at a little bit different angle there. So she's starting to come in on her own and making some really cool pots. Those are some pre-glazed pots. So fantastic there to see more and more people getting into this. And so for Minnesota folks, we even have even more people on our doorstep that we can go ahead and get some pots from. I want to put this on the screen real quick. Whoops, not yet, Mr. I don't want him yet. Here we go. So Chris Baker out of the Chicago Botanical Garden got the Mid-America Bonsai Show in sale Friday, Saturday, Sunday, August 15th, 16th, and 17th. That is the place to be. He will be talking a little bit. Now, he and I talked a lot this spring, and I have over an hour and a half of edited footage for him. No, we're not going to watch it all. This is the shortest segment. This is a whole bunch of trees as he walks us through and shows us the cold houses that he has in the tropical room. So make sure you check out the Mid-America Bonsai Show if you can in the upper Midwest. So we'll go ahead and get rid of that right there. And finally, the final giveaway today. Now, this will be a matted framed picture of the three dudes from the show today. Myself, you'll get my mugshot, Nigel there, and Jonas. So this will be a frame with some matting in there, white matting, and that's being shipped off to Nigel and Jonas this week so they can sign it all. We'll have a signed copy of those images, a collector's item perhaps for years down the road, right, from the Bonsai Expo. My thanks again to every single person out there for sticking with it. We still have 74 people here, several people I've seen the entire day. I am getting a little bit spent. I can't wait to go and have some dinner in a little bit, but we've got one more show to do. So let's draw for that final prize and see who gets the framed piece of art. And here we go. Rod McLean. Congratulations, Rod McLean, who's going to have the picture frame from the first ever YouTube Bonsai Expo live streamed event with Dave's Bonsai and all the wonderful people that's sponsored by giving gifts. Thanks to all the people with the super stickers. We're going to tally all that up, and I'll have that on a show coming up and let you know how we did. And as a reminder, if anybody thinks there's someone in this community that really could use, you know, $50, $100 or something to get their bonsai off the ground, or help bring a professional to their club, or they've had some challenges in their life that we can just help them keep their bonsai journey together and going on, because sometimes in tough times we lose our bonsai. And so we want to prevent that from happening. So if you could send me an email with anybody that you think would be worthy of that offer, and we will get that to them. So my bonsai, or my email again, is bonsaiacres@gmail.com. So you can send that to me, and we will get whatever is earned after all expenses are paid will go to someone deserving, and we will get that going. So that's about going to wrap it up. If you stick to the end, I will say one final goodbye. We have Chris Baker from the Chicago Botanical Gardens. Thank you, everybody, for being part of this fun event. 9 hours, I can't believe it. Here we go, Chris, and one more goodbye in about 22 minutes.
This is one of our cool houses. It's not a true Mediterranean house, but we keep it a little warmer in here. It's about 38 degrees. So in here we keep our azaleas, our olives, our black pines, our camellias, Tracheosperma, and there's a couple things in here that were repotted that I moved in here. The Elaeagnus is in here, coastal redwood, and those sorts of things. So we could keep it a little warmer for them. It vents like in the low 40s. Heat kicks on around in the 38. So lots of black pines in here. We've got some new containers this year. This is a Nick Lenz pot. So I got 2 Nick Lenz pots. So I was super excited to get this. This is one of Mr. Nakamura's donations, the Tracheosperma. That is a great addition. I love that pot. This is one of my former volunteers, Potter Karen Schumann. And that's a really cool container that she had donated. And then this guy, Angelica's gonna crush me, but I forget. This is a New Zealand potter, and I totally forget his name. But anyway, I got this at the Pacific Bonsai Expo, met him. Very nice guy. Sorry, I forgot your name, but gorgeous glaze, just unbelievable. So excited to get a tree in that pot. Through the most of the winter, it's about once a week. Both houses is about once a week.
Yeah.
Well, we got good circulation here. Now, if the fan and louver opens, especially in this house because it's small, the top plants in particular will dry out like in a day. Like this, the flow of air gets crazy. So when the fan and louvers are open, it's different. In the depths of the winter when we're not ventilating at all, about once a week. And this does not get any direct sunlight. So you can see there's roof vents. So those open up as first stage. And then the second stage would be that the louvers would just open.
Sure.
And then the third stage would be the fan kicks on. You know, stays pretty consistent. I water right before my weekend.
Yeah.
And that's the way I schedule it. So then the weekend waterers don't usually have to worry about these houses. They just do the greenhouse in the winter.
Yeah.
Which is about once a day in the winter.
Yeah.
Depending on the sun. This is around 35, 36. I think that probably that slight difference isn't a big deal, but with, you know, and considering how we keep it, most everything could certainly live here. But again, like the olives and the camellias and the black pines, like, I don't know, it's just nice to give them a little bit more warmth. I could raise it or lower it, and so that's kind of nice.
This is what you're working on. Another one?
This is another one, yeah. This one I actually think is cooler. It has less trees, but the trees are more interesting.
Yeah.
And I've really been pushing this one along. You can see it's been pruned back pretty hard. It did get repotted.
Okay.
And I'm looking to make some really big strides on this one this year.
Fantastic.
I like that. I like that one a lot. Yeah.
Movement.
Like I said, it's got less trees. It's got 2 triple trunks.
But
and
character.
Yeah, very cool. We'll cut those flowers shortly.
Yeah.
And then this is a recent repot. This is a Ron Lang, a big, huge Ron Lang rectangular slab, which I actually absolutely love.
Oh.
And then those are Japanese larch. So they were actually in one of these bus bins for the last few years, or the cement tubs, I should say, for the last few years. The larch can be a little tricky here. We do get really hot in the summer. And so it got a little bit weak, was in one of those cement tubs for a number of years. And now I feel like it's in really good shape. And I got this slab at the national show, and I was just like, I have to put something in that. Obviously, Ron's not making pots anymore, and these slabs are just gorgeous. There's one, a custom-made one at the Asheville collection in North Carolina, and it's a 2-leveled one that Arthur commissioned for him, and it's got a mixed species landscape on it. And then when I saw this, which is very similar in style, I was like, oh, I got to have that.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And it looks good. It's come a long way, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it looks. I need to get that outside.
Yeah.
Because that's already budding. This is another Nick Lenz pot, and this is a spruce, of course. And these are some native, I forget the name of these accent plants. These are native. Somebody from the Milwaukee Club gave me a bunch.
Nice.
And so I've put them in several trees. And so this was just in an oval tan container that wasn't very pretty. And so this is, I love it.
Stunning display.
I totally love it. So this was
the rocks on there and the tree. That's just fantastic.
the pot's awesome. The pot just like sets the tone. But so these guys are still refining, of course, a little bit. And but yeah, it's in good shape. And then we got a couple of other new containers. Here's a Waldo Street Eli Ekins pot that I got here last year at the show. And that is probably certainly one of my favorite glazes I think that he's made. And it's just, this was on a slab. This was displayed at the national show last year or 2 years ago.
Nice.
On a slab. And when I saw this pot, it's got more of this little creeping accent plant there. But when I saw this pot, I thought of this tree, and I thought, for me, it's like spruce. I'm okay with spruce being in like a glazed pot. I like that. It kind of really sets, I feel like, the tone for the environment.
Yeah, you're probably not seeing it very often, though, are you?
But I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is it's an old Sarah Rener. Old Sarah that this is a
similar green hues.
Yeah, Western juniper. that we got a few years ago. At the National Show, we purchased it from Mariah, actually, a bunch of years ago. Here's a Preston Tolbert, another one that's a pot that's super cool.
Whoa, look at that pot.
That thing's crazy.
That is gorgeous.
And probably not something you would see a ponderosa pine in. However,
way to think outside of the box.
Yeah, it's kind of, I feel like it's such a unique pot that I feel like it's like, what do you put in it, right? But that was the challenge. I felt like some of the texture and the color actually was a little bit, you could pull a little bit of that out of the bark.
Especially the redder color.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah.
So anyway, I thought it's a super unique pot. Don't try to like fit some tree into it that's like deciduous or tropical. I'm like, just do something totally different.
I
So
love that.
people will hate it, and that's cool.
Is this sedum?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he was talking last year that especially in their courtyard, the sedum is better than moss because the sedum will grow, but the moss you just can't keep it in the direct sun, right?
We've
If
got
I
that in a
remember
lot of
that
things
correctly.
now. Here's a white pine that was looking unhappy. Pulled that out of its pot and built a box this year. It's greened up immensely since that.
Since you did that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so happy. It's such a cool tree. It's
Yeah.
got a lot going on. I love kind of that clump, almost not really a raft. I guess more of a clump, almost, but super cool. So I was really worried about it. It came to us a couple years ago in poor health. I did repot it, but I left it in the pot it was in. It was in a really shallow oval. I felt like I was having trouble again with the drainage and really draining properly.
Sure.
And so anyway, obviously,
New box,
just built a box and
a couple years.
yeah, I think it's going to respond very favorably.
Fantastic.
So, and then we got a couple other, this is the one that had the grubs, this elm. This is a Melba Tucker elm forest. And so this was in a much smaller pot and it was all together. And I decided to break it up and create more of a landscape.
Yeah.
So Melba was a very prominent, bonsai person in America, and she had donated a number of trees to this collection. I still have not figured out what her connection was to this collection. I mean, these elms these are David elms. And then the other, we have an olive in the other side that was Melba's, and then I acquired the big olive from the National Collection, the Bonsai and Pendulum Museum in DC, as a permanent loaner. And so we have all these trees from her, and I've done a bit of research on her, but I still can't figure out what her connection, why she donated 2 trees here. So I've yet to find that out. So anyway, she liked to do a lot of landscapes, and a bunch of years ago, Aaron Packard at the Pacific Bonsai Museum redesigned one of Melba's trees that were there. And I remember him saying that he was like, we're changing this, but Melba liked landscapes and I think she would be cool with it. And he did some, like a rockscape.
Yeah.
So like much of my inspiration or ideas, I steal them from other people. And Aaron is one of those people I often steal ideas from. And so anyway, this became a landscape. Repurposed ideas. The best ideas are someone else's. No. So, and there's another blue boulevard there. That's a sinuous root. That one's under construction. Wow. But that's a cool one. Yeah. So some cool new pots in here too. That's not a new pot, but it's a new design. And that was, so that's been cool.
Is this just like cool?
It's pretty much like my greenhouse.
Yeah, pretty much.
Nice.
You see all the sedum on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's one of
So
my
does
goes
the
on
sedum
display.
get smaller if it gets more sun? Or do you trim it back?
I literally grab it by the handful sometimes and just yank it out. If I'm doing an actual trimming, what I'll do is I'll just break it. Because it breaks on a natural break point. If you cut it, inevitably you just get a ton of brown tips and it looks terrible. So you have to kind of pinch it, and you can keep it a little lower. It's definitely reaching because it started growing in this environment. It still started growing. Even these little wild strawberries here and this one are started. So things are popping in here. This is one of our tree of discussion trees that have the pink markers on it.
But some of your volunteers said maybe
This was Dan.
This is a pink mean
This
cut
was
it away?
well, those are he was marking things that he thought should be cut.
Yeah.
This wasn't a tree of discussion. He was just working it from other plants because I've got it. It's like it overruns everything. So here is our tropical house. This is another new pot. This is another Eli Waldo Street in a buttonwood. That one's super cool.
You can see the common theme there.
Yeah, yeah. And here's a Rob Wallace. Robert, I don't know if he goes by Robert, but this thing is super cool too. Really unique shape.
Yeah.
I got this in
Rectangle oval in a way.
Yeah, yeah. Around a soft edge,
yeah.
but really elongated.
Yeah.
And I got this. I was in Asheville for the not in Asheville, in the Silhouette show in North Carolina, and Rob was there. So I was flying, and he actually was kind enough to ship that to me.
Oh, wow.
I was considering putting this plant in it, which is why it's there. The slabs with a lot of moss don't always do that well in the courtyards because the moss burns up and turns brown like within a day.
Yeah.
So I was considering, I was going to see if that might fit in there.
Very, very cool.
And then things are a little bit spread out in here.
That looks, what tree is that? Too little?
Yeah.
Too little leaf?
Yeah. Here's a nice old Sarah Rener too.
Oh, there you go.
Beautiful.
That is a beautiful pot.
I love that.
I don't think I've seen a color like that from her in a while.
I love that one. Here's another Sarah. It's like black, almost leathery finish. Super cool.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And then this is another Rob Wallace here. That big oval. I think that's one of the first ones I bought from him. And I was like, whoa, man. That tree's a little tight in there. I might move it out. It's just like busting out. So I don't really know that I have a pot that's suited to it.
All these cute little things.
Oh, a little Sarissa.
Sarissas.
Here's a great Byron Myrick. This is super cool.
Oh, wow. Schefflera.
Yep. So this is this was here before me, but here is the regular, and then this is the Louisiana. And so it's really hard to keep this leaf small enough to match that.
Oh, okay.
So some of those cuttings over there I took from another Schefflera that I'll show you, and I might try to replant this.
Okay.
There's a nice rain tree with another old Sarah, cool old Sarah pot.
Look at that.
Here's an old Ron Lang.
What was your question, Stephen? What do you do?
A lot of people ask me that. It's a good question. We took these cuttings, I swear it's got to be like 8 or 9 years ago now, off of this plant. That's the parent plant, which is not very happy right now. And these were all taken, and I was going to use it for a World Bonsai Day demonstration, and I just never found, I was looking for a rock. I wanted to do like a big towery rock planting and use them. And I just honestly haven't found the right rock yet. And so we just keep them, we haven't made new ones, so they've kind of all caught up. At one point they were all different diameters, and now they've all kind of caught up to themselves. And so now I need to make new cuttings so I can have thinner ones.
So you can have all the different various sizes.
Yeah.
These were all cuttings?
These are all cuttings from that plant, and they started like that.
Wow.
That's the best.
Pretty nice root base.
Yeah. They're tricky. Sarissa are tricky.
That's what I've always heard.
I tried them a couple times years ago when I lived in Maryland, and I was not successful with them. They do very well in here. They'll actually take it cooler. The winter times, you can keep these guys in the high 40s, 50s.
Oh, yeah.
Got really chlorotic a couple years ago, and like I said, I switched their mix and I put maybe 30% Canuma in there.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they got green again. I fed them, I fertilized them with everything, gave them iron, gave them everything, nothing changed. And then I changed, I took one of them and I changed it out, and it was like, oh, okay, that worked.
So the Canuma is for acid-loving
Yeah,
plants?
yeah. Most people use it for azaleas.
For azaleas.
Yeah. But I've been playing around with it for other things.
So what's in your personal collection?
There's trees. They've
Is
got.
it just like this? Like
No.
You have everything?
No. I have a mix of species, but different things. So this is the big Brazilian rain tree. Of course, you've seen that. And then this is new. These are rosemary that were, no exaggeration, like the size of my pinky, probably 6 or 7 years ago. And I started developing, just playing around with them to see if they would work. And they had developed quite nicely.
Yeah.
And I always wanted to do something interesting with them. Again, was looking for a rock or looking for something. Never found that perfect thing. And then I had bought several of these marble slabs, and I thought, well, there's probably not too many rosemary penjing style plantings out there. Yeah, it's more like a Mediterranean nod to penjing, I guess. Anyway, people will hate it. I'm not trying to do that, but you know, some people are going to hate it. So, so this is the Scheffler that I took all those cuttings from. This was, yeah. So this was a recent donation last year from David Cutchin from Florida. D&L Nurseries was the donator, but David brought it up. And it's unbelievable. We repotted it together when David was here, and it flushed out wonderfully. I just pruned it back again. We did find a little bit of mealy. So this is the treatment bench right now. So these guys have been moved over. We found a few things, and we recently treated these guys. So I've removed all that I saw, and we treated it. So I'm feeling really confident about it. But this one I want to get a different pot for, and but this is
like a tree that's growing out of the pot right now.
Yeah. Well, these aerial roots is crazy. I mean, this thing's like pushing itself out of the pot already. Angelica's tree. So she brought it up last year, so we could just, I told her she could bring it if we could display it, because I really like it. It's kind of crazy. So this is actually hers on loan. And
that's fantastic.
Yeah, this one just got pruned back too pretty hard.
And what's our temp in here?
I think it vents like at 82, and the heat kicks on around 77, 76.
Okay.
So when the sun's out, like now, longer days, it's really warm in here, and it doesn't vent till, like I said, like the 80s.
Yeah.
So although the heat doesn't kick on until it's like lower, but it doesn't, it doesn't vent till it gets really warm in here. So now when the sun, and the sun goes this way. Yeah. So this house gets the most sun exposure of the whole facility. And so it's nice. I can push the really sun-loving stuff towards the window, and I do protect a few things here and there. That's why that little rosemary's in front of the forest, because it gets shade.
Oh, gotcha.
Because that was just done like not long ago.
So what are these lights for?
The light, they're not necessarily designed for growing. They do facilitate growth.
Okay.
Nature, I think just for, they will run. So if we have really cloudy days, the system is set for, I think it's like 18 hours of sun. So like if we have a really cloudy day, these will kick on, or they'll kick on in the evening if there hasn't been the allotted amount of time for the day. So the plants that are directly below them do get some benefit, but not in a uniformed way. It's kind of like boom, boom, boom.
That's too broad.
So
too flushed out.
yeah. But they were originally facing straight down.
Okay.
And then after the fact, I was like, well, can we get them angled in at least? And so I think that's been helpful.
Yeah, for sure.
And then we got a baobab down there. A couple of years ago, we got a couple of African species, and so we got this baobab and we got an acacia, and both of those are super cool. And there's another marble slab. But that gets no water. Once it drops its leaves, it gets no water till spring, and it's budding.
Yeah.
Early. Interesting. That just happened over the weekend. Oh boy.
Don't you love when you see that though in a bonsai tree?
So this needs some developing. The idea, it's kind of been styled. Now this was brought in by a man named Hank Miller, who unfortunately has passed, but he was a vendor here, and he used to vend at the national show, he and his wife, and he used to go to South Africa, and he brought back seeds, and so the acacia and this are grown from seed. And it has a little more of a deciduous tree feel, so we're going to try to adjust that.
Yeah.
So here's another, we got a bunch of pots here that, so here's a Rob Wallace. This is Byron Myrick. We've got some Don Gould. There's a Crataegus in here somewhere. Right here. Here's a Crataegus. Here's another Don Gould. He had that Keystone.
Oh, there you go.
The Keystone logo. Not all of them do. I have one at home that doesn't.
Oh.
And then here's an April Grigsby, which is a cool, beautiful glaze.
Beautiful color.
Yeah. So these are the pots that are in here are like things that I want to have easy access to, even when the weather's awful, and I could come in. Here's another Karen Schumann, one of my former volunteer. So these guys are in here so that we can get at them easy. Some of them already have trees picked out for, but some no.
Yeah.
And this huge monstera that lives here. So, and this is the way the benches are normally laid out is kind of why water needs. Here's the succulents and the least water, and then kind of these three are very similar.
Sure.
Maybe the first two get a little more, but this is the more succulent stuff. This is the one I got from Pacific Bonsai Museum, and they got the Alberta Spruce Forest. So it's doing really well. I need to send Aaron some pictures, but it's doing really well. But you can see on some of the leaves, you know, the mineralization, which is why, you know, I'm almost certain that we have, you know, pretty hard water here. So I don't overhead in here. Sometimes on the, you know, sometimes they'll splash up, or on the weekends they might get a little overhead. But so that's one of the things that makes me think that we have pretty hard water here. Yeah.
There he is, Chris Baker, one of 4 sections of interview footage. The other one of 5. We're going to do his releases will be coming up here now on the next couple of weeks. So what he talks about kind of when we get our trees a little bit more towards refinement, what he does in the spring, summer, fall, and winter, kind of his care and kind of his routine. So Chris Baker there to wrap things up. Thank you, everybody, again, for sticking around. We got 68 people still on live. We are at 9 hours, 13 minutes, and 15 seconds as I come to you right now. One of the things I wanted to share and have people talk about in one of those waterfall events that we kind of lost some way into the expo here is taglines and what everybody says on their videos. You know, big cut coming out. Thanks for joining me in my backyard. All those things that we now hold near and dear to our hearts. Hearing these people in our homes and on the phones and with the bonsai world. So thanks to the YouTube community. Thanks everybody for being a part of here. And as I wrap up, as I always do, with a little bit of emotion. Whew! This has been a long time coming, but hey guys, take care of you. Take care of your bonsai. Thanks everyone. We'll see you next time.